The Legend of the Condor Heroes Chapter 10. Spectres of the Past. Original translation by Rayan Guojing placed Mei Chaofeng on his shoulders, according to her instructions, and hurried after the fleeing enemy. His body had a strong kung fu basis and Mei Chaofeng's body was not heavy, so even though she was on his shoulders, it did nothing to diminish his speed. He quickly leapt and Mei Chaofeng soared along with him. Wan Yenkong was shocked to find Yang Tiexian there, and then recognizing him, he cried, "It's you." Brandishing the iron spear, he quickly adopted the Hang Tu before Deng 4 Hu 3, the line of step of marching tiger, followed by the Chao Tu Tian 1E1 Ju 4 Xiang 1, facing upwards to burn a joss stick. The tip of the spear gleamed, going straight towards Yang Tiexian's throat. Bao Shirua called out, "He's your father, don't you see?" As she raised her head, she saw him flung against the wall, causing her to cry out. Wan Yenkong was shocked, quickly taking a step back, still holding the spear. Then, he glanced down to see his mother on the ground, her body covered with blood and her breathing shallow, making it difficult for him to see for sure if she was going to live or die. Remorse filled him and he was helpless for a while. Yang Tiexian then bent down and took his wife into his arms, carrying her towards the door and outside. Wan Yenkong called out, "Put her down." He then used the stance the lone wild goose excels, the spear moving like the wind and heading towards his chest. Yang Tiexian heard the rushing sound behind him and quickly sent out his left hand to counter, able to stop the iron spearhead about 5 inches from its target. In the battlefield, the Yang family marksmanship was invincible, and one move, the Hui Tu Ma 3 Chang 1, turning the spear on horseback, was a unique skill passed from generation to generation. When Yang Tiexian used his left hand to grasp the spearhead, he was actually using some elements of the Hui Tu Ma 3 Chang 1 but had to improvise a little. Originally, when he grasped the enemy's weapon, he only needed to send out his right hand as the iron spear drew closer, but because he was holding Bao Shirua, he could only turn around and shout angrily, "This Yang family marksmanship is passed only to sons. A pity your Shifu did not teach you this." Although Qiu Chuji's kung fu was very high, he actually did not research deeper into the marksmanship. The Yang family marksmanship was native to Song dynasty and was famous throughout Jianghu, but only 19 schools were direct descendants of the orthodox school. He knew the principles of the orthodox Yang family marksmanship, and that same year when they fought in Ox village, Yang Tiexian saw evidence of that. But as for the unique skill that was passed on only from generation to generation, he obviously did not understand. That was why Wan Yenkong also did not completely absorb the move of the marksmanship. The force applied by 2 people caused the iron spear, which was already old, its handle already starting to decay, to break into pieces with a caw sound. Guojing jumped forward and shouted angrily, "You saw that he's your father, why do you not kowtow?" Wan Yenkong hesitated, unable to decide. Yang Tiexian then clutched his wife to him and ran out of the room. Mu Nianxi was waiting for him outside, helping him, and then both father and daughter leapt over the wall. Guojing did not dare wait and also rushed out of the room. He was just about to head towards the wall to flee when suddenly, he sensed a rustle in the darkness, rushing towards his neck. He felt the force of the palm scratch the tip of his nose, and on his face, he felt a severe pain like it was scraped by a knife. This person's internal strength was fierce, and moreover, there was barely a sound, taking one completely unawares. He could not stop himself from feeling shocked as he heard the person angrily shout, "Peasant boy, this old man has waited enough. Extend your neck and let this old man drink your blood." It was precisely immortal Ginseng Liangziwen. Huang Rong heard Peng Lianhu exclaim that she was a disciple of the twin corpses of the dark winds. She laughed and said, "You lose." Then, she turned around and sprinted towards the hall's entrance. Peng Lianhu quickly moved his body so that he was blocking the entrance as he shouted, "Since you are a disciple of the twin corpses of the dark winds, I won't embarrass you. But you must tell me, why did your Shifu send you here?" Huang Rong laughingly said, "You said that if in 10 moves, you can't recognize my sect, then you will let me leave." "Old gentleman, why are you being such a rascal? Peng Lianhu got angry. That final move, the Ling 2AO 2 Bu4, Spirit Sea Turtle Step, didn't the twin corpses of the dark winds teach you that? Huang Rong laughed. I only saw the twin corpses of the dark winds a few times. Also, the level of their kung fu is so low, how can they match my shifu? Peng Lianhu said, your lying is useless. Huang Rong, I have actually heard of the twin corpses of the dark winds. I know that these two people are dishonorable, they stop at no evil, cheat their elders, their shamelessness is known throughout Wulin. How can Peng Zhaizhu compare me with these two obscene people? The crowd at first thought that she was just unwilling to tell the truth, but when they heard her slander the twin corpses of the dark winds this way, they could not help looking at each other in blank dismay. Only then did they believe that she was in no way related to the twin corpses sect. Although some people still wanted to find out if she was lying, they all decided that no one would dare to insult their shifu in the presence of so many people. Peng Lianhu stepped aside and said, young miss, you win. Lao Peng admires you very much and wishes to know your name. Huang Rong smiled, I don't mind. I am called Rong Air. Peng Lianhu asked, your surname? Huang Rong, I'll be honest. I am surnamed neither Peng nor Sha. At that point, everyone in the hall, outside of Tibetan monk Ling Ji and Ouyang Ku, had lost to her. Ling Ji was suffering from an internal injury and could not fight at the moment. That left only Ouyang Ku as the only one who could temporarily stop her. The people all turned their gazes at him. Ouyang Ku jogged forward, smiling pleasantly as he said, this lowly one wants to go next and exchange moves with the young miss. Huang Rong glanced at the white clothes he was wearing and asked, you are with those pretty girls of the Bai Tuashan, White Camel Group? Ouyang Ku smiled and said, you have seen them? If you put all those girls together, they could not match even half of your beauty. Huang Rong's face turned red when she heard his flattery, though she was also pleased. She said, then you'll help me with these old men who insist on being unreasonable. Ouyang Ke's kung fu was high, and with the support of his Shifus younger brother, he was able to run amok in the western region for many years. His lascivious nature caused him to spend all those years collecting beautiful women from different places, turning them into his concubines. To occupy their time, these concubines also studied kung fu, and therefore, they were also his female disciples. When Prince Xiao summoned him to Yanjing, he brought 24 of his mistresses with him, dressing them up in white robes and mounting them on white camels. Because the concubines were many, they took turns riding while the others walked. 8 of them encountered on the road the 6 freaks of Changnan speaking with Guojing. They heard Zhu Cong talking about the precious Han Xie horse's origin and intended to steal it and give it to Ouyang Ku as a gift, but they failed in that attempt. Ouyang Ku was very proud of his collection of concubines, knowing that they were the most beautiful women in the world and that not even the ladies of the imperial palaces of the Jin dynasty and Song country could compare to them. But who would have thought that he would meet Huang Rong in the Zhao palace? He saw that her eyes were bright, her cheeks tender, and though still very young, her body was graceful. Her beauty was unsurpassable, that even his numerous mistresses could not compare to her. And when she displayed her exquisite martial arts skills, his heart fluttered. Now, he listened to her friendly voice, the soft and gentle words, feeling his heart burn and his bones go soft. He could not say a word. Huang Rong, I have to go. If they stop me, you will help me, won't you? Ouyang Ku smiled, if you want me to help you, then you must obey me as your teacher and stay with me forever. Huang Rong, even obeisance to the Shifu does not mean staying with him forever. Ouyang Ku said, my disciples are different. They're all women, so they follow me wherever I go. I only need to call and they will come. Huang Rong tossed her head, laughing as she said, I do not believe. Ouyang Ku whistled, and at once, 20 white-clad women appeared at the entrance. Whether they were fair or dark, fat or thin, all of them were wearing the same type of clothes, their carriage proud and their smiles seductive as they trained their eyes on Ouyang Ku. During the banquet earlier in the fragrant snow hall, these mistresses served outside the wall. This is the first time Peng Lianhu and the others saw them, and in their hearts, they were envious of his good fortune. When Huang Rong challenged him into calling his mistresses, her intention was to cause a disorder in the hall, taking the opportunity to escape, but who would have thought that Ouyang Ku would read her thoughts? He looked at the crowd, signaling them with his folding fan to stay in the entrance. Then, he cast a sidelong glance at Huang Rong, appearing casual and self-satisfied. The mistresses looked at Huang Rong steadily, some of them feeling inferior while others had only jealousy in their minds, knowing that the pretty girl had somehow caught the eye of the Shifa's son. They could not allow her to become another one of his female disciples because he might hereafter stop doting on them. These mistresses gathered around him tightly, making it difficult for Huang Rong to rush out through the door. Seeing that the situation was not favorable, Huang Rong said, "You prefer a real fight. I have to obey you as my teacher, which I've never done before. I don't want to cause any embarrassment." Ouyang Ku asked, "Is it possible that you don't want to try?" Huang Rong, "All right." Ouyang Ku said, "Good, then come. Don't be afraid. I won't hit you back." Huang Rong, "How? If you don't hit back, I'll win, won't I?" Ouyang Ku smilingly said, "Even if you hit me, I'll still like you. How can I hit you back?" The crowd snickered at his frivolous manner, but they were also wondering, this young girl's kung fu is not weak. Even if you are 10 times stronger, how do you expect to defeat her? What magic are you going to use? Huang Rong, I don't believe you're really not going to hit back. I must tie up both your hands. Ouyang Ku then loosened the sash around his waist to give it to her. He folded his hands behind and walked towards her. Huang Rong saw that he was harmless, but her mind continued to work. Although her face remained smiling, in her heart she was actually feeling more and more anxious as she paced back and forth for a while, thinking, I have to be careful with my steps. Thereupon, she received the sash and spread both her hands, pulling on opposite sides, but the cloth was strong as though it was made of silk, so that even though she used internal strength, she still could not destroy it. Immediately, she tied up both of his hands and smiled, saying, "How can we find out who loses or who wins?" Ouyang Ku stretched out his right foot to the ground, leaving his left foot at the center, which left about 3 feet of distance in between. Still standing, he proceeded to move his foot against the brick floor, creating a sound like flowing water until he was able to make a complete circle, 6 feet in diameter. Creating such a circle was no easy task, thus displaying his great internal strength. Sha Tongtian, Peng Lianhu, and the others all looked on in admiration. Ouyang Ku stepped into the CRCLE and said, "Whoever steps out of the circle loses." Huang Rong, "And if we both leave the circle?" Ouyang Ku said, "Then, I lose." Huang Rong, "If you lose, you won't try to chase or stop me?" Ouyang Ku replied, "Naturally. But if you leave the circle, then that would result in you becoming my little darling. Everyone here is witness to that." Huang Rong, "All right." She stepped into the circle, her left palm performing the Hui Tu Foam 1 Fu Tu Lu 3, encircling the wind to stroke the willow, and her right palm the Xing 1 He Tu Zai 4 Tian 1, river of stars in the sky. The left was light, the right was heavy, both hands exerting hard and soft forces. Ouyang Ku dodged slightly and both his shoulders were struck at the same time. Huang Rong encountered the force coming out of his body, startled to find that this Ouyang Ku's internal strength was truly profound. Though he remained true to his word of not hitting back, he actually borrowed the force she used and used it as his own, so that no matter how many times she hit him, he was always able to immediately retaliate. His hand remained motionless, but Huang Rong was standing unsteadily, almost falling out of the circle. This was why she did not dare to attack for the moment as she paced inside the circle, saying, "If I go, that doesn't mean you won. You said before that if both of us left the circle, you lose." Ouyang Ku looked shocked as he watched Huang Rong jog out of the circle. She was afraid that a long delay might cause more complications, so that she quickened her footsteps, her golden bangles sparkling and her flowing robes fluttering in the wind as she rushed towards the entrance. Ouyang Ku shouted loudly, "I've been cheated." He could only shout a warning but could not pursue. Sha Tongtian, Peng Lianhu, and the others saw how Huang Rong cleverly tricked Ouyang Ku and could not stop themselves from laughing loudly. Huang Rong was just about to reach the entrance when a fierce sound could be heard coming from above and a large body suddenly dropped from nowhere. She moved sideways to avoid, suppressing her fear at this unknown thing. She saw that person sitting down on a large round-backed wooden armchair was that tall Tibetan monk. He was wearing a red gown, and even though he was seated, he was still able to tower over her. The skill with which he was able to leap high with the chair still stuck to his body was no ordinary feat. Huang Rong was just about to speak when she suddenly saw the Tibetan monk whip out a pair of cymbals from beneath his robes. He struck both hands, releasing a shocking, deafening sound, before opening it like a flower and sending both, one on top of the other, letting it fly fiercely towards her. The cymbals turned into a blur of shining metal, moving so fast like there were a dozen of them. She tried to fend it off, but the cymbals suddenly turned into three. Startled, she turned only to find that the cymbals were drawing nearer. She dashed forward, parrying, before immediately fleeing away, then reversing, sending out a right palm towards the top cymbal while sending her left foot towards the two cymbals at the bottom. The two cymbals separated so that they were able to fly past. This fierce stance was unusual, but the cymbals were able to avoid it, and Ling Ji then leapt forward. Ling Ji executed his De 4 show 3-4, big hand imprint, towards her. Huang Rong was hit, the blow sending her violently forward straight towards the center of the crowd. Everyone shouted in alarm at the same time, seeing the young girl hit by Ling Ji's great palm, probably breaking several bones and causing severe internal injuries. Ouyang Ku shouted, "Show mercy." Was there enough time? He saw that Ling Ji's great palm struck her in the back, but also saw that the hand was withdrawn immediately, its owner cursing loudly. Huang Rong used the force of his palm to run out of the hall. He heard her clear laughter as though she was not injured at all. He expected that Ling Ji's palm was strong, but what he did not know was that before the palm could hit her, it was rapidly withdrawn so that the force behind the blow was diminished. The crowd all watched in rapt attention when they heard Ling Ji roar out again and again, his right palm dripping with blood. He lifted it and saw 10 small punctures. His features changed as he remembered, shouting, "Soft hedgehog armor! Soft hedgehog armor!" His voice revealed his great surprise, his anger, and his pain. Startled, Peng Lianhu asked, "This girl was wearing the soft hedgehog armor?" "That is the treasure of the Taohua Island, Peach Blossom Island." Sha Tongtian wondered, how can someone her age get a hold of the soft hedgehog armor? Missing Huang Rong, Ouyang Ku ran out of the entrance, but he could barely see anything in the darkness. Not knowing where she was, he whistled for his mistresses and ordered them to track her down, though in his heart, he was secretly relieved. It's good that she was able to escape and did not get injured. Good or bad, I must have her hand. Ho Tong Hai asked, "Sure Gu, elder martial brother, what is this soft hedgehog armor?" Peng Lianhu snapped, "Have you seen a hedgehog?" Ho Tong Hai nodded, "Of course." Peng Lianhu replied, "Under her clothes next to the skin, she wears a set of soft armor. Though soft, this armor can withstand even the pierce of a sword or a spear. Moreover, it is covered with spines like that of a hedgehog. A single kick or punch will be enough to get you pricked." Ho Tong Hai bit his tongue, thinking, "It's good that I wasn't able to hit the smelly boy." Sha Tongtian said, "I'll get her back." Ho Tong Hai looked at him and said, "Sure Gu, you can't touch her body." Sha Tongtian, "Who asked for your opinion? I can still pull her hair." Ho Tong Hai said, Right, why didn't I think of that?" "Sure Gu, you are truly intelligent." And both apprentice brothers and Peng Lianhu at once gave chase. By now, Prince Zhao Wanyan Honglai received the worried report from his son and learned that the princess was taken prisoner. Angered, both father and son, together with their personal guards left the palace to chase after the culprits. At the same time, Tang Zuda led another group of armed guards to search for and arrest the intruder. Thus, the palace was on complete alert. Guo Jing ran into Liang Ziwen near the wall, but how could he extend his neck like that and let him drink his blood? In his shock, he turned around and fled. He did not know which way was north or south, so he decided to hide someplace. Liang Ziwen really wanted to drink his blood and would not slow down even a bit. It was a good thing that Guo Jing's lightness kung fu was good, otherwise, even though the night was dark, he would have been captured a long time ago. The light from the torch died and he could no longer see where he was going, only sensing that he had somehow stepped into a thorny area where the ground was rugged and rocky. More people were coming out of the palace. What time did Guo Jing have to deliberate? The thorny bristles cut through his legs, but when he thought about Liang Ziwen biting his throat, he could not let the tiny thorns bother him. Not even a mountain or forest of swords could stop him. Suddenly, he felt the ground beneath him give way, causing him to cry out as he started to drop, falling some 45 feet into an extremely deep cavern. While his body was in midair, he had already circulated his internal energy so that he would not lose his balance when he landed and prevent himself from getting injured. But who would have thought that his 2 feet would step on round stones? He lost his balance and fell down on his seat. His hands, which supported him, held one of these round stones. Fear shot through him when, upon tracing these round stones with his fingers, he realized that these stones were actually the skeleton heads of dead persons. It looked as though this deep hole was where the corpses of dead people executed at the Zhao Palace were dumped. He heard Liang Ziwen call out from above, "Boy, come up here." Guo Jing thought, "I'm not stupid enough to come up only to die." And with that, he raised his hand, feeling his way along and trying to feel the roof of the cave, but he felt nothing. Thereupon, he moved forward to guard himself against Liang Ziwen, who might follow him there and kill him. After shouting several curses, Liang Ziwen thought that perhaps Guo Jing could not come up, and so he shouted angrily, "Even if you run all the way to hell, this old man will still come after you." And taking a deep breath, he jumped down. Greatly surprised, Guo Jing took several steps back only to find empty space behind him. He turned around, stretching both his arms out to feel the way. As he continued on, he discovered that it was a tunnel. Liang Ziwen also noticed the tunnel. His boldness was brought on by his high skill, so that even though it was so dark that when he stretched his hand out, he could not even see his 5 fingers, he was not afraid that Guo Jing would be laying down a trap against him. He followed, only liking the situation more. This is just like seizing a turtle in a jar. This boy can't get away again. How can I not drink his blood now? Guo Jing was secretly worried. Tunnels always have a dead end. Liang Ziwen was laughing loudly, both arms spread as he traced the tunnel walls. He was not impatient and took his steps slowly, one at a time. Guo Jing ran several feet forward when he realized that the tunnel had ended to reveal an earth room. Liang Ziwen also followed, laughing. The peasant boy wants to run away, but to where? Suddenly, from the left corner an eerie, raspy voice said, "Who acts unruly in here?" The two of them never expected that someone lived in this black pit, but they could not deny this sound. The voice, though raspy, actually rumbled like thunder to their ears. Guo Jing was frightened, his heart jumping madly, while Liang Ziwen also could not restrain himself from feeling absolutely terrified. They heard the gloomy voice say, "Those who enter my cave are already rotting. Are you that impatient to die?" The voice now began to resemble that of a woman, speaking anxiously, her breathing heavy as though she had contracted a serious illness. When the two people discovered that the sound did not belong to any ghost, their fears subsided. Guo Jing listened to her words and hurried to explain, "I did not mean to come here, some people are after me." Before he could finish his words, Liang Ziwen was able to discern where he was. He dashed forward, stretching his hands out to take him. Guo Jing heard the rustle caused by his palm and hastily dodged. Liang Ziwen changed directions at once, forcing Guo Jing to dodge once more to the right. It was pitch dark, so one could only grab thoughtlessly while the other could only hide blindly. Suddenly, there was a ripping sound. Liang Ziwang had taken hold of Guo Jing's left sleeve. The woman angrily said, "Who dares to seize a person here?" Liang Ziwang scolded, "You disguise yourself like a crafty ghost. Are you trying to frighten me?" The asthmatic woman began to breathe heavily as she said, "Humph, the young fellow can come here and hide." Guo Jing had thought that the situation he was in was hopeless and critical in the extreme. When he heard her saying this, without hesitation, he jumped as he felt 5 icy cold fingers touch his wrist. They were much stronger than him, so that when he was pulled by her, his body was not able to resist from being thrown forwards and feeling himself growing numb. Gasping for breath, the woman said to Liang Ziwang, "You were able to grasp him adeptly, which means your strength is not a trifle. You are from outside the mountain pass." Liang Ziwang was shocked, thinking, "I cannot see even half of her hair. How is it possible she was able to recognize my martial arts? Is she capable of seeing things in the dark? This woman, she must be an old eccentric who's used to being proud and strict." He did not dare to say anything careless or indiscreet and instead said pleasantly, "This lowly one who is an invited guest from Guangdong is surnamed Liang. This boy stole something from me and am trying to get it back. I ask your excellency not to interfere." The woman said, "Ah, is the ginseng immortal Liang Ziwang trying to right a wrong? The other person seems unaware of it. I have no desire to interfere, but when he rushed into my cave, the crime can already be pardoned. Lao Liang, you are a martial arts expert, how come you don't understand the rules of Wulin?" Liang Ziwang was even more surprised and asked, "May I consult the name of your excellency?" The woman said, Guo Jing felt the hand grasping his wrist shiver violently, the fingers slowly beginning to loosen, and he also heard her trying to keep down a groan as though she was in extreme pain. He asked, "You are sick?" Liang Ziwang's high kung fu allowed him to hear her groan and surmised that this person has lost her skills not from a sickness but from an injury which caused her to be greatly weakened. He immediately applied strength to his arm, sending both hands evenly to grasp Guo Jing's chest. He managed to brush against his clothes, waiting for his fingers to grab hold when he suddenly felt a strong force meeting his wrists. Shocked, Liang Ziwang discovered that when he sent out his left hand, he managed to grab instead the enemy's arm. The woman shouted angrily, "On guard!" A palm hit Liang Ziwang on his back. He leapt, the palm forcing him to take several steps back. Fortunately for him, his internal strength was good so that he was not injured. Liang Ziwang said, "How 3 2 patu?" Something like, "You good mother-in-law of a thief." Pa is sometimes used as a not-so-polite term for old woman. The thief in question is Guo Jing. "You come here." When that woman continued gasping for breath, remaining motionless, Liang Ziwang realized that she could not move the lower part of her body. His alarm and fear was immediately reduced and he began to slowly approach. He was just about to jump forward to attack when he suddenly felt something curl around his ankles. This thing was like a soft whip, silent, and came like electricity. Greatly alarmed, he quickly tried to resist it, but the whip was able to lift his body in a flash. He tried to aim a kick at the woman when a sound came as the top of his head hit the earthen wall. His leg kung fu was of a high level, unmatched in Wulin, which caused him to enjoy more than 20 years of great prestige outside the mountain pass. This leg when executed was incomparably fierce. Who would have thought that before even the tip of his toe could arrive, he would suddenly sense his Chong Wen Yang Tu Shui Tu, flushing out the sun hole, growing numb, causing him to immediately dodge in great alarm. This Chong Wen Yang Tu Shui Tu was located 5 inches from the instep of the foot. If this vital point was sealed by the person, his whole leg would grow numb. Luckily, he was able to withdraw his foot quickly, avoiding it, but the action of anxiously kicking and then anxiously withdrawing has caused his knee to ache. Liang Ziwang thought as he dodged, "This person is in this dark cave but acts as though she is dwelling in a bright and sunny place, being able to accurately find my vital point, how can she not be a witch or a demon?" Realizing the critical situation he was in, he executed a half somersault to avoid, backhandedly sending out a palm in an effort to shake her off. He knew this stance was severe, the palm 10 times stronger, and he thought that this person with asthma definitely would not have the internal strength to resist. However, he suddenly heard a loud cry as he felt the enemy's arm heading violently towards him, its fingertips already making contact with his shoulder. Liang Ziwang's left hand sensed the opponent's ice-cold wrist, her body appearing as though it was not made of flesh and blood as it once more tried to attack. He immediately rolled away, rushing out in a hurry, even using his hands and foot to crawl out of the tunnel, panting heavily as he thought, I have lived for dozens of years but I have never encountered such a strange event where I don't even know if she is a woman or a ghost. I must inform the prince about this matter. He hastily ran back to the fragrant snow hall. On the way, he thought, I do not know if that creature is a woman ghost or female demon, but now that the stinky boy has fallen into her hands, she will naturally suck all the precious blood in his body dry. Would she act as if she was a polite guest of mine? Sigh, due to a strange combination of circumstances, I had met that stinky beggar. Then, having raised the snake and refined its blood, I had to run into that female ghost. I nearly lost my life in both encounters. Could the fabrication of the pill of longevity really be against the ways of heaven, and envied by ghosts and deities, that I would fail on the verge of success? When Guojing heard him moving farther and farther away, he felt greatly relieved and fell on his knees, kowtowing to the woman as he said, Junior politely thanks old senior for saving his life. That woman was able to match Liang Ziwang's moves earlier but now she was exhausted, causing her asthma to play up. She coughed, wheezing as she said, Why did Lao Liang want to kill you? Guojing, Taoist elder Wang was injured and needed medicine to treat his wounds. The disciple then came to the palace suddenly, he thought, this person lives in the Zhao Palace, how do I know he's not with Wanyan Honglai's party? He stopped talking immediately. The woman said, so you have stolen the old monster's medicine. I have heard that he is very knowledgeable in the research of medicines and their properties, so you must have stolen a miraculous pill or a marvelous drug. Guojing, I took some of his medicine to treat an internal injury, but he was so angry he wanted to kill me. Is the old senior injured? Disciple has several medicines, for samples of Tian 2 Qi 1, Pseudo Ginseng, Xia 3 Jia 2, Dried Blood, Xiong 2 Dan 3, Bear's Gall, Mei 2 Yao 4. Taoist elder Wang does not have to use this many, if old senior the woman angrily said, whether I'm injured or not, what concern is it of yours? At this snag, Guojing could only say hastily, yes, yes. But after only a moment, he heard her gasping for breath and could not restrain himself from saying again, if old senior cannot walk, junior offers to carry you out of here. The woman scolded, who is old? Who are you to say that someone is old? Guojing no longer dared to utter a sound, thinking that she did not want to leave. However, he had always been unable to stay content even though he knew that he ought to keep his head lowered so that he once again asked, whatever you want, I can go get it for you. The woman laughed coldly and said, you are fussy like woman but I see that your heart is good. She stretched out her left hand to pull on his shoulders. Guojing felt his shoulder snap and the sharp pain that followed but he was able to keep his body from falling on top of her, suddenly sensing an icy coldness as the woman's arm wound around his neck. He heard her bark an order, carry me to the exit. Guojing thought, I originally wanted to carry you to the exit. Thereupon, he bent at the waist and slowly made his way out of the tunnel. The woman said, I am compelling you to carry me on your back. I don't owe anyone any favors. It was then that Guojing understood that this woman was much more arrogant and was unwilling to receive any kindness from her juniors. As he walked out, he raised his head and saw the stars in the sky. He could not help giving out a sigh as he thought, only a moment ago, I was saved from death when I fell into this black hole where someone was waiting to help me. If I told Rong Er about this, even she would not believe. He was used to climbing cliffs with Ma Yu and even though that hole was like a deep well, he was actually able to climb up effortlessly. As soon as they left the hole, the woman asked, "Who taught you your lightness kung fu? Tell me quickly." Her arms suddenly tightened, clutching Guo Jing's throat so he was gasping for breath. Alarmed, he hastily circulated his internal energy to resist. The woman was intentionally trying to test his skill by tightening her grip, but she paused before gradually relaxing. She loudly exclaimed, "Hey, look here, the peasant boy knows the internal strength skills of the Taoist Orthodox school. You said that Taoist elder Wang was injured, what name is this Taoist priest called?" Guo Jing thought, "You have rescued me, so whatever you ask, I would answer you truthfully. Otherwise, how barbaric am I?" He immediately replied, "Taoist elder Wang is Wang Qi, but others call him the son of the Jade Sun." Suddenly, he felt the woman on his back begin to shake as he heard her breath out heavily. "You are a Chuanjian sect disciple. That is very good." As soon as she said this, she could not contain her delight, so she went on and asked, "Who is Wang Qi to you? You call him Taoist elder, which is not equal to Shifu. Is he your Shi, martial uncle, or Bo, martial senior?" "Guo Jing, I am not a Chuanjian sect disciple, but son of the Red Sun Mayu has long ago taught me his breathing techniques." The woman said, So you studied the internal strength methods of Chuanjian. That is good." After a moment, she asked, "Who then is your Shifu?" Guo Jing replied, "Disciple altogether has 7 teachers, the 7 freaks of Changnan. First Shifu is called Flying Bat and surnamed Ku." The woman began coughing violently, the sound bitter and sour as she said, "That is Kujina." Guo Jing, "Yes." The woman said, "You come from Mongolia?" Guo Jing said, "Yes." But in his heart, he wondered, how did she know I come from Mongolia? The woman said slowly, "Your name is Yang Kong, is it not?" Her tone of voice changed from gloomy to angry. Guo Jing said, "No. Disciple is surnamed Guo." The woman hesitated for a moment before saying, "You sit on the ground." Guo Jing did what was told and sat down. The woman then reached inside her bosom to fish out an object which she placed on the ground. This object was wrapped in a piece of cloth. When she revealed the thing, the star light shone on it, showing a brightly dazzling and impressive-looking dagger handle. Guo Jing saw that it looked familiar, and so he took a closer look, the dagger continuing to shine brightly, and on its handle were engravings of the 2 characters Yang Kong. It was indeed the knife he used to kill the copper corpse Chen Xianfeng. That same year when Guo Xiaotian and Yang Tiexin met the son of Eternal Spring Qiu Chuji, who gave them the dagger handles as presents, both of them made a promise that if their wives gave birth to 2 sons, they would become sworn brothers, and if 2 daughters, they would become sworn sisters. However, if both are of different genders, then they would become husband and wife. The 2 then exchanged the daggers as a token of their faith. This was the reason why the dagger with the inscription of Yang Kong actually ended up in Guo Jing's hand. When he was younger, he did not know what the 2 characters Yang Kong meant, but the shape of the dagger was enough for him to recognize it. He thought, Yang Kong. Yang Kong. But he could not remember that this name was once spoken by the princess only moments ago. While he was hesitating, the woman clamped his hand to grab the dagger as she shouted, "You recognize this dagger, do you not?" If Guo Jing were more quick-witted and heard how sad and shrill her voice sounded, he would have felt compelled to turn his head and look at her. Instead, he thought only of the other's kindness in saving his life. This person came to save my life. Certainly, that means she is a good person. Therefore, he was not the least bit suspicious as he immediately replied, "Ah, yes. When I was young, I once used this dagger to kill an evil man." That evil man suddenly disappeared, along with the precious dagger. As he spoke, he felt his neck tighten suddenly, suffocating him. In the midst of danger, he bent his arm and pushed it backwards, but his wrist was held by that woman's outstretched left hand. The woman later relaxed her right arm, allowing her body to fall so that she was sitting on the ground as she shouted, "Who do you think I am?" Guo Jing was throttled by her earlier, making him see stars in his vision, so it took him a moment to recover. Afterwards, he looked down only to glimpse through her shawl of long hair. The face, like white paper, was precisely the face of the iron corpse of the twin corpses of the dark winds, Mei Chaofeng. Frightened out of his wits, he lifted his left hand to struggle, but with her fingers digging into his flesh, how could he escape? In his mind was confusion. How come? Why did she save my life? It can't be. But she really is Mei Chaofeng. Mei Chaofeng sat on the ground, her right hand clutching Guo Jing's neck, her left holding his wrist. For more than 10 years, she had been searching for the man who killed her husband, and now suddenly, he was here. Is it the work of Zai Tuhan 4Z3, thief man? I think this is Mei Chaofeng's pet name for Chen Xianfeng, from below, to have that person die in my hands. In her heart she was delighted beyond measure, but this was quickly overcome by grief, as past events of her life, no matter how much she fought it, came in brief flashes. She thought, I was once an innocent young girl who played and joked around all day. My parents treated me as their most precious treasure, to which they were very attached to. At that time, I was called Mei Rehua. However, my unfortunate parents died one after another, forcing me to suffer under an evil person. Shifu Huang Yaoshi rescued me and brought me to Taohua Island, Peach Blossom Island, where he accepted me into his school. My name was changed to Mei Chaofeng, for each of his disciples all bore the character for wind in each of their names. Under the peach trees, I saw a rugged-looking youth standing in front of me. One of them picked a bright red peach and gave it to me to eat. That was apprentice brother Chen Xianfeng. Among Shifu's disciples, he was the second, I was the third. We practiced kung fu together. He often taught me and treated me very well. Even though he sometimes scolded me for not studying hard, I knew he was only doing what was good for me. Slowly, as everyone grew up, in my heart I had him, and in his heart, he had me. One spring evening, when the peach blossoms were turning into a brilliant red, under the peach tree, he suddenly embraced me. A blush colored Mei Chaofeng's face, and Guo Jing heard that her laborious breathing had intensified. Then, she let out a soft, gentle sigh. Mei Chaofeng recalled how she and Chen Xianfeng secretly married each other, and how they feared their Shifu's punishment. When they ran away from the island, her husband told her to steal the second Jiu 3-1 Jin 1 Jing 1, 9 scripture. Later, they came to a remote mountain where they trained hard, but after practicing for half a year, her husband said that he could not understand the true meaning of the text. He wanted to break his head out of frustration. That same year, my husband said, Zai Tu Pa Tu Nyang Tu, thief wife. His pet name for Mei Chaofeng, we only stole one half of the Jiu Yin Jin Jing. The first half of the scripture contains the foundation principles to practice the secret Nei Gong techniques. The Kung Fu scripture belongs to the Taoists, and what our Shifu taught us is completely different. We can't master this. What do you suggest we do? I said, what choice do we have? He said, return to Taohua Island. How could I dare to go back? Both of our skills had become 10 times stronger, but our Shifu only had to use 2 fingers. Zai Hanzi, thief man, was also afraid, but knowing how many wonderful techniques he could not practice at the time, he was willing to die. He had made up his mind to steal the scripture and said, if we are going to be the unmatched couple under the heaven, then Zai Pinyang, thief wife, must be prepared to be a widow. I did not wish to be a widow. If one must die, then the other must also die in the same place. And so both of us decided to risk our lives by going back. We found out later that after we ran away, Shifu in a great fit of temper broke the legs of all of his disciples and expelled them from his island. That was why there was only him, his wife, the 2 of us, and his servants. When we arrived in Taohua Island, we discovered 2 people engaged in a fight. Shifu's opponent looked like an expert. The 2 of them were arguing about the Jiu Yin Jin Jing, and as they quarreled, one of them opened a move. This person was Chuanjin's sect, and although he spoke foolish words, his kung fu was high, arriving at a level which I could not even imagine. But Shifu, when compared to him, had a better chance of winning. Witnessing this martial arts duel only served to frighten us out of our wits. I said quietly, "Zhe Hanzi, we are inferior. Let's get away." But he was not willing. We watched as Shifu grabbed his opponent, forcing him to take the oath of never voluntarily leaving the island. Remembering that Shifu's wife used to treat me with kindness, I decided to look for her through the window. Who would have thought that all I would see was a mourning hall? Shifu's wife had passed away. In my heart, I felt very sad. Shifu's wife always treated me well, but now that she's dead, Shifu was alone. I really felt sorry for him that time. I couldn't stand it. While I was crying, I suddenly saw near the mourning hall a 1-year-old little girl, sitting straight up from a chair and smiling at me. This girl really looked like my Shifu's wife, so I supposed she was the daughter. Was it because of childbirth that she died? I was thinking this when Shifu noticed me. He flew from the mourning hall and stepped outside. I was so frightened, my feet grew soft and I couldn't move. I heard the girl laughing and calling, "Daddy, hugs." Her smile was like a flower as she opened her arms towards Shifu. This girl saved my life. Shifu feared that she would fall down and so stretched out a hand to grab her. Zhe Hanzi then pulled me and we both dashed out, snatching the boat, the sea water splashing inside. My heart was thumping so hard, it seemed like it was going to jump out of my throat. Zhe Hanzi saw Shifu fighting and had henceforth lost heart. He said, "Not only have we not learned 1/10 of Shifu's kung fu, but with this Juanjin master, how can we compare?" I said, "You regret? If the Shifu can do it, then one day we can also learn his kung fu." He said, "If you don't regret, then I do not regret." Thereupon, he used the fiercest martial arts method he could find and taught me everything. He said that although this method was heretical, it allowed us to increase our skills. At the beginning, our abilities became astounding, and as we ran amok in Jianghu, we earned the nickname of Twin Corpses of the Dark Winds. That Shenlong who flew through the sky with his axe exorcising evil spirits, was it Zhe Hanzi who killed him or was it I? My memory is not so clear as to who killed, but all is the same in any case. One day, we were practicing in the temple ruins the Chui 1 Xi and 1 Zhang 3, destroying Heart Palm, when suddenly from all directions appeared dozens of skilled people. They were led by our fellow apprentice, Lu Qingfeng. He hated us after Shifu broke his 2 legs and now gathered a large group of people to help him capture us to give to Shifu. This boy really thought that he could defeat us. Humph, the twin corpses of the Dark Winds are not that easy to defeat. Though we were able to kill 78 men and run away, we were also heavily injured. After several months, we found out that the Chuanjin 7 elders were also secretly following us. We did not want to fight the opponents all at once because they were too many, so thereupon, we left the Central Plains until we reached the Mongolian prairies. Zhe Hanzi was worried that people would steal the Taoist scripture. He told me not to look. I did not know where he hid it. "Good, Zhe Hanzi, I don't know where to find it. Zhe Pinyang, I will be good to you. I'll take care of you and teach you everything except the Taoist Nei Gong. If we force it, we could harm our bodies." "All right. What are you waiting for?" Thereupon, we continued to practice the Jiu 3 in 1 by 2 Gu 3 Zhua 3, 9 in White Bone Claw, and the Chui 1 Xin 1 Zhang 3. He said these 2 techniques were heretical and fierce but did not require one to learn Nei Gong. Suddenly, one evening in that stark mountainside, the 7 freaks of Changnan attacked me. My eye. My eye. The pain was burning from the toxins. I crawled on the ground, scratching my eyes. I did not die, but my eyes were blinded and my husband dead. That was retribution for that time when we once killed that blind Kuzhin's elder brother and blinded his, Kuzhina, eyes. As Mei Chaofeng thought about this painful matter, both her hands tightened instinctively, creating a noise as she grinded her teeth. Guojing felt like the bones in his left hand were going to break and secretly complained, "This is not good. How do I con what kind of vicious method she's going to use to kill me? Then, he said, "Hey, I don't know what you want to do, but I want to ask you something, please agree." Mei Chaofeng said coldly, "You want to ask me something?" Guo Jing said, "Yes. I have several medicines and I ask you to be generous. Please take away some of these and give it to Taoist Elder Wang in the Prosperity Inn outside the city." When Mei Chaofeng did not answer and continued to stare blankly at him, Guo Jing said, "You agree?" "Many thanks to you." Mei Chaofeng said, "Many thanks what? All my life, I've never done any good deed." She could not call to mind how much pain she suffered in her life, nor could she recall how many people she had killed, but that night on the barren hill, she remembered clearly. "My surroundings suddenly went black and I could not see even the stars. Zhe Hanzi said, I have failed. The Taoist scripture is hidden in my chest." These were his last words. Suddenly, a heavy rain began to pour and the 7 freaks of Changnan began fiercely attacking me. I was hit in the back by a palm. This person's internal strength was profound, the pain from his hit reached my bones. I carried Zhe Hanzi's corpse and escaped, descending the mountain even though I could not see. They did not pursue me, which was really strange. The rain became heavier and the night had grown pitch dark, they could not see me. I dashed about wildly in the rain. Zhe Hanzi's body was at first hot, but afterwards, it gradually turned cold. My heart also turned cold with each minute that passed. I was shaking all over, I was very cold. "Zhe Hanzi, are you really dead? Even with your fierce kung fu, how could you die so inexplicably? Who killed you?" I drew out a dagger from his stomach, causing the blood to spurt out. "What caused this?" "Murdered people certainly bleed, but I did not know how many people I murdered. I must die with Zhe Hanzi. No one else will call him Zhe Hanzi, in the netherworld, he would be lonely." I placed the dagger to my throat and prepared to slice when suddenly, I traced 2 characters on the dagger handle, the characters Yang Kong. The killer must be this person named Yang Kong. How can I not exact revenge? If I don't kill this Yang Kong first, how can I die? Thereupon, I went through Zhe Hanzi's pockets, searching for the secret Taoist scripture, but even though I searched the whole body, I was not able to find a trace of it. I must find it. I started from his hair, not missing an inch until suddenly, while I was feeling the skin on his chest, I felt something strange. As she came to this thought, she was unable to restrain bitter laughter from coming out of her throat. She said, "After careful investigation, I found that tattooed on his chest is the Jiu Yin Jin Jing. You were afraid that someone would steal this from you and so you tattooed this on your body so it won't be taken away. Yes, like Shifa's martial arts teachings, someone could also steal the Taoist scripture from us, so you came up with a way so it can't be stolen. Your idea is a person comes, after he is gone, everything goes with him, or something like that. I used the dagger to cut your chest, I must tan this skin so it won't rot. I will keep it with me all the time so it will be like you are accompanying me forever." I was not sad anymore. When I laugh, people are usually frightened even though I was smiling. I used both hands to dig a pit in the ground to bury you inside. You taught me the Jiu Yin by Gu Zhua before, I used this technique to dig your grave. I hid in the cave, afraid that the 7 freaks of Changnan would find me. At that time, I was not their match, but after some practice, I could grab each of their hearts. Was it really dangerous to practice the Taoist Nei Gong? It would cause serious injuries, but I was not afraid to die. Only what sort of injury? I must perfect my kung fu in the shortest time. It must have been some divine intervention that Zhe Hanzi tattooed the Taoist scripture on his body, or with my blind eye, what use would the written words have? All these years, even when he was playing with me, he never removed his clothing on his upper body. Now I know it was for this. When she thought about this, her face burned and she released a long sigh. What is it? Zhe Hanzi, can you see me from the netherworld? If you married a female ghost and made it your wife, then we do not have forever. 2 days passed, I was very hungry when suddenly, I heard a large army on horseback pass by the hole. From their dialect, I found out they were from Jin dynasty. I came out and asked them for something to eat. The leader of the army saw my pitiful state and decided to give me shelter, bringing me all the way to the palace. Afterwards, I discovered that he was actually the sixth son of the Jin emperor, Prince Zhao. I swept the ground in the back gardens for them, but in the evening, I secretly trained. Such was that I was able to practice for several years and no one noticed anything. They only thought of me as a pitiful blind married woman. One evening, oh, that mischievous young prince. He went looking for birds' eggs in the garden at midnight without telling anyone. I did not see him, but he saw me practicing with my silver whip and thereupon coerced me into teaching him. I taught him 3 moves and he learned them. He was really intelligent. Pleased with his progress, I also passed on to him the Jiu 3 in 1 by 2 Gu 3 Zhua 3, Jiu in White Bone Claw, Tu 1 Xi and 1 Zhang 3 E3, push the heart palm. I wanted him to take the oath of not telling anyone, not even the prince or the princess. If he divulged it to anyone, I told him that I would capture him, break his bones, and send his soul to heaven. Young prince has practiced kung fu and his foundation was not low. He said that Shifu, I also have another male Shifu. This person is not good. I do not like him. I only like you as my Shifu. I will never reveal to him that you are teaching me. He can't compare to you. His kung fu teachings are not effective. Humph, the young prince knew how to flatter. His male Shifu was definitely not incompetent. But I only asked that he did not tell him that he was studying kung fu with me and I in turn would not question him about his Shifu. Several years passed and the young prince said that the Prince Zhao, wanted to go to Mongolia. I asked the prince to allow me to go there with him to offer sacrifice for my husband's grave. Young prince said to me that the prince agreed. The prince doted on him very much and whatever he asked, he agreed. Oh, even if I couldn't find Zhe Hanzi's, thief man, bones, I kept the skin from his flesh next to my own skin all day and all night. Also, why would I offer a sacrifice to his grave? I aimed to find the 7 freaks of Changnan for revenge. But my luck was not good because the 7 elders of Chuanzhen were unexpectedly all in Mongolia. My eyes could not see, how could I match these 7 people? That son of the Red Sun Ma Yes' internal strength was profound. Even though he spoke without effort, his voice was able to travel far. But my going to Mongolia was not in vain because that Ma Yu was asked by me right in his face, what, how, why, and he passed on to me some Ni Gong, internal strength, secrets. After I came back to the palace, I went to the tunnel to practice diligently. Oh, this internal strength could not be completed without guidance. 2 days ago, I was fiercely practicing, leaning on one thigh and vigorously dashing when suddenly my chi arrived at my hip area, I could not move it back up. In light of this, the lower part of my body suffered seriously. If the young prince did not look for me, how would he know that I had an accident while practicing martial arts? Or if this Guo boy did not rush in here, would have starved to death in that tunnel. Humph, it's Zhe Hanzi's ghost that sent him here to rescue me so I kill him to avenge Zhe Hanzi. Ha ha, ha ha. Ha ha, ah, ha ha, humph, ha ha. As Mei Chaofeng laughed madly, her whole body hook and her right hand suddenly made an effort to grab Guo Jing's neck. Guo Jing sensed the danger to his life at this critical moment and tried to turn her hand wrong side up by grasping her wrist, using his external strength. Ma Yes orthodox school teachings were practiced by him for several years so his internal strength was not weak. Mei Chaofeng could not hold her fierce grip as she felt her hand being turned wrong side up by him, forcing it open. Startled, she thought, his boy's kung fu is not bad. Even hit 3 times, Guo Jing applied all his strength in that palm of hand. Mei Chaofeng cried loud and long, lifting her palm to hit him. She was using her Chui 1 Xin 1 Zhang 3, destroying heart palm, unique skill. Guo Jing's level of skill and hers differed too much to begin with, and his left was held firmly by her. How could he move to gain an opening? But he had to exert himself to overcome her strength, lifting his right hand to block. Mei Chaofeng raised her hand to meet his, but only to feel her arm shake. She changed her mind at that moment as she considered, I practiced Nei Gong without anyone to guide me, so that it resulted in a serious illness where my lower body could not move. I heard him say a moment ago that Ma Yu taught him the Chuanjian sect Nei Gong, then it would be convenient if I force him to tell me the Nei Gong secrets. How could I kill him to avenge Zhe Hanzi and only pick his brain later? Fortunately, this boy has not died yet. At that moment, she returned her hand again to grasp Guo Jing's neck and said, You killed my husband, how can you still expect to live? But if you listen to what I have to say, then I'll let you die quickly. If you're stubborn, I will let you experience suffering and misery. It'll start with your finger, biting and chewing it until everything is eaten. She had an accident, resulting in her lower body paralysis. Afterwards, she was starving for days, so when she said that she wanted to eat Guo Jing's finger, it was not just idle talk to intimidate him. Guo Jing felt a shiver as he watched her open mouth, showing several white teeth. He did not dare say a word. Mei Chaofeng asked, Ma Yu taught you how to sit while meditating, how is it done? Guo Jing then understood. Originally, she thought I will teach her Nei Gong. Then later, she will go after my 6 shifu to harm them. Even if I die now, how can I let this jealous woman increase her skill and harm my 6 shifu? He shut his mouth and did not answer immediately. Mei Chaofeng's left hand tightened and Guo Jing felt the pain and the biting cold, but he had made up his mind, so that he said, You want to obtain the orthodox Nei Gong. Give up the idea while it's still early. Mei Chaofeng saw that he was tough and unyielding, so she loosened her hands to let him go as she said softly, I promise you that I will take the medicine to Wang Qi and save his life. Guo Jing felt a shiver of cold. This is an important change. It's good that the lower part of her body cannot move. My 6 shifu have no need to fear her. Thereupon, he said, All right, you make an oath and I in return will pass on to you the training methods. Mei Chaofeng was extremely happy and said, Surname of Guo. The stinky boy with the surname of Guo said that he will teach me the Chuanjian sect Nei Gong methods. If I, Mei Chaofeng, do not deliver the medicine to Wang Qi, may my entire body lose its movement and forever endure misery. As soon as she said this, suddenly to their left some 10 zhang in front of the palace, a person scolded, Stinky boy, come out here and die. When Guo Jing heard the voice, he recognized it as the 3-headed dragon Ho Tong Hai. Another one said, Surely, this small girl is nearby. I'm relieved. She can't run away. The same time that the 2 people were talking, they were also walking away. Guo Jing was startled. Rong Er has not yet left and allowed them to track her trail. Changing his intention, he turned to Mei Chaofeng and said, You still need to do one more thing, otherwise no matter what you force me to endure, I won't tell you the secret. Mei Chaofeng got angry. What is this other thing you have? I don't agree. Guo Jing said, I have a good friend, a young girl. The group of experts from the palace are chasing her. You must rescue her and bring her out of danger. Mei Chaofeng grunted and said, How should I know where she is? If you want me to do it, then quickly, tell me the Nei Gong secret. Her arm immediately tightened. Guo Jing felt his throat constrict, causing him great alarm. However, he was still unyielding and said, Rescue you said. Did not say having no other alternative. Mei Chaofeng said, All right. Then I'm depending on you, but don't think that Mei Chaofeng does things to please others. Today is the exception, you stinky boy. This young girl is your sweetheart. You're really full of affection but dumb. We made a deal. I'm only doing my part. I have agreed to rescue your sweetheart out of danger, but I haven't consented to sparing your life. Guo Jing heard her agree and was glad. Then he raised his voice and called out, Rong Er, come here. Rong Er just after calling twice, suddenly Huang Rong's figure appeared from behind some rose shrubs nearby. She said, "I'm already here." Guo Jing was delighted. "Rong Er, come quickly. She agreed to help you. The others can't harm you now." Huang Rong had been listening to Guo Jing and Mei Chaofeng for some time behind the rose shrubs. She heard how he never gave a thought to his own life and never forgot about her safety. In her gratitude, 2 drops of tears rolled down her cheeks as she shouted at Mei Chaofeng, "Mei Rehua, let him go." Mei Rehua was Mei Chaofeng's name before her master changed it. No one in Jiang who knew, and for dozens of years, she had not heard these 3 characters uttered by anyone. However, today it was being shouted by this person. Greatly startled, she asked, "Who are you?" Huang Rong said clearly, "Tao Huaing 3 La 4 Fei 1 Shen 2 Jian 4, by 4 Hai 3 Chao 2 Xing 1 and 4 Yu 4 Shao 1. The peach blossom shade leaves behind the divine sword, the jade ocean current gives life to the jade flute. I am surnamed Huang." Mei Chaofeng was even more startled and could only stammer, "You Huang Rong called out, "You what?" The East China Sea Taohua Island snapping finger, the pure sound of the cave, the green bamboo forest, the trial sword pavilion, you also remember? Mei Chaofeng knew these places during her discipleship, and when she heard them mentioned now, suddenly a thought came to her and she asked, "Taohua Island Huang Shifu Huang, what is he to you?" Huang Rong said, "Right. Since you have not forgotten my father, he has not forgotten you, too. He is coming to look for you." Mei Chaofeng only wanted to turn around and flee, but how could she move her foot even one step? Frightened and shocked out of her wits, she could only clench her teeth, making a grating noise. She did not know what to do. Huang Rong called out, "Quickly release him." Mei Chaofeng suddenly remembered, Shifu swore that he would never leave Taohua Island, how could he be here? It was only because of this that I and Zhe Hanzi stole the Jiu Yin Zhenjing, 9 manual. He had taken an oath and could not leave the island to pursue. This person is trying to deceive me. I won't let myself get confused. When Huang Rong saw her hesitate, her left foot pointed downwards as she leapt up 10 feet and successively executed 2 half-circles before soaring into the air and wielding a palm towards Mei Chaofeng's head, intending to hit her. It was precisely the law of 4ing 1 Shen 2 Jian 4 Zhang 3, Fallen Hero Divine Sword Palm, a center move of the Jiang 1 Qing 2 Fei 1 Hua 1, River Town Flying Blossom. She called out, "My father taught you this move. Have you forgotten?" Mei Chaofeng heard the noise of the air rustling around her, but she kept still, her suspicion still in place, though she raised her hand and softly called out, "Shi Mei, apprentice sister, you have spoken with Shifu?" Huang Rong let her body drop, using one hand to pull and then drag Guo Jing to her side. Originally, Huang Rong was the Taohua Island, Peach Blossom Island, Master Huang Yaoshi's only daughter. Before giving birth to her, her mother had a turn for the worse, which caused her to be physically and mentally exhausted, leading to her death after a difficult labor. Huang Yaoshi had a fit afterwards, expelling all his disciples from the island, leaving only the father and the daughter alone there. Huang Yaoshi was called Dong Xie, Eastern Heretic, because of his peculiarity of conduct. He often said that the etiquette and customs of the world were all nonsense. His love for his daughter was excessive and he naturally did nothing to control her, thus allowing her to become arrogant and willful. Although she was intelligent, she was not willing to focus her mind on learning martial arts. Her father was actually very proficient in the yin-yang 5 lines, learning these methods from several classics. She was able to learn when still very young, but even though her father had already reached a divine level, she was nevertheless unable to go beyond the Taohua Island martial arts basics. One day, she was playing in the island when she came upon her father's enemy imprisoned in the cave. Feeling lonely, she conversed with that person, talking for almost half a day. The person's words were interesting to her so that she often returned, seeking him out only to speak with him, finding relief in that exercise. Afterwards, Master Huang Yaoshi found out and reproached her severely. Huang Rong had never been beaten or scolded by her father, so she reacted with anger and self-pity. Her cunning and unreasonable temperament manifested itself suddenly, and she took the boat to escape Taohua Island, thinking that no one cared for her there. Thus, she cut all wish for it and disguised herself as a poor, miserable youth, going in all directions, dissolute, though in her heart she was still with her father. She thought angrily, since you don't love me, then I will make the world feel most pitiful for a young beggar. I'm not sure about this. This is the text. However, she did not expect to meet Guo Jing in Zhangjiago. At first, she went to the wine shop with him to spend his money and cause a disturbance, intending to lay on him her resentment towards her father. Who would have thought that he would be so dumb with no idea at all, talking with her as though they were old friends and even giving her his horse, showing his concern. She was bitter and lonely, thinking about how she deceived him, but he continued to treat her honestly. She was touched. Since then, the two of them became good friends. Huang Rong once listened to her father speak about Qin Xianfeng and Mei Cheifeng's affair in great detail, and because of this, she learned about Mei Cheifeng's maiden name and the lines Taohua in 3 La 4 Fei 1 Shen 2 Jian 4, by 4 Hai 3 Chao 2 Sheng 1 and 4 Yu 4 Shao 1, the peach blossom leaves behind the divine sword, the jade green sea gives life to the jade flute, which was the heretical couplet that hung inside the sword trial pavilion and which embodied the principles of Huang Yaoxi's Wugong. Every Taohua Island disciple knew this. Since she knew that her Wugong could not rival Mei Cheifeng's, she then lied and told her that her father was coming. As a result, Mei Chaofeng was frightened into releasing Guo Jing. She thought, if Shifu is indeed coming, how will I know that he won't kill me? She remembered that Huang Yaoshi had a ruthless nature and his methods were mean. She could not stop her face from going ashen and her whole body from shaking, as though Huang Yaoshi, his face grim, was already standing in front. Her whole body became limp. It was as though she had lost her kung fu skills as she bent on the ground and shakingly said, "Disciples, many sins make her deserving of death. But I beseech Shifu to take pity because my two eyes are blind and my lower body is handicapped. Please grant disciple leniency, even though disciple is no better than a swine or a dog." Then she remembered how Huang Yaoshi used to treat her with favor. Fearing that his heart had changed, her bosom was filled with shame as she said, "No, Shifu does not need to be lenient. Punish me severely." The whole time Guo Jing was with her, she always appeared to be fierce, her manners evil. Even when faced with a great enemy or when climbing up that steep precipice, she remained unfazed as though nothing mattered. However, when Huang Rong mentioned her father, her whole person unexpectedly changed, which he thought was very strange. Huang Rong was secretly laughing as she pulled Guo Jing by the hand and led him towards the wall outside. But before they could leap over the wall to escape, they were stopped by a clear voice. A person came, chuckling softly, his hand holding a folding fan. He laughed, "Daughter, I'm not certain you can manage to climb that." Huang Rong saw that it was Ouyang Ku. She knew his kung fu skills and knew that it would be difficult to get past him. So, she immediately turned to Mei Chaofeng and said, "Mei Shitzi, elder martial sister Mei, father is always willing to listen to me. I can ask favor for you. But first, you have to do something meritorious so father can forgive you." Mei Chaofeng asked, "What merit?" Huang Rong said, "There's a bad person who wants to bully me. I will pretend to go along, but you won't allow the enemy to strike or beat me. Once father comes and see you helping me, he'll be pleased." Mei Chaofeng heard that her younger apprentice sister was willing to ask her father for a favor. Her spirit was revived. While they spoke, 4 of Ouyang Ke's concubines arrived. Huang Rong dragged Guo Jing behind Mei Chaofeng to avoid getting in the way, only waiting for Mei Chaofeng or Ouyang Ku to open moves and take the opportunity to sneak off. Ouyang Ku saw Mei Chaofeng sitting on the ground, her hair disheveled and her whole body covered with dark skin. She was clutching tightly the upper part of her bosom. Opening his folding fan lightly, he moved forward to catch Huang Rong when suddenly he felt a force heading towards his chest. He looked down to find the woman on the ground stretching out her hand to grab him. He had never encountered such level of strength in one stance before. Shocked, he hastily struck towards her wrist with his fan and at the same time, leapt away. He heard a scoff, ka-la, and loud successive cries. The front piece of Ouyang Ke's jacket was torn, his fan broken into two, and his 4 concubines collapsing to the ground. He took a quick look around and saw that all 4 women had been violently killed, their spirits left their bodies as soon as they were hit. The tops of their heads were covered in blood and brain matter gushed out of the 5 holes at the center. The swiftness and viciousness of the move was extremely rare. Ouyang Ke was surprised and angry at the same time when he saw the woman still sitting motionless as though paralyzed. His fear was lessened and he quickly launched into a stance passed on by his family, Shen Tu Tua Tu Shui 3 Shan 1 Zhang 3, Divine Camel Snowy Mountain Palm. His body floated as his palm prepared to attack. Mei Chaifeng's 10 fingers were sharp, each one poised to grab him and squeeze the air out of him while she sneered. How could Ouyang Ke dare to get close? Huang Rong pulled Guo Jing so they could walk away when suddenly they heard a mad roar coming from behind. Ho Tonghai's 2 fists headed towards them. Huang Rong leaned slightly to one side. When Ho Tonghai saw this, he aimed for her shoulders, feeling pleased with himself. His blunt brain did not calculate fast enough and it was then that he abruptly remembered that she was wearing the prickly soft hedgehog armor. He gave out a loud cry, hastily withdrawing his 2 fists, clapping both before hitting his own forehead above the 3 bumps, only to yell out in pain. Where else could he grab her besides her hair? At that moment, Sha Tongtian, Liang Ziwen, and Peng Lianhu all rushed in. Liang Ziwen saw Ouyang Ke engaged in a dangerous fight, his long gown torn and ragged, and realized that this woman was the same one who pretended to be a ghost in the tunnel. Roaring angrily, he went forward to attack. Sha Tongtian and the others saw Mei Chaifeng's stances were fierce. They were all astonished and so decided to keep close guard, waiting for the first opportunity to attack. They thought, where does this woman's high wugong come from? Peng Lianhu watched and after figuring it out, he shouted, the twin corpses of the dark winds. Huang Rong's body moved swiftly, first hiding to the east before flashing to the west. How could Ho Tonghai grab her hair? Huang Rong saw that his hands were always aiming for the top of her head and so was able to surmise his real intention. She darted towards the rose bushes and hid behind it. Then, she used a piece of metal and stuck some thorns around it before inserting it around her head. Afterwards, she poked her head out and called, I'm over here. Ho Tonghai was greatly pleased, sending out a hand to grab the top of her head as he said, this time, you can't get away, smelly boy Ao, Ao. Sure go, martial brother, the smelly boy's head also has thorns. His palm had been punctured by the metal tips, causing him to jump out in pain. Huang Rong laughingly said, your head has 3 horns. It's not fair. I only have 1 horn. Let's do this again. Ho Tonghai called out, if you don't come, then you can't come again. Sha Tongtian scolded, do not shout. Then he hurried over to his side to help. By that time, Mei Chaofeng was engaging 2 masters who were attacking together. Suddenly, she sent her arm back to grab Guo Jing's chest, calling out, hold my legs. Guo Jing did not understand what she meant but he wanted to help her fight the 2 powerful enemies. At her words, he immediately bent down and grabbed her legs. Mei Chaofeng used her left hand to resist Ouyang Ke's palm while her right hand thrust towards Liang Ziwen. She said to Guo Jing, carry me to chase after that old man Liang. Guo Jing suddenly understood, originally, her body cannot move. She wants me to help her. Thereupon, he placed Mei Chaofeng on his shoulders, according to her instructions, and hurried after the fleeing enemy. His body had a strong kung fu basis and Mei Chaifeng's body was not heavy so even though she was on his shoulders, it did nothing to diminish his speed. He quickly leapt and Mei Chaofeng soared along with him. I'm not sure about the next ones. The translation for the Nei Gong secret sounds a bit off. So, please, Anyan, if you can piece it together, please do. Mei Chaofeng did not forget about the Nei Gong secret, so even though she was facing the enemy, she also asked, to practice Nei Gong, how is it done? Guo Jing replied, sit cross-legged, 5 hearts facing the heaven. Mei Chaofeng asked, what are the 5 hearts facing the heaven? Guo Jing said, 2 hands, 2 feet, and the head all become 5 hearts. Mei Chaofeng was delighted and her spirits rose. She reached out to brush the shoulders of Liang Ziwang, whose blood jumped as he started and ran away. Guo Jing was about to chase after him when suddenly the Dragon King Sha Tong Tian ran in front of him to help his apprentice brother capture Huang Rong. Startled, he hastily carried Mei Chaofeng towards them, shouting, first, let's take care of these two. Mei Chaofeng stretched out her left arm, heading towards Ho Tonghai. Ho Tonghai anxiously withdrew, trying to dodge. Who would have thought Mei Chaofeng's arm would be so violent as though it had the strength of an ape? Although Ho Tonghai's dodging was quick, her arm was still able to follow his body, grabbing him, the fingers of her right hand already digging into him. Ho Tonghai's entire body went numb. He could no longer move. He shouted, spare my life, I have surrendered. The Legend of the Condor Heroes Chapter 11. Changchun admits defeat. Original translation by Mojo Jojo. Seeing his disciple brother in critical danger, Sha Tong Tian leapt over to quickly try and break Mei Chaofeng's grip. As soon as their hands met, they were both felt their arms struck by a sudden ache. Meanwhile, over to their left came the sound of darts whizzing through the air. Peng Lianhu was throwing his darts directly at Mei Chaofeng. She deftly shifted her arm and threw Ho Tonghai straight towards the stream of darts. Aiyo! Yelled Ho Tonghai as the darts smacked into his body. Huang Rong called out, congratulations, 3-horned dragon. You have managed to catch so many darts. Sha Tong Tian, seeing the amazing power of Mei Chaofeng's throw and his disciple brother down on the ground seriously injured, leaped over towards Ho Tonghai and with a stretch of his hand pulled him upright. Ho Tonghai flew up like a paper sparrow but almost immediately looked as if he would collapse again. There was no strength left in his body. Not sure of the next line, I think somehow Sha Tong Tian managed to accidentally hit Ho Tonghai when he reached out to grab him and ended up hitting on his 3 carbuncles. All these events happened within a blink of an eye. Whilst this was going on, Ouyang Ku and Liang Ziwang were attacking Mei Chaofeng from the front and rear in concert with Sha Tong Tian, who was attacking from the right. Mei Chaofeng was able to judge by the sound of the darts in the air where they were and sent them flying back in 4 directions towards Ouyang, Liang, Sha and Peng. She asked, what does, gather the 5 bunches, mean? Guo Jing replied, the eastern ghosts wood, western souls metal, southern spirits fire, northern essences water, central wills earth. Mei Chaofeng called out, Aiyo! I might have guessed earlier. What does the perform the 4 harmonious signs mean? Guo Jing replied, hide the eyes, concentrate the hearing, regulate the breath, seal the tongue qi. Mei Chaofeng sighed, so this is the original meaning. What about the 5 primary chambers, or courts of the palace? Again Guo Jing replied, don't use your eyes to see, rather locate your soul in the liver, don't use your ears to listen, rather locate your essence in the kidneys, don't use your mouth to chant, rather locate your spirit in the heart, don't use your nose to smell, rather locate your soul in your lungs, don't move with your 4 limbs, rather locate your mind/concentration in your spleen. These are 5 primary chambers. The 4 harmonious signs and 5 primary chambers were key techniques contained in the 9 Yin scripture practiced by monks. Not having anyone to explain the meanings of these key phrases to her, Mei Chaofeng had struggled without success for over 10 years to understand them. Now with Guo Jing's explanations she suddenly understood everything and was extremely pleased. Again she pressed for more information. Now, how do I perform the gathering 3 flower tops? This technique was the crucial key to putting everything together. She had strived all those years for just this key point, so she listened intently for Guo Jing's answer. Guo Jing replied, essence is transformed into qi, qi is transformed into spirit. Mei Chaofeng, by concentrating on Guo Jing's words, became less attentive to the fight and her four opponents. Just as Guo Jing was saying the two sentences, she was struck on her left shoulder and right side by Ouyang Ku and Sha Tongshan's fists. She felt a severe pain that was hard to bear. Originally Huang Rong had planned to have Mei Chaofeng detain their enemies in a fight whilst she and Guo Jing took the opportunity to slip away. She never expected that Guo Jing would be dragged into the fighting as well, becoming a steed carrying a mount into the battle, making it impossible for them to get away. Now she became both worried and angry. Meanwhile Mei Chaofeng was becoming alarmed at suddenly being thrown on the defensive and called out, "Hey! What did you do to annoy so many fierce opponents? Shifu! Where are you?" At this time Mei Chaofeng's thoughts were in deep conflict. On the one hand she was hoping her old Shifu would appear and see with his own eyes how she was helping to save his daughter from the savage onslaught of these four highly skilled martial artists and would leap in to help her dispatch them. On the other hand, when she thought about how wild and strange his nature was, she was struck with a terror of meeting him again. Huang Rong called out, "He's coming soon, but why worry? These couple of guys are no match for you. Even if you just sit on the ground, none of them would be able to harm a hair on your head." She was hoping that with a bit of flattery Mei Chaofeng would feel emboldened enough to let Guo Jing go and fight it out alone. However, Mei Chaofeng had already begun to feel that she was not able to manage the four opponents by herself. She was already showing signs of despondency, and no amount of flattery was going to make her change her mind. Furthermore, she still had a few more questions to ask Guo Jing about the secrets of the sutra and was not about to let him go even if she could win the fight sitting alone on the ground. After a few more strikes were exchanged, Liang Zaiwang suddenly leaped with a cry into the air. Mei Chaofeng felt someone executing a sneak attack and extended both arms to block and sweep in defense. She felt her hair being pulled upwards by Liang Zaiwang. Huang Rong saw the situation was critical and struck outwards with her fist towards Liang Zaiwang's back. Liang Zaiwang hooked his right hand backwards and grabbed Huang Rong's wrist whilst maintaining his grip on Mei Chaofeng's hair with his left hand. Mei Chaofeng however struck upwards and forced Liang Zaiwang to release his grip in order to avoid being hit by her powerful attack. Peng Lian, who had been fighting with Mei Chaofeng for a while before he became aware that she was actually one of the evil pair of the Dark Winds pair. Seeing Huang Rong aiding her, he called out, "You lying brat! You denied that you are a disciple of the evil Dark Winds sect, but it's obvious that you are." Huang Rong laughed. "She? My Shifu? Even if she trained for another 100 years she still wouldn't be good enough to become my Shifu." Peng Lian, who clearly saw that Huang Rong's gongfu attacks were very similar to those of the Dark Winds school, yet she not only continued to deny she was a disciple, but actually went so far as to insult Mei Chaofeng. He couldn't think of why she would be doing this, leaving him astonished. Sha Tongtian yelled to kill the man, "First shoot his horse," and shot out a kick towards Guo Jing with his right foot. This change of tactic took Mei Chaofeng off guard. She thought this kid's martial arts skills are very low. He can't possibly defend himself against their attacks. If I don't act fast I'll be dispatched by them. There was the sound of a low whistle as she bent low and shot out her hand as if to grab Sha Tongshan's foot. Yanka took advantage of this moment to launch an attack against her back. However, Mei Chaofeng just gave a humph and shook her right hand, causing something to flash in the moonlight. All of a sudden a silver whip appeared, dancing and weaving all around her and Guo Jing, forming an impenetrable barrier. Lien Penghu thought to himself, if we don't kill her now, then when her husband the Copper Corpse arrives we will all be in deep trouble. The events of that night when Chen Xianfeng had died had not become known about in the martial world. However, the infamy of the two Dark Winds was widely known, and their reputation was such that even a highly feared martial artist such as Heimself was struck with dread at the thought of facing both of them together. Mei Chaofeng's poison dragon silver whip was powerful in the extreme. If anyone approached from any direction they would die instantly. But Sha Tongtian, Peng Lianhu, Liang Zaiwang and O Yanka were not about to give up so easily. Suddenly there was the sound of a whistle and Peng Lianhu began tunneling under the ground. Mei Chaofeng was prepared to defend against the sky and all four directions but not from below. At the sound of digging she became greatly alarmed and struck a slap down on the ground. Seeing Guo Jing in danger, Huang Rong was about to rush to his aid but Mei Chaofeng was one step quicker. Using her long silver whip, she had already weaved a defensive barrier around herself and Guo Jing, making it impossible for Huang Rong or anyone to penetrate. However, Huang Rong knew that with just Mei Chaofeng's individual might, she would not be able to successfully defend against Peng Lianhu's attack for much longer. Sensing that the situation was dire, Huang Rong yelled, "Everyone hold it, I have something to say." But Peng Lianhu of course paid no heed to her. Why should he? Huang Rong was preparing to raise her voice again when a voice from atop the wall said, "Everyone hold it, I have something to say." Huang Rong turned her head and saw 6 figures on top of the wall, some taller, some shorter. In the darkness of night, she could not make out their faces clearly. Peng Lianhu and the others knew that some people had arrived, but did not know if they were friend or foe. At present, the battles were growing ever more intense and nobody could bring themselves to stop. 2 people leapt down from the wall and headed straight for Ouyang-ku, one waving a whip and the other raising a pole. The short plump man that held the whip exclaimed, "You lecher, let's see you escape this time." Upon hearing this voice, Guo Jing yelled gladly, "Shifu! Save me!" The 6 people that just arrived were the 6 freaks of Jiangnan. After parting with Guo Jing at the inn, the freaks had tailed the 8 girls from White Camel Mountain. When they discovered that Ouyang-ku was leading his concubines to abduct innocent girls at night, they fought him there and then. After all, how could the 6 freaks of Jiangnan sit by and do nothing while such atrocities were being committed? Although Ouyang-ku was highly skilled, the 6 freaks had spent more than a decade in the desert working hard and had improved significantly since they left the Central Plains. Surrounded by 6 fighters, Ouyang-ku was hit by Ku Zhengyi's mace and subsequently had his left little finger dislocated, courtesy of Zhu Tsong's bone dislocation technique. Left with no choice, Ouyang-ku was forced to leave the abducted girls behind and flee. The 2 concubines that had accompanied Ouyang-ku for the mission, however, were killed by Nan Shiren and Quan Jin Fa. After escorting the teenage girls back to their homes, the 6 freaks went in pursuit of Ouyang-ku. But Ouyang-ku was extremely sly, he must have taken another route and thus, the 6 freaks were unable to locate him. They knew that, individually, none of them were his match, and so they did not dare to split up and search. Fortunately, the girls who rode on white camels had a strange and distinct way of dressing, and it was not difficult to ask around for their whereabouts. Thus, the 6 freaks pursued them all the way to Zhao Palace. Ouyang-ku's white robes stood out in the darkness, and Han Baoju together with Nan Shiren attacked immediately. Upon hearing Guo Jing's cry, the 6 freaks were both surprised and glad. Zhu Tsong and the rest then looked more closely and saw that the person weaving the barrier with a long, silver whip was none other than Iron Corpse, Mei Chaofeng. Mei was sitting on Guo Jing's shoulder and it certainly looked like Guo Jing had fallen into her clutches. Their faces paling in shock, Han Shaoying immediately brandished her sword and rushed forward, Quan Jin Fa tumbled into the silver whip's defensive radius, both hoping to rescue Guo Jing. Peng Lianhu and the others already thought it strange that 6 people should suddenly arrive. Now these 6 people were attacking both Ouyang-ku and Iron Corpse, making it even more impossible to tell whose side they were on. Peng Lianhu halted his attack and, still using his earthen palm, got out of the whip's radius. "Everyone stop fighting, I have something to say," he shouted. Like a large booming bell, his shout rang aloud in everyone's ears. Liang Ziwang and Sha Tongtian were the first to stop fighting. Ku Zhengyi could tell from his shout that this person was a force to be reckoned with and called out, "Third brother, 7th sister, don't be rash." Upon hearing their eldest brother's orders, Han Baoju and the rest backed off. Mei Chao Feng had also withdrawn her silver whip and was panting. Huang Rong stepped forward and told her, "You have reaped much credit for yourself this time. My father will be pleased." Using both arms, she motioned to Guo Jing, telling him to toss Mei Chao Feng away. Guo Jing understood Huang Rong, and knew that she had spoken to Mei Chao Feng to distract her. He said, "The three flowers gathered atop is essence transformed into qi, qi transformed into spirit, spirit transformed into nothingness. Remember that." Mei Chao Feng pondered, then asked, "How does one transform?" Suddenly, she felt her body soar through the air. While she had been dwelling on the deeper meanings of this Nei Gong, internal energy, mantra, Guo Jing had seized the opportunity and tossed her more than 10 feet away. At the same time, he had summoned his energy and leapt backward, but even before he could land, Mice Poison Dragon's silver whip was already flying towards him, its hook sparkling brightly. Han Bao Ju exclaimed, "Not good." He unleashed his own whip and the two whips met. Suffering waves of shock from the extremely close shave, Han Bao Ju's whip was snatched by her Poison Dragon's silver whip. Mei Chao Feng was just about to land hard on the ground, but her outstretched palm met the ground first, and she lightly seated herself. Having heard Ko Zhengyi's voice and fought briefly with Han Xiaoying, she knew the 7 freaks of Jiang Nan must have arrived. Her heart filled with loathing and at the same time a little fear, she thought to herself, "I have searched everywhere for them in vain, and now they have delivered themselves to me. If it were any other day, I would have thanked the heavens, but this night I was surrounded by other strong enemies and already found them hard to handle. Now, with the addition of these 7 scoundrels, I cannot possibly hope to live past tonight." She gritted her teeth and decided, "I have no grudge with Liang Ziwang and the others. As for the 7 freaks, I will fight them to the death and make sure that if I perish, they perish with me. One dead freak is one less, I'll take as many as I can with me." Gripping her Poison Dragon silver whip, she listened carefully to the 7 freaks' movements and wondered, out of 7 only 6 came, I wonder where the other is ambushed. She did not know that the laughing Buddha Zhang A Sheng had already been killed by her husband on that fateful night in the steppes. The 6 freaks, Sha Tong Tian and the others all knew the power of her silver whip and stood far away from her, careful not to stray within 40 to 50 feet of her. For a moment, all was silent. Zhu Tsong whispered to Guo Jing, "Why are they fighting? Why are you helping that wretch?" Guo Jing replied, "They wanted to kill me, but she saved me." But Zhu Tsong and the other freaks remained puzzled. Peng Lian who called out, "What business do you have, sneaking into the palace in the middle of the night? Leave your names." Ko Zhengyi replied coldly, "My surname is Ku. We are 7 brothers, and people call us the 7 freaks of Jiang Nan." Peng Lian who said, "Ah, so it is the 7 heroes from Jiang Nan. I have long admired." Sha Tong Tian said in a strange voice, "Great, the 7 freaks have come knocking on my door. I have long wanted to spar with you and see just how good you are." Upon hearing it was the 7 freaks of Jiang Nan, he immediately remembered the shame his 4 disciples had suffered. In one swift movement, he stole forward. Appraising the 7 freaks, he saw that Ku Zhengyi was blind, Han Xiaoying was a woman, Quan Jin Fa was skin and bones, Han Bao Ju was short and fat, Zhu Tsong had the air of someone cultured but not the air of a pugilist of them, only Nan Shiren had the bold, proud quality of a fighter. Not wanting to waste his time on the rest, he struck straight towards Nan Shiren's head. Nan Shiren stuck his pole in the ground and met Sha Tong Tian's palm with his own. After a few moves, it was clear that Nan Shiren was not his match. Han Xiaoying and Quan Jin Fa readied their weapons, sword and scale respectively, and rushed forward to help. With a roar, Peng Lian who leapt towards Quan Jin Fa and attempted to grab his weapon. Upon sensing Peng Lian's intentions, Quan Jin Fa quickly drew back his weapon and sent both ends of it, a scale mace and scale hook, flying towards Peng. For all of Peng Lian's experience in the martial world, he had never seen anything like Quan Jin Fa's weapon before. With a weird python flip, he dodged Quan's attack and exclaimed, "What is this? You're using a scale from the market as a weapon." Quan Jin Fa retorted, "This hand scale of mine is precisely for weighing you lot of skinny pigs." In a fit of anger, Peng Lian, who rushed forward with both palms striking furiously Quan Jin Fa, was, of course, unable to break his attack. Seeing his sixth brother in danger, Han Baoju quickly went to his aid. Though he no longer had his whip, his basic melee was still quite powerful. But even with 2 versus 1, Peng Lian who still seemed almost impossible to handle. Ku Zhengyi flourished his staff, Zhu Tsong brandished his fan, and both joined in the battle. Ku Zhengyi and Zhu Tsong were much more powerful than the rest of their brothers, so naturally with their addition, the battle tipped in the freak's favor. Over at the other side, the battle between Ho Tonghai and Huang Rong had grown extremely intense. Ho Tonghai's Wugong was by right better than hers, but when he thought of this rascal's soft hedgehog armor and the thorns that resided even in her hair, his fist and palm strikes did not even dare come into contact with her body, much less grab her by her hair. Sensing his fear and hesitation, Huang Rong took full advantage and charged about brashly, forcing him to back away repeatedly. Ho Tonghai shouted, "This is unfair. Take off your soft hedgehog armor before we continue fighting." Huang Rong replied, "Sure, but you must first slice off those 3 lumps on your forehead, if not then it's also unfair." Ho Tonghai retorted, "My 3 lumps do not hurt anyone." Huang Rong replied, "I feel disgusted when I see them, isn't that letting you have a huge advantage? On the count of 3, you slice off your lumps and I'll take off my armor." Ho Tonghai replied angrily, "I will not." Huang Rong said, "It's a very good trade-off, I think you should." Ho Tonghai exclaimed, "I will not fall for your tricks. I won't slice them off no matter what you say." Ouyang Ku saw that the battle was not going well and thought, "I'll kill these 6 scoundrels first. That wretch is unable to escape anyway, we can finish her off later." Wanting to show off his skills, he pointed both feet and displayed his family's 1,000 miles in a flash, a superior Qin Gong technique, and promptly appeared beside Ku Zhengyi. He shouted, "Blind scoundrel, they'll let you have a taste of your master's prowess for being such a busybody." Moving forward, Ouyang Ku struck out his right palm. Ku Zhengyi roused the end of his staff to meet the strike but caught nothing, only the sound of wind brushing past his right ear. Instead, the real attack came from the left with Ouyang Ku's reverse left palm flying towards him. Ku Zhengyi dipped his head to avoid being struck, then used the diamond guard staff technique and fiercely attacked forward, but by this time, Ouyang Ku was already embroiled with Nan Shiren. Skillfully weaving his way through, Ouyang Ku had already attempted fatal blows on all 6 freaks within a short period of time. From the beginning, Liang Ziwang's vision never shifted from Guojing. Upon seeing that the 6 freaks' defeat was imminent, he immediately tried to grab Guojing with both outstretched arms. Guojing hurriedly resisted, but of course he was not Liang Ziwang's match. After exchanging a few moves, Liang Ziwang had successfully grabbed him by the chest and with his right hand, gripped Guojing's stomach. Guojing shrunk his stomach in anxiety and his clothes tore with a ripping sound. The bags of medicine had been snatched away. Liang Ziwang knew the bags contained medicine. He had sniffed it out long ago and now conveniently pocketed them, followed by a second strike on Guojing. Guojing successfully struggled out of the grip on his chest and sprinted towards Mei Chao Feng, yelling, "Hey! Save me, quick!" Mei Chao Feng thought to herself, "There are still many things I don't understand about that mysterious school of Nei Gong." Panting, she said aloud, "Come hold my legs, don't be afraid of that old bat." Guojing knew to hold her legs was easy, but to escape after that would be hard. Thus, he did not dare to go close to her, instead sprinting wildly around her in circles. Though Guojing had already entered the perimeter of her silver whip, Liang Ziwang still followed him relentlessly, nonetheless still wary of a sneak attack. Mei Chao Feng pinpointed Guojing's position with her hearing and unleashed her silver whip across the floor and towards his legs. Although Huang Rong was engaged in a duel with Ho Tong Hai, she already had the upper hand with her soft hedgehog armor and had always been looking out for Guojing. First he was captured by Liang Ziwang, but she was too far away to help and was anxious to the extreme. Then Guojing sprinted into Mei Chaofeng's perimeter, her whip was flying towards him and he was unable to dodge. Out of anxiety, Huang Rong flew in their direction and threw herself in front of the whip. Mei Chaofeng's silver whip withdrew itself upon hitting a target and circled back, wrapping itself around Huang Rong's waist. Huang Rong was thrown up into the air and shouted, "You dare hurt me, Mei Roa Hua." Mei Chaofeng heard that it was Huang Rong's voice and this gave her a huge shock. She thought, my whip is littered with reversed hooks. Now that I've injured her, Shifu has more reason not to spare me. But I have already gone this far, and either way I have already betrayed my school. I'll kill her first. Rousing her silver whip, she pulled Huang Rong closer towards her and rested her on the ground, thinking that all the hooks must have tore deep into her flesh by now. She never expected the hooks to tear only Huang Rong's clothes, leaving her body completely unharmed. Huang Rong said laughingly, "You tore my clothes, I want compensation." Mei Chaofeng was surprised to hear no hint of pain in her voice, then thought, Shifu has naturally given his soft hedgehog armor to her. Feeling lenient, she said aloud, "That was my fault. I will return you a nice new set of clothing." Huang Rong signaled for Guojing to come over, and he did so. The two of them now stood 10 feet or so within Mei Chaofeng, somewhere Liang Ziwang did not dare to venture. Over at the other end, the 6 freaks of Jiangnan had formed a tight circle with their backs towards each other's and were trying their best to resist Sha Tong Tian, Peng Lianhu, Ouyang Ku and Ho Tong Hai. This was a formation they had mastered in the deserts of Mongolia. When faced with tough opponents, this formation made it unnecessary for them to defend their backs and instantly increased their power by half. But Sha, Peng and Ouyang were simply too strong and the dangers came in all directions, the 6 freaks were far from their match. Not long after, Han Baoju's arm was injured. Han Baoju knew that if he left the formation there would be a loophole for their opponents to exploit, their lives and Guojing's would be in grave danger. Thus, he could only grit his teeth and hold on with great effort. Among their opponents, Peng Lianhu was the most vicious in his attacks and repeatedly targeted Han Baoju. Guojing saw that the situation was urgent and rushed towards them with flying feet. With the double palm technique separating cloud and moon, he aimed for Peng Lianhu's back. Peng Lianhu let out a chilling laugh and with a wave of his hand, dismissed Guojing's attack. In just 3 moves, Guojing found himself in a state of emergency. Huang Rong saw that he was unable to escape and in her anxiety, suddenly remembered the saying, "A simple man is sinless, but a man wearing a piece of jade will be sinned against." Thus, she yelled, "Mei Chaofeng, you stole my father's Jiao Yin Sutra, hand it to me now so I can return it to father." At this, Mei Chaofeng went cold and did not respond. Sha Tong Tian, Peng Lianhu, Ouyang Ku and Liang Ziwang immediately shifted their attention to Mei Chaofeng and attacked. All 4 harbored the same thought, the Jiao Yin Sutra is the world's top martial arts manual. So it really has been with the twin killers of the dark winds all along at present, all 4 couldn't care less about anything else. Their only focus was to kill Mei Chaofeng and obtain the Jiao Yin Sutra. Mei Chaofeng began brandishing her silver whip and for the moment, none of them dared to venture within its perimeter. Seeing them being lured away by the Jiao Yin Sutra, Huang Rong whispered to Guojing urgently, "Let's go." At this moment, a figure emerged from the thicket and was hurrying towards them. It shouted, "Gentlemen! Father requires your help with something urgent." The person wore a gold cap crookedly on his head and his voice was filled with worry. He was none other than the little prince, Wan Yen Kong. Peng Lianhu and the others all thought, "Prince Zhao has been generous in exchange for our services. Now that there is something urgent, how can we not go to his aid?" At this thought they backed off reluctantly, not bearing to give up the Jiao Yin Sutra. Their gaze still lingered on Mei Chaofeng. Wan Yen Kong said softly, my mother has been abducted by villains. Father has requested that you help to rescue her, please set off at once. Wan Yen Honglai had originally led his troops out of the palace to chase Bao Shiroa, but they lost sight of her after a while. Remembering the resourceful pugilists in his residence, he hurriedly sent his son to summon them. Wang Yen Kong was caught up in anxiety and the night was dark, so he did not notice Mei Chaofeng seated on the ground. Peng Lian Hu and the others thought, oh my, the consort has been abducted? If we don't go to her rescue, what are we here for? They further thought, it must be the 7 freaks. 6 of them have led us here to distract us, allowing the other to go abduct the consort. This Jiu Yin Sutra or whatever will have to wait. Anyway, with so many accomplished fighters around, I can't hope to claim the sutra for myself. I'll need to come up with a plan some other time. With that, they hurriedly followed Wang Yen Kong. Liang Ziweng trailed behind, still longing for the blood in Guo Jing's body. He actually didn't care about rescuing the consort but was alone in wanting to stay behind, and so had no choice but to follow miserably. Guo Jing called, hey, return me my medicine. Fuming, Liang Ziweng turned and fired a bone-penetrating projectile straight at his head. The projectile cut through the night wind with incredible strength. Zhu Tsong dashed forward and deflected the projectile with the handle of his fan. As the projectile fell, he caught it with his left hand and held it to his nose to have a sniff. Ah, he said, seals throats when it sees blood, this bone-penetrating meridian nail. Hearing the name of his secret weapon startled Liang Ziwang, he spun around and yelled, what? Zhu Tsong went up to him and stretched out his palm, the meridian nail resting on it. He said lightly, I'll give it back to you, old mister. Liang Ziwang retrieved it calmly. He knew that with Zhu Tsong's low level of Wugong, he could not harm him. Zhu Tsong saw that Liang Ziwang's left sleeve was dirted with mud and grass, and used his own sleeve to swipe the dirt away. Liang Ziwang said angrily, I don't need your bootlicking. With that, he turned around and left. Guo Jing was in a miserable position. If he went back just like that without the medicine, all the night's misadventures would have been for naught, but if he tried to snatch it forcefully, he would undoubtedly be defeated by Liang Ziwang. He was just hesitating when Ku Zhengyi said, let's go back. Ku Zhengyi leapt to the top of the palace walls, and the other 5 freaks followed suit. Pointing at Mei Chaofeng, Han Xiaoying said, elder brother, what about her? Ku Zhengyi replied, we promised Priest Ma to spare her life. Huang Rong did not acknowledge the 6 freaks and leapt on to the other end of the wall, grinning. Mei Chaofeng hollered, little martial sister, where is Shifu? Huang Rong giggled and said, of course my father is in Peach Blossom Isle, why do you ask? Are you going to pay him a visit? Mei Chaofeng seethed, her breath growing heavier and quicker. After a moment, she said, didn't you just say that Shifu was on his way here? Still laughing, Huang Rong replied, he doesn't know you're here, but rest assured I'll tell him for you. I'm sure he'll come straight away. Don't worry, I'm not bluffing. Enraged, Mei Chaofeng propped herself up with both hands and sprung up suddenly. With staggering steps, she charged towards Huang Rong. Originally, Mei Chaofeng had lost the use of her legs as a result of forcefully practicing the Nei Gong she didn't understand. A stream of qi had flowed down to her lower dantian energy field, and was unable to work its way back up, paralyzing her lower body with numbness. She had stubbornly continued attempting to work the qi back upwards, but the harder she tried, the stronger the resistance met. Presently her senses were consumed with fury, so much so that she forgot about her paralysis. She was in a state where she had disengaged from herself, her body. She was only aware of a violent surge of anger rushing up to her heart. Suddenly her legs had become part of her body again and she charged towards Huang Rong. Shocked that Mei Chaofeng had regained the use of her legs, Huang Rong leapt down to the other side and took flight into the night. Suddenly regaining her senses, Mei Chaofeng thought, how come I can walk now? With this thought, a sudden wave of numbness washed over her legs and she fell, losing consciousness. For the 6 freaks to kill her now was a piece of cake, but they had a prior agreement with Ma Yu to spare her life. Thus, they leapt over the wall and left the palace together with Guo Jing. Han Xiaoying was the most anxious and hurriedly asked, "Jinger, how did you end up here?" And so, Guo Jing roughly narrated the events leading up to hear Wang Chuyi coming to his rescue, getting poisoned at Wang Yan Kang's banquet, stealing the medicine, bumping into Mei Chao Feng in the tunnel, etc. For the moment, however, he did not mention the Yang family saga. Zhu Tsong said, "Let's hurry and see how Priest Wang is coping." Having just been reunited with his wife, Yang Tai Xian felt an inexpressible mixture of joy and sadness. Carrying her in his arms, he leapt out of the palace. His foster daughter Moon Yen Ci was anxiously waiting outside the palace walls when she saw him carrying a woman in his arms. Surprised and curious, she asked, "Father, who is she?" Yang Tai Xian replied, "She's your mother." "Let's go." Moon Yen Ci said, bewildered, "My mother?" Yang Tai Xian said, "Hush, we'll talk afterwards," and sprinted off urgently. After a distance, Bao Shiroa slowly regained consciousness. It was near daybreak and in the dim light, she saw that the person bearing her was the husband she had been thinking of day and night for 18 years. She didn't know if it was real or just an illusion, but she felt like she was in a dream and reached out to caress his face. Her voice quivered as she spoke, "Tai Ji, am I dead too?" Tearing joyfully, he replied in a gentle voice, "Both of us are alive and well." His sentence was interrupted by shouts from behind. Light from torches lit the area as soldiers streamed quickly forward. Raising their swords and spears together, they yelled, "Don't let the consort's kidnapper escape." Yang Tai Xian quickly surveyed their surroundings but there was no place they could hide. He thought, "The heavens have pitted us husband and wife and allowed us to reunite against the odds. Even if I were to die now, I have nothing left to wish for." He called to Moon Yen Ci, "Here, hold your mother." The scene at Linen, Ox Village 18 years ago suddenly sprung to Bao Shiroa's mind, her husband fleeing with her in his arms, the cries of soldiers in the night and the 18 years of separation and grief that followed after. Sensing that the tragedy was to repeat itself, she held on stubbornly to her husband, refusing to let go. The soldiers were nearing and Yang Tai Xian thought it was better to die fighting than be captured and humiliated. With that, he pried his wife's fingers away and entrusted her in Moon Yen Ci's arms. Turning around, he charged towards the soldiers and with a fist, knocked out a foot soldier and seized his spear. With a spear in hand, Yang Tai Xian was even more lethal. The troop's commander, Tang Zuda, was speared in the leg and fell promptly off his horse. With their leader down, the rest of the soldiers scampered away in all directions. On seeing that there were no skilled pugilists amongst them, Yang Tai Xian felt slightly more settled, only that it was a pity not to have been able to grab a horse. The 3 of them continued their escape. By this time it was already morning. Bao Shiroa noticed the bloodstains on her husband's clothes and said, frightened, "Are you hurt?" Hearing this, Yang Tai Xian was suddenly aware of a sharp pain in his arm. Because he had exerted too much strength during the fight, the wound from Wang Yan Kang's claws had burst and was now bleeding profusely again. Earlier on he had been fixated with escaping and was not aware of the pain, but now both arms felt stiff and weak and he was unable to lift them. Bao Shiroa was about to bandage his wounds when loud cries came from behind, and in the dust countless of soldiers were yet emerging in pursuit. With a bitter smile, Yang Tai Xian said, "No need to bandage." He turned and said to Moon Yen Ci, "Child, run for your life. Your mother and I will just stay here." Moon Yen Ci successfully fought back tears and raised her head proudly, saying, "3 of us will die together." Confused, Bao Shiroa asked, How is she our daughter?" Yang Tai Xian was just about to answer when he heard the soldiers nearing. Looking up, he saw 2 Taoist priests coming towards them. One had a white beard and brows and looked kindly, the other had a long black beard and slung a long sword over his back, and he looked grand and dignified. Great delight replaced his initial astonishment, and Yang Tai Xin called out, "Priest Chiu, we meet again." Of the two priests, one was the Scarlet Sun Ma Yu and the other was the Eternal Spring Chiu Chu Ji. The two of them, together with the Jade Sun Wang Chu Yi, had arranged to meet in Zhongdu to discuss the upcoming duel with the 7 freaks of Jiangnan. Both had hurried here and chanced upon the Yangs. Chiu Chu Ji had an accomplished level of Nei Gong and thus his appearance did not age much over 18 years, only the hair on his temples were speckled with white. Upon hearing this greeting, he looked more closely but it was someone he did not recognize. Yang Tai Xin said, 18 years ago at Ox Village in Linen, we once drank and killed enemies together, do you still remember? Chiu Chu Ji said, you are Yang Tai Xin declared, Yang Tai Xin, have you been well? Yang Tai Xin approached him and bowed. Chiu Chu Ji hurriedly returned the formality but still harbored doubts. 18 years of hardship and grief had eroded his youthful appearance and Yang Tai Xin looked vastly different from before. Yang Tai Xin sensed his doubts but the soldiers were nearing, and it was not a good time to clarify in detail. Raising his spear, he displayed Phoenix striking head. The red tassel trembled as the spear headed for Chiu Chu Ji's chest and he said, Priest Chiu, you may have forgotten me, but you can't have forgotten the Yang family spear. The spear froze inches away from Chiu Chu Ji. Chiu Chu Ji saw that this was indeed the authentic Yang family spear and immediately recalled that night's fight in the snow. It was indeed Yang Tai Xin from 18 years ago and a bittersweet feeling washed over him. He said loudly, Aha, brother Yang, you're still alive. Thank heaven. Yang Tai Xin withdrew his spear and said, Priest Chiu, save me. Chiu Chu Ji glanced at the approaching soldiers and said jovially, Elder Martial brother, I'm going to start killing again today, don't get angry. Ma Yu replied, kill less, just scare them off. Chiu Chu Ji laughed loudly and took a huge step forward. With a stretch of both arms, he plucked 2 soldiers off their horses and flung them towards another 2 soldiers behind. The 4 soldiers knocked against each other and fell in a heap. Chiu Chu Ji's arms moved at the speed of lightning and, like a cannon, had fired 8 more soldiers towards another 8. Terrified, the other soldiers turned their horses and fled. Suddenly, a chiefly figure with a bald and shiny head emerged from behind the fleeing soldiers. He bellowed, where has this scoundrel come from? With a slight sway of his body, he had already stole up to Chiu Chu Ji and attacked with his palms. Chiu Chu Ji saw that this person was highly agile. Raising his palms to obstruct the attack, their palms met with a clap and both subsequently withdrew 3 paces. Surprised, Chiu Chu Ji thought to himself, who is this person with such good kung fu? Little did he know that the Dragon King of Hades Sha Tong Tian was concealing the pain in his arms from their exchange and was even more surprised than he. With an angry roar, Sha Tong Tian swung his fists forward. Chiu Chu Ji did not dare to be sluggish and with full might and concentration, sent both palms darting straight at Sha Tong Tian. After exchanging 10 moves or so, Chiu Chu Ji successfully brushed his palm against Sha Tong Tian, leave 5 streaks of red on his bald head. Though Sha Tong Tian could not see the marks, he could feel a stinging pain coming from the top of his head. Knowing that he would not be able to beat this Taoist empty-handed, he immediately pulled an iron stick from behind. This weapon was heavy but its power was great and with a reviving chin behind the sword, the stick struck in the direction of Chiu Chu Ji's shoulder. Chiu Chu Ji greeted the attack with his technique of seizing weapons with bare hands. But Sha Tong Tian had been using this weapon for more than 10 years and had extraordinary skill with it, and Chiu Chu Ji failed in his attempt. Deep down, Chiu Chu Ji marveled at this and was just about to ask for his name when someone from the left shouted, "Who is this priest from Quanzhen sect?" This voice carried immense power. Chiu Chu Ji leapt towards his right and saw 4 people. It was Peng Lian who, Ouyang Ku, Liang Ziwang in Ho Tong Hai. Chiu Chu Ji cupped his fist and said, "My surname is Chiu, may I know your names?" Chiu Chu Ji's mighty name was well known and feared in the northern and southern parts. Sha Tong Tian and the others all thought, no wonder he is so famous. He is indeed powerful. Peng Lian who thought, we've already injured Wang Chu-yi and forged animosity with Quan Jin sect. If we combine forces and kill Chiu Chu Ji today, our names travel far and wide. He shouted, everyone attack together. Before he even finished pronouncing the last word, Peng Lian who had already retrieved his judgmental twin brush and advanced towards Chiu Chu Ji. He knew this opponent was powerful and was vicious on the onslaught, targeting his Yun Men acupoint at the top and his Tai He acupoint below. These two hits came in full force and left no room for mercy. Chiu Chu Ji thought to himself, this shorty is impudent. To be fair, his skills are also above average. With a swiping sound he drew out his sword and pierced Peng Lian Hu's right arm, scraped Sha Tong Tian's waist and, collecting back the sword, sent its hilt ramming into the critical Zhang Men acupoint at the side of Ho Tong Hai's rib. With one move he had struck 3 people, displaying amazing skill with the sword. Sha Tong Tian and Peng Lian who propped themselves up with their weapons. Ho Tong Hai had narrowly missed having his acupoint blocked and managed to withdraw quickly, but alas a heavy kick on the buttock sent him flying to the ground. Call it a coincidence but he landed straight on the 3 lumps on his head. Inwardly shaken, Liang Ziwang propelled himself forward like a monkey and attacked. Ouyang Ku saw that Chiu Chu Ji was occupied with Sha Tong Tian and Peng Lian Hu, and now Liang Ziwang had also joined in. It was an advantage that just begged to be taken, and if not now when? Brandishing a void move with his left hand, his right hand moved to block Chiu Chu Ji's Tao Dao, Hun Men and Zhong Shu acupoints with his iron fan. It seemed like Chiu Chu Ji had no way out when a figure shifted beside him and in a flash, a single hand reached out and halted the passage of his fan. So it was that Ma Yu had been observing in silence by the stands and was flabbergasted when a group of highly skilled pugilists ganged up against his younger martial brother. With just 3 fingers he had trapped the fan. Ouyang Ku immediately felt a surge of formidable inner power coming from the handle of his fan and quickly leapt backwards in astonishment. Ma Yu did not pursue him, but said, "Gentlemen, may I know who you are? We have never met. If there has been some misunderstanding we can talk it over, why resort to violence?" Though his tone was gentle, his voice carried abundant qi. The projection for each word was crystal clear and bore straight into their eardrums. Sha Tong Tian and the others were immersed in their fighting when Ma Ye's sentences made them go cold. They collectively ceased fighting and withdrew, appraising Ma Yu. Ouyang Ku said, "Priest, what is your revered name?" Ma Yu replied, "My surname is Ma." Peng Lian who said, "Ah, so it is the Scarlet Sun Reverend, Priest Ma. We have been rude." Ma Yu replied, "With my shallow cultivation, how dare I claim the title of Reverend?" Though Peng Lian who coated his words with politeness, inwardly he was thinking, since we have already created a grudge with Quan Jin sect, it is unlikely that there will be any goodwill to forgive and forget. These 2 characters are the main pillars of Quan Jin sect and we have fortunately caught them alone. If we join forces and finish them off today, we will have less to worry about in future. I just wonder if there are any skilled pugilists from Quan Jin in the vicinity. A quick look around revealed only the 3 members of the Yang family. There were no priests around. Peng Lian who said, "I have long admired the great name of the Quan Jin 7. Where are the other 5? How about inviting them here so we can meet them?" Ma Yu replied, "Instead of concentrating on cultivation, my martial brothers have often meddled in worldly affairs and earned themselves an empty reputation. I'm afraid they have made a fool of themselves. The 7 of us live in separate Taoist monasteries and hardly gather together. I have made this trip to Zhongdu with my martial brother Chiu to look for our martial brother Wang, and by chance met all of you. All the world's martial arts branched from the same stem. Red lotus or white root, we all come from the same family. Since we have affinity, how about becoming friends? Being honest by nature, Ma Yu never expected that Peng Lian who was merely sounding him out. Hearing that there were indeed no Quanzhen pugilists nearby, Peng Lian who thought they could win with numbers. Not only that the two priests had yet to meet up with Wang Chuyi, and Ma Yu was trusting and off guard. All Peng Lian who had to do was keep up this friendly pretense and they would be able to pull a sneak attack. Beaming, he said, "We are honored that Priest Chiu and Ma do not look down on us, and to be friends would be fantastic. My surname is San, my full name is San He Mao, 3 black cats." At this, Ma Yu and Chiu Chu Ji were both startled, thinking, this person's kung fu is impressive, so his name must be famous. But this name, San He Mao, is so strange and I've never heard of it. Peng Lian who tucked his judgmental twin brushes back into his waist and approached Ma Yu. He said, smiling, "Nice to meet you, Priest Ma." He stretched out his hand for a handshake. Unsuspectingly, Ma Yu reached out to shake his hand, but the moment their hands touched, he suddenly felt Peng Lian's grip tighten. Ma Yu thought, trying to test my kung fu. He merely smiled and applied his internal energy in response, squeezing Peng Lian's hand. Suddenly, an intense pain drilled into his 5 fingertips and it felt as if he was pierced by many steel needles. He quickly withdrew his hand, astonished. Peng Lian who burst out laughing and retreated a few feet. Ma Yu raised his palm and saw that all 5 fingertips had been punctured with holes that went deep into his flesh, lined with black. So it was that when Peng Lian who was keeping his judgmental twin brushes, he had secretly slipped on his special poison needle bangle on his right hand. Made from refined steel, this bangle was as slender as a thread and on it were 5 thin needles armed with lethal poison. As long as the needles penetrated the flesh and drew blood, the victim would undoubtedly die within 10 hours. Peng Lian who usually wore this bangle to increase the potency of his palm attacks when exchanging blows, thus ensuring that his opponent would not live beyond half a day. He had also deliberately introduced himself as San He Mao, 3 black cats, so that while Chiu Chu Ji and Ma Yu were busy being astounded, he could seize the chance and sneak an attack. Characters of the pugilistic often harbor no admiration for one another on the first meeting, but tact and face made public aggression improper. Thus, they would often reach out for a handshake in the guise of friendliness, but in actuality it was a duel of sorts. It was not unusual for the inferior fighter to have his bones broken and his hands swollen, or beg for mercy when the pain became too much. Ma Yu only thought that Peng Lian who was practicing the old pugilistic habit of being friendly on the surface but secretly appraising each other's strength. He never thought that Peng Lian who would have another vicious trick up his sleeve thus, when both of them exerted strength, the 5 poisonous needles not only pierced his fingertips but sunk straight down to the bones of his fingers. By the time Ma Yu realized what had happened and struck forward with his right palm, Peng Lian who had already leapt away. All Chiu Chu Ji knew was that his elder martial brother had been normally shaking hands with someone when suddenly, his facial expression changed and he attacked. Chiu Chu Ji hurriedly asked, "What happened?" Ma Yu replied angrily, "Crafty scoundrel, he poisoned me." With that, he advanced towards Peng Lian who. Chiu Chu Ji had always known his elder martial brother to be tolerant and had never seen him attack anyone in over 10 years yet at this moment. He had opened his attack with the most formidable of Quanzhen's skills, the 3 flowers atop palm technique. Chiu Chu Ji knew it must have taken a great reason for him to be so furious and thus, with a flick of his sword, weaved left and right to reach Peng Lian who. With a quick swish, 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 he had dealt him 3 strokes. By this time Peng Lian who had already retrieved his twin brushes and successfully deflected 2 of Chiu Chu Ji's strokes while managing to deal a strike with 1 brush. But Peng Lian who never expected Chiu Chu Ji's palm technique to be as ferocious as his sword. In that very instant when he was about to withdraw his brush but not yet, Chiu Chu Ji had reached out and grabbed it by the tip. He shouted, "Withdraw." Combining internal power and external force, Chiu Chu Ji tried to rupture the brush but despite using full energy, Peng Lien, who was a formidable opponent and did not allow the brush to shatter. Qiu Chuji followed by steering his sword straight forward, and Peng Lien, who had no choice but to let go of his brush and evade. With the sword in his right hand and palm technique on his left, Qiu Chuji kept up the attack ceaselessly. Peng Lien, who had lost one brush and his right arm, was also feeling stiff and weak. Having lost sharpness, he continuously retreated. At this point, Shatong Tian and Liang Ziwang were embroiled with Ma Yu. Ouyang Ku and Ho Tong Hai came forward to aid Peng Lien, who, one on the left and the other on the right. Faced with strong opponents, Qiu Chuji felt even more energetic. With gliding palms and flashing sword, the more he fought the swifter his attacks became. Qiu Chuji was fighting 3 people by himself and yet had not lost advantage, but over at the other end, Ma Yu was having trouble sustaining the situation. His right palm was already swollen and besieged with numbness and itch as the poison gradually took effect. Though he knew that the needle was poisoned, he never expected such drastic reaction. He understood that the more he exerted himself, the faster his blood would circulate and the quicker the poison would attack his heart. Immediately he sat down and engaged his internal energy to halt the poison's passage, while wielding a sword in his left hand for self-protection. Liang Ziwang's weapon was a shovel, similar to the ones used for exhumation. Between slamming vertically and scooping horizontally, at times sweeping across and at times hitting directly, the variations in attack were plentiful. Shatong Tian's iron stick was all the more heavy and dangerous. After 10 moves or so, Ma Ye's breathing was hastening in his defensive circle, shrinking. Inwardly resisting the poison and outwardly defending against 2 enemies, he soon felt lethargic despite having an accomplished level of internal energy. Qiu Chuji was shocked at the sight of his elder martial brother seated on the floor, with hot air rising slowly from his head as if he were being steamed. He wanted to quickly finish off his 3 opponents and rush forward to aid him, but these opponents were sticky and he could not spare a moment to pause his attack and escape. Admittedly, Peng Lien, who was a weaker fighter, but Ouyang Ku was proficient in both internal energy and external moves. His attacks were both fierce and unusual, and in terms of ability, he was way above Peng Lien, who. From what Qiu Chuji could tell, Ouyang Ku's kung fu looked similar to that of the Western poison, someone Quan Zhen's sect had always feared the most. This startled him and he thought, who is this person? Could he be a disciple of the Western poison? Has the Western poison arrived at the Central Plains? I wonder if he's actually right here in Zhongdu. While following this train of thought, he momentarily lost concentration and repeatedly encountered close shaves. Yang Tai Xian knew in his heart that the skills of these 2 priests were way above his, but upon seeing both of them in danger he immediately lifted his spear and stabbed towards Ouyang Ku's back. Qiu Chuji yelled, "Brother Yang, don't throw your life away in vain." By the time he finished his sentence, Ouyang Ku had already broken the spear with his left foot and kicked Yang Tai Xian to the ground with his right. At this very moment there emerged the sound of hoofs. A great number of horses were galloping swiftly towards them. Leading the way were none other than Wan Yen Honglai and Wan Yen Kong, father and son. Wan Yen Honglai caught sight of his wife seated on the ground from a distance. Delighted, he hurried to her, but suddenly a blade sliced through the air and came hacking right at him. Slanting his body to avoid the blow, he saw that the wielder of the blade was a young girl dressed in red. At this point, his soldiers came forward and started fighting Moon Yen Ci. Over at the other end, Wan Yen Kong was secretly startled on seeing his shifu and shouted, "We're all on the same side, everyone stop fighting." Only after repeating a few times did Peng Lien Hu and the others finally retreat. The soldiers and Moon Yen Ci also halted. Wan Yen Kong approached Qiu Chuji and bowed. "Shifu, let your disciple do the introductions," he said. "These are all senior pugilists engaged by my father." Qiu Chuji nodded and went to check on his elder martial brother. Ma Ye's right palm was blackened all over and, lifting up his sleeve, Qiu Chuji saw that the blackness had spread all the way to the upper part of his arm. Astonished, he said, how come the poison is like that? Turning around, he said to Peng Lianhu, hand over the antidote. Peng Lianhu hesitated, thinking, just a little while more and this person will die, but it won't be appropriate to offend the little prince. Should I save him or should I not? Now that Ma Yu had no more enemies attacking him, he concentrated all his internal energy on resisting the poison, and sure enough, the poison halted at his arm and could not travel further upwards. Instead, the blackness gradually started moving downwards. Wan Yen Kong rushed over to his mother and exclaimed, "Mother, I've finally found you." Bao Shiroa was frightened and replied, "Do not ask me to return to the palace. I will never." Shocked, Wan Yen Honglai and Wan Yang Kong said in unison, "What?" Bao Shiroa pointed at Yang Tai Xian. "My husband is actually still alive, and I will follow him to the ends of the earth," she said. This came as no ordinary blow to Wan Yang Honglai, and he subtly mouthed something to Liang Ziwang. Liang Ziwang understood the prince's intentions and hoisted his right hand, sending 3 of his bone-penetrating meridian nails flying towards Yang Taizin's essential junctures. Qiu Chuji saw the flight of the nails, but it was too late for him to do anything, and Yang Tai Xian would surely not be able to evade. Having no projectiles with him, he grabbed a Jin soldier out of desperation and hurled him towards the space between Liang Ziwang and Yang Tai Xian. With a loud "ah," the 3 meridian nails had struck the soldier. Liang Ziwang prided his bone-penetrating meridian nails as his greatest skill. Having fired 3 nails simultaneously, it was absurd to think he would miss the target. Seeing that Qiu Chuji had foiled his move in such a peculiar way, he roared angrily and attacked. Peng Lianhu saw this and decided against giving the antidote, knowing that the little prince's priority was rescuing his mother. He leapt forward abruptly and grabbed hold of Bao Shiroa's arm. With 2 swishing sounds, Qiu Chuji sent his sword piercing towards both Liang Ziwang and Peng Lianhu. Both saw that the strokes came fierce and were forced backwards. Qiu Chuji thundered at Wan Yen Kong, "Ignorant boy, you have called your enemy father and led 18 years of your life in folly. Now that your real father is here, aren't you going to acknowledge him?" Having heard it from his mother, Wan Yen Kong was already 80% convinced. Hearing it from his Shifu now further reinforced his belief, and he glanced at Yang Tai Xian. Wan Yang Kong saw that his clothes were old and tattered and his face, smeared with dirt. Turning around, he saw his father wearing fine, embroidered robes and expensive jewels, looking handsome and refined. There was a world of difference between these 2 men. Wan Yen Kong contemplated in his heart, "Am I actually going to give up this life of luxury and riches and roam the streets with this poor man? No, never." His mind was made up. "Shifu, don't listen to this person's nonsense," said Wan Yen Kong. "Please help to rescue my mother. You still stubbornly refuse to listen, you're worse than a beast." Qiu Chuji replied angrily. Upon seeing that teacher and pupil had fallen out, Peng Lianhu and the others started to attack even more fiercely. Wan Yen Kong knew Qiu Chuji was in danger, but did not attempt to stop the fight again. Qiu Chuji was enraged and shouted, "Little bastard, you really have no conscience." Wan Yen Kong had always been very afraid of his Shifu and secretly hoped that Peng Lianhu and the rest would kill him to avoid any trouble in the future. Shortly into the battle, Qiu Chuji was struck by Liang Ziwang's spade, and though it wasn't serious, blood had seeped through his robes. From the corner of his eye he caught a hint of delight in Wan Yen Kang's face, and he was further incensed, swearing left, right and center. Ma Yu retrieved a sparkler from his robes and tossed it in the air, sending a blue blaze soaring through the sky. Peng Lianhu thought it must be a communicative signal for Quan Zhen's sex members and alerted, "The old priest is sending for help." After exchanging a few more moves, another blue blaze emerged from the northwestern corner not far from here. "Younger martial brother Wang is nearby," said Qiu Chuji in delight. Switching his sword over to his left hand, he attacked from the top with his sword and from the bottom with his right palm, executing 7 or 8 fatal moves one after another, and forced his enemies steadily backwards. Ma Yu pointed to the blue glow in the northwestern direction and said, "Go in that direction." Weapons in hand, Yang Tai Xian and Moon Yen Ci rushed in that direction while guarding Bao Shiroa. Ma Yu followed closely behind. Qiu Chu Ji interrupted his sword mid-move, and in the next instant he had also turned to leave. Sha Tong Tian repeatedly employed his shape-shift technique, hoping to bypass Qiu Chu Ji and snatch Bao Shiroa over, but Qiu Chu Ji's sword was too swift and he did not succeed. It was not long before they arrived at the small inn where Wang Chu-yi was staying, and Qiu Chu Ji wondered to himself, why hasn't younger martial brother Wang come out to greet us? Just after this thought, Wang Chu-yi came walking unsteadily towards them, supported by a wooden stick. At the sight of each other, all three martial brothers were shocked to see that Quanzhen sect's top three pugilists were all injured. Qiu Chu Ji called out, "Retreat back into the inn. Hand the consort over in one piece, and they'll spare your lives," Wan Yen Honglai hollered. "Who needs your mercy, you treacherous Jin dog?" Qiu Chu Ji shot back. He raised his sword and started fighting. Despite being exhausted, Qiu Chu Ji still refused to yield and his swordplay remained as enthralling as ever. Seeing this, Peng Lianhu and the others were all secretly impressed. Yang Tai Xian contemplated, since things have already come to this, it will not be easy to escape our end. We mustn't implicate Priest Qiu's life for us husband and wife. Grasping Bao Shiroa's hand, he stepped forward. "Everyone, stop fighting," he yelled. "My wife and I will end our lives here and let that be the end of it." Raising his spear, he stabbed it towards his heart. With a pu sound, blood splattered in all directions and he fell backwards. Bao Shiroa felt no sadness. With a bitter smile, she pulled the spear out from her husband's body and propped it on the floor, saying to Wan Yen Kong, "Child, you still don't believe he's your real father?" She leaned forward and sank into the tip of the spear. The color flew from Wan Yen Kang's face in his horror. "Mother!" he cried, rushing forward to save her. Upon seeing this astonishing development, Qiu Chu Ji and the others stopped fighting. Reaching her side, Wan Yen Kong saw her soft and dangling body and the spear piercing through her chest, and he started sobbing without restraint. Qiu Chu Ji went forward to inspect the couple's wounds and saw that the spear had struck at fatal points of their bodies. There was no room for hope. Wan Yen Kong held his mother and Moon Yen Ci held Yang Tai Xian, the two of them wept in grief. Qiu Chu Ji said to Yang Tai Xian, "Brother Yang, tell me if you have any wish and I will see that it gets done." I still didn't manage to save you in the end." He felt a dull ache in his heart and choked in sorrow. At this very moment came the sound of footsteps. Everyone turned and saw the 6 freaks of Jiangnan hurrying over with Guojing. On seeing Sha Tong Tian and the others, the 6 freaks immediately pulled out their weapons. Going closer, they saw a man and a woman on the floor and looks of surprise set into their faces. They turned around and saw Ma Yu and Qiu Chu Ji, and were surprised even further. Guojing saw Yang Tai Xian lying on the floor with blood all over and hurriedly went to his side. "Uncle Yang, how are you feeling?" he asked. Yang Tai Xian was barely alive and broke into a smile when he saw Guojing. "Your late father and I had a pact, if we bore a son and daughter then they would be married," he said. "I don't have a daughter, but this foster daughter is like my own." He turned his gaze to Qiu Chu Ji. "Priest Qiu, help me see to this marriage and I will go in peace. That's easy." "Don't worry," Qiu Chu Ji assured him. Bao Shiroa was lying beside her husband and clutched his arm with her left hand, afraid that he would leave her again. In a haze, she heard him mention the betrothal agreement from years ago. She fought to retrieve a dagger from her robes and said, This is the token of remembrance." She then said, "Brother Tai, we are finally dying together." I'm so happy with that." She gave a small smile and passed away peacefully, looking warm and enchanting as always. Qiu Chu Ji received the dagger and saw that it was none other than his gift to them at Ox Village in linen. The words Guojing were carved on its handle. Yang Tai Xian said to Guojing, on account of your late father, I hope you treat my daughter well. I can't, stuttered Guojing. Qiu Chuji said, I will see to everything, go in peace. Yang Tai Xian had initially given up hope of finding Guo Xiao Tian's descendant, and so arranged the joust for a spouse for Moon Yen Ci. Today he was not only reunited with his beloved wife, but also found his sworn brother's son, so his daughter would have a husband to rely on. With that, he had no further regrets and closed his eyes for the last time. Guojing was both sad and confused, thinking, Renjir has deep feelings for me, how can I marry someone else? At this thought, his mind suddenly turned to something else and he was further taken aback. How could I have forgotten Huazheng? The Khan has betrothed her to me, this how could this do? All this time he had often kept his good friend Taoyui in his thoughts, but seldom did he think of Huazheng. Although the 6 freaks had felt this wish to be difficult to fulfill, they couldn't bear to say so in front of Yang Tai Xian, a dying man. Wan Yen Honglai had gone through lengths of scheming to be able to marry Bao Shiruo, but in the end she was still unable to forget her husband. For over 10 years he had loved and labored for her, but at the end of it all, things still unfolded this way. Though she was dead, Wan Yang Honglai saw true happiness and contentment in her face. In all their 18 years of marriage, when had she ever looked at him this way? He might be a prince, but in her heart he was much inferior to a village peasant. Despondent and heartbroken, he turned to leave. Though the 3 priests from Quanzhen were injured, the arrival of the 6 freaks meant that Sha Tong Tian and the others wouldn't necessarily win. Since the prince had already turned to leave, they followed also. Hey, San He Mao, shouted Qiu Chuji, leave the antidote behind. Peng Lian who laughed. Your stockade chief goes by the surname Peng, people in the pugilistic world call me the butcher with 1,000 hands. Priest Qiu, have you lost your eyes? Qiu Chuji went cold, thinking, no wonder this person is so powerful, so it is him. On seeing that the poison had penetrated deep into his elder martial brother's body and only the unique antidote from Peng Lian who could save him, he said aloud, who cares if you've got 1,000 hands or 10,000? If you don't leave the antidote behind, don't hope to leave this place. Maneuvering his sword exquisitely, a flash of brilliant light advanced towards Peng Lian Hu. Though only left with one brush, Peng Lian Hu was not afraid. Brandishing it, they clashed head-on. Zhu Tsong saw that Ma Yu was seated on the ground, working his internal energy. One of his palms had gone all black. Priest Ma, how did you get hurt? Ma Yu sighed. I was shaking hands with that fellow Peng, and he had poison needles in his palm. Ah. He's not that great. Turning to Kuzhani, he said, elder brother, pass me a caltrop. Not understanding his intentions, Kuzhani retrieved a poisonous caltrop from his bag and handed it to him. Zhu Tsong turned to look at the fight between Qiu Chuji and Peng Lian Hu. The fight was intense, and it would be impossible to break it up with his level of kung fu alone. Elder brother, let's go and break them apart. I have a plan that can save Priest Ma, he said. Kuzhani nodded. So it is the butcher with 1,000 hands, Chief Peng. Shouted Zhu Kong. We're all on the same side, stop fighting. I have something to say. Pulling Kuzhani along, the two went forward and broke them apart, Zhu Tsong with his fan and Kuzhani with his staff. Both Qiu Chuji and Peng Lian Hu felt surprised upon hearing Zhu Tsong's remark and thought, how come we're on the same side now? Seeing the 2 freaks come forward, they broke apart and waited to hear how exactly they were on the same side. Laughing cheerfully, Zhu Tsong said to Peng Lian Hu, 18 years ago, the 7 freaks of Jiangnan and Priest Qiu had a small dispute that landed 5 of our brothers injured. On the other hand, the famed Priest Qiu also sustained heavy injuries that nearly left him dead. This dispute has yet to be resolved. Zhu Tsong turned to Qiu Chuji. Am I right, Priest Qiu? Qiu Chuji was enraged, thinking, fantastic, you're going to take advantage of my precarious situation. Aloud, he retorted, that's right, now what? Zhu Tsong continued, but we also have a small feud with Dragon King Sha. One inept disciple of ours once single-handedly defeated Dragon King Sha's top 4 disciples. We've also heard that Dragon King Sha and Chief Peng are the fastest of friends. Since we've offended Dragon King Sha, then we've also offended Chief Peng. Heh, how dare I? Said Peng Lianhu. Zhu Tsong laughed. Since Chief Peng and Priest Qiu both have feuds with the 7 freaks of Jiangnan, won't you then be on the same side against a common enemy? What are you still fighting for? Won't Chief Peng and I also be on the same side? Come, let's get to know each other. Zhu Tsong stretched out his hand for a handshake. Having listened to this warped nonsense, Peng Lianhu thought, Quanzhen sect saved the 7 freaks' disciple, so they're obviously in it together. I won't fall for your trickery. Want to cheat the antidote from me? Not so easy. Seeing Zhu Tsong's outstretched hand, Peng Lianhu laughed and said, Splendid. He tucked his brush back into his waist and slipped on his poison needle ring. Startled, Qiu Chu-ji said, Brother Zhu, be careful. Zhu Tsong ignored this and stretched out his hand. With a slight crook of his little finger, he had hooked down the poison needle ring from Peng Lianhu's finger. Peng Lianhu did not realize this and went ahead with the handshake, both parties exerting strength. Suddenly, a small pain assaulted Peng Lianhu's palm and he struggled to let go. Raising his hand, he saw 3 holes in his palm that were much bigger than that of his poison needles, with black blood oozing from it. Instead of pain, the wound felt both numb and itchy, and the sensation was rather nice. He knew that the more potent the poison, the less painful the wound would be because the numbness would be overpowering. Both angry and frightened, he had no idea how he had fell into this trap. Looking up, he saw Zhu Tsong hiding behind Qiu Chu-ji, holding up an object in each hand. In between 2 fingers on his left hand was Peng Lianhu's poison needle ring. In between 2 fingers on his right, however, was a black object shaped like a chestnut with a sharp tail, and it was stained with blood. Nicknamed the Scholar with Nimble Hands, Zhu Tsong's skill with his hands was near magical and impossible for any human to detect. To first pick Peng Lianhu's ring then pierce his palm with the poison caltrops was child's play to him. Fuming, Peng Lianhu attacked. Qiu Chu-ji raised his sword and warded off the blow, shouting, What are you going to do? Zhu Tsong grinned. Chief Peng, these poisonous caltrops are my elder brother's specialty projectiles. Once you're hit, it doesn't matter if your name is Tiger, Peng Lianhu 3 means tiger, lion, leopard, pig, dog or any other beast on this earth. You will still not live beyond 4 hours. Big brother Peng, he's insulting you, said Ho Tong Hai. You talk too much, Sha Tong Tian reproached. Do you think big brother Peng hasn't realized that? Zhu Tsong chuckled and quipped, Good thing Chief Peng has 1,000 hands. Allow me to give you a piece of friendly advice, why not chop off this hand that has been poisoned? You'll still be left with 999. It's just that you'll have to alter your nickname a bit to become the butcher with 999 hands. By this time, the numbness had already spread to Peng Lianhu's wrist. Panic-stricken, he couldn't be bothered with Zhu Tsong's taunts. Beads of cold sweat dripped from his forehead. You have your poison needles, I have my poison caltrops, these are 2 completely different poisons that require completely different antidotes. If you can't bear to give up the nickname of Butcher with 1,000 hands, how about we exchange antidotes? Suggested Zhu Kong were on the same side, after all. Before Peng Lianhu could reply, Sha Tong Tian said quickly, That will do. Hand the antidote over. Zhu Tsong said, Elder brother, pass him the antidote. Ku Zhengyi retrieved 2 small medicine packets from his robes and handed them to Zhu Kong. Brother Zhu, don't fall for his trap, warned Qiu Chu-ji. Let him hand over the antidote first. Zhu Tsong said cheerily, We are all men of honor, am not afraid. Peng Lianhu reached into his robes and felt for the antidote, and his expression changed at once. He said in a low voice, "Oh no, the antidote is gone." Xiao Chu-ji flew into a rage. "Humph, up to your tricks again. Brother Zhu, don't give it to him." Zhu Tsong laughed. "Take it," he said. "We said we'd give it to you. The Quanzhen 7 and the 7 freaks of Jiangnan are all men of our words." Sha Tong Tian knew that Zhu Tsong was skillful with his hands. Not wanting to be taken advantage of, he extended his iron stick horizontally. Zhu Tsong placed the antidote on the stick and Sha Tong Tian fetched it. Bystanders were all perplexed, not understanding why Zhu Tsong gave him the antidote so casually without forcing him to hand over his. Suspecting that the antidote was not genuine, Sha Tong Tian said, "The 7 freaks of Jiangnan are renowned figures in the pugilistic world. Surely you mustn't use bogus medicine to harm others." Zhu Tsong laughed, saying, Of course, of course." He then returned the poison caltrops to Kuzheni and started leisurely fishing out item after item from his robes. There was a handkerchief, some notes, a few pieces of loose silver and a white snuff bottle. Peng Lian who was dumbfounded. "These items are all mine. How did they end up with him?" he thought. What happened was that Zhu Tsong, while using his right hand to shake hands, employed his empty magical hands with his left. As a result, all the items in Peng Lianhu's robes had long been picked. Zhu Tsong uncorked the snuff bottle. It was divided into 2 compartments, one side contained red powder, the other side contained gray powder. "How is this applied?" he asked. Though sly and aggressive by nature, Peng Lianhu's life now hung on a thread and he dared not be crafty. "The red is for consumption, and the gray for topical application." Zhu Tsong said to Guojing, "Hurry and fetch some water, and 2 bowls." Guojing bolted into the inn and fetched 2 bowls of clean water. He gave 1 bowl to Ma Yu and aided him to drink the antidote. He then applied the gray powder on Ma Ye's palm and was just about to give the other bowl of water to Peng Lian who when Zhu Tsong said, "Hold it. Give the other bowl to Priest Wang." Though confused, Guojing followed Zhu Tsong's instructions and gave the water to Wang Chu-yi. Wang Chu-yi also did not understand, and accepted the bowl of water. Sha Tong Tian said, "Hey, how is your antidote applied?" Zhu Tsong replied, "Don't be anxious, nobody will die in such a short while." He reached into his robes and took out over 10 packets of herbs. Guojing was delighted. Yes, that's the medicine for Priest Wang." He opened all the herb packets and laid them in front of Wang Chu-yi. "Priest Wang, you pick the ones that you need." Wang Chu-yi recognized the herbs and picked out Tian Qi, Shuexia and 2 other herbs. He chewed on them and swallowed with water. Liang Ziwang was both furious and impressed, thinking, "This dirty scholar has truly remarkable skill with his hands. All he did was dusted my sleeve, and actually managed to steal the packets of herbs in my robes." Turning around and brandishing his spade, he shouted, Come, let's see who the real winner is in a weapon fight." Zhu Tsong laughed. "At that, I am definitely not your match." Xiao Chu-ji said, "So this is Chief Peng Lian Hu, what about the others?" "I do not know your names yet." Sha Tong Tian declared himself in a hoarse voice. Xiao Chu-ji said, "Great, all of you have renowned reputations. There has been no clear winner between us today, and it's a pity both sides now have injured parties. Looks like we'll have to arrange a gathering another day." "That couldn't be better," said Peng Lian Hu. "If we don't meet the Quanzhen 7, it will be the big regret of our lives. Priest Xiao, please set the date and venue." Xiao Chu-ji considered, elder martial brother Ma and younger martial brother Wang have both been severely poisoned, and will need at least a few months to recuperate. Younger martial brothers Tan, Lu, and the rest are all scattered and we will need some time to notify them. So he said aloud, 6 months later in August on Mid-Autumn Festival, we'll admire the moon while discussing Wugong. Chief Peng, what do you think? Peng Lian who thought, with all of the Quanzhen 7, and plus the 7 freaks of Jiangnan, we will be heavily disadvantaged by numbers. We must gather more allies. 6 months would be sufficient. Prince Xiao wants us to head to Jiangnan to steal Yu Fei's manual, so we can take the chance and meet there. So he said, how tasteful of Priest Xiao to arrange a martial gathering of friends on Mid-Autumn Festival. But we must also find a tasteful venue. Let's make it the hometown of the 7 freaks of Jiangnan. Xiao Chu-ji replied, excellent. We'll meet in the Jiaxing prefecture amid the South Lake, at the Misty Rain Inn. Everyone is welcome to invite a few more friends. It's a deal. Zhu Tsong said, looks like us 7 freaks of Jiangnan will have no choice but to play host and foot the bills. Of all the places both of you had to pick Jiaxing so you can feast on our expense, how sly. But since it's so rare that all of you grace Jiaxing with your presence, we will be able to afford it. Chief Peng about the medicine, the white is for consumption and the yellow is for topical application. By this time, half of Peng Lianhu's arm had already gone numb. It took him great effort to bear with it and converse with Qiu Chu-ji, and then he had to put up with Zhu Tsong's incessant and useless chatter. The anger boiled in his chest, but he dared not be impolite while his life was still in their hands. Finally he heard Zhu Tsong's last sentence and hurriedly swallowed the white antidote. Chief Peng, for 49 days you will not go near wine or women, said Kuzhani coldly. It will be a shame if we do not see you at the gathering in Jiaxing. Peng Lian who replied angrily, thanks for your concern. Sha Tong Tian applied the yellow antidote on his palm, and supporting him, turned to leave. Wan Yen Kong knelt on the ground and kowtowed 4 times to his mother's dead body. Then he turned and kowtowed a few times to Qiu Chu-ji. Raising his head, not uttering a single word, he walked away. Qiu Chu-ji said sternly, Konger, what is the meaning of this? But Wan Yen Kong did not answer. He did not join Peng Lianhu and the others, but took another turn and went on a separate path alone. Qiu Chu-ji was stunned for a while, then turned and bowed to Kuzhani and Zhu Kong. If not for the help of the 6 heroes, my martial brothers and I might have lost our lives. Besides, my disgraceful pupil has turned out to possess such a wicked character. He cannot hold a candle to your virtuous pupil. For us martial arts practitioners, character and integrity is of foremost importance, Wugong is secondary. I'm ashamed to have a disciple like this. The duel at Jiaxing's drunken ferry inn has reached a conclusion. I admit defeat. Word will henceforth spread throughout Jianghu that Qiu Chu-ji has been trounced by the 7 freaks of Jiangnan, and I have sincerely and gladly admitted my loss. The 6 freaks swelled with pride as he spoke. Their 18 years of effort in the deserts of Mongolia had finally paid off. Kuzhani uttered a few words of humility. But the 6 freaks then thought of their 5th brother Zhang Sheng who died in the desert, and sadness descended upon their hearts. It was regretful that their 5th brother did not live to hear Qiu Chu-ji admitting defeat. After they had helped Ma Yu and Wang Chui back into the inn, Quan Jin Fa went and bought coffins to prepare for the young couple's funeral. Qiu Chu-ji saw Moon Yen Ci grieving sorrowfully and felt awful himself. He said, Miss Mu, how did your father spend the last few years? Wiping her tears, Moon Yen Ci replied, my father and I have been wandering for over 10 years, never settling at one place for more than a month. Father said he wanted to look for a brother by the surname Guo. Her voice trailed off and she slowly lowered her head. Qiu Chu-ji glanced at Guo Jing, then said to Moon Yen Ci, how did your father end up adopting you? I came from Lotus Pond village in the Linen prefecture, she replied. About 10 years ago, father took refuge at my place to recover from his injuries. Soon after, an epidemic broke out, killing my parents and brothers. Father then took me in as a daughter and taught me martial arts. To find this brother Guo, we roamed all over and started the joust for a spouse. Ah! Your father's surname is actually Yang, not Mu, so you should change your name accordingly. No, I won't take the surname Yang. I will still use Mu. Qiu Chu-ji said, why? You don't believe me? Mu Nian Ci replied softly, how would I dare to doubt, priest? But I'd rather my surname be Mu. Qiu Chuji saw that she was stubborn and dropped the matter, thinking that she must be too traumatized by the sudden loss of her father to understand. Little did he know that he was the one who did not understand. Mu Nian Ci was actually thinking of something else. She had already committed her life to Wan Yen Kong. Since he was her father's real son, he must of course take the surname Yang. If she had the same surname, how could they marry? Wang Chu-yi was gradually recovering his energy after taking the antidote and lay on the bed, listening to their conversation. There was one thing he failed to understand, and so he asked, how come your wugong is so much better than your father's? Mu Nian Ci replied, when I was 13, I met a strange person and he taught me wugong for 3 days. It's a pity I was born unintelligent, and so didn't manage to learn much. Wang Chu-yi said, he taught you just 3 days of wugong and you managed to defeat your father. Who is this expert? Priest, I wouldn't dare to hide anything on purpose, but he once made me vow that I will never reveal his name. Wang Chu-yi nodded and did not question further. Instead, he recalled her stances and moves during her fight with Wan Yen Kong and tried to conjecture, but still failed to tell which school her wugong came from. The more he thought about her moves, the more he felt it was peculiar. He asked, Elder Martial Brother Chiu, you have taught Wan Yen Kong for about 8 to 9 years, right? Exactly 9 years and a half, Qiu Chu-ji replied, sighing. I never thought he would turn out so rotten. Wang Chu-yi said, that's strange. Why? But Wang Chu-yi did not reply. Kuzhani asked, Priest Chiu, how did you manage to find Brother Yang's descendant? Qiu Chu-ji replied, it was such a coincidence. After we laid down the bet, I traveled widely for news of the Gua and Yang families. Years passed and still there was nothing, but I did not give up. That year I went again to Ox Village for some clues to their whereabouts, and incidentally saw a few government officials moving objects from Brother Yang's old home. I tailed them, eavesdropping on their conversation. These officials were actually guards of Prince Zhao of the Jin Empire. They were under orders to move each and every item from the house. Broken chairs or iron spears, none could be left behind. I suspected that there was something much more to it, so I followed them all the way to Zhongdu. Guojing had seen Bao Shiroa's living quarters in the palace, and now he fully understood. Qiu Chu-ji continued, to find out why Prince Zhao had moved all these old and broken things all the way from Ox Village, I sneaked into the palace at night to investigate. What I saw made me both furious and upset. Brother Yang's wife had become a consort. In my great anger I initially thought of killing her, but then I saw her living in the old house and caressing Brother Yang's spear, sobbing all night. I felt she wasn't totally heartless after all and hadn't forgotten her dead husband, so I spared her life. Later, I found out that the little prince was actually Brother Yang's flesh and blood. When he was a few years older, I started teaching him martial arts. Kuzhani said, so all along he was none the wiser about his roots. I did sound him out a few times, but found that he hankered after riches, he replied. He was not a person of integrity, so I never once revealed the truth to him. Every time I tried to teach him important moral principles, he would always behave apathetically and retort with his slippery tongue. If it wasn't for our wager, why would I even waste my time on him? Initially I had hoped for both sides to reconcile no matter who won the duel, and I would tell him the truth about his birth. We would then rescue his mother from the palace and settle down in a quiet area. How was I to know that Brother Yang was alive still? But both Elder Martial Brother Ma and I were injured by those scoundrels, and still failed to save him and his wife Hai. Hearing this, Mu Nian Ci hid her face and started weeping softly again. Guojing then explained how he met Yang Tai Xian, and how he had seen Bao Shiroa in the night. Everyone agreed that though Bao Shiroa had lost her virtue in Zhao Palace, she was, after all, under the impression that her husband was dead. In the end she still followed her husband in death, and there was no one present that did not admire her loyalty and sigh at the tragedy. The conversation then shifted to the mid-autumn duel. Zhu Tsong said, but the Quanzhen 7 will be assembled there. What have we to worry? It's just that they might bring along a multitude of good fighters to outnumber us, said Ma Yu. Qiu Chuji said, which other good fighters can they bring along? Are there that many good fighters in the world? Ma Yu sighed. Younger martial brother Qiu, your skills have improved greatly in the past few years and brought glory to our sect. Yet, you still haven't been able to curb the arrogance of youth. Yu Qiu Chuji laughed and completed, I must know that there will always be a higher person, like there will always be a higher heaven. Ma Yu smiled. Isn't it so? The people we met just now really possess skills that are no lower than ours. If they invite more fighters of their caliber to Misty Rain Inn, then it's hard to tell who will win. Qiu Chuji cocked his head proudly and said, Elder martial brother, you worry too much. Is it even possible that Quanzhen sect would lose to that bunch of thugs? Ma Yu replied, nothing is certain in this world. If not for Brother Ku and Brother Zhu, the decades-old reputation of Quanzhen sect would have been ruined in the hands of us three martial brothers. Ku Zhenyi and Zhu Tsong declined modestly. It was just because the opposition employed dirty tricks. How can it be taken into account? Ma Yu sighed again. Martial Uncle Zhou was taught personally by teacher, and his skills are 10 times better than ours. Alas, because of his stubborn and competitive nature, he has gone missing for over 10 years. We must take this as a lesson and always remain cautious. Now that Ma Yu phrased it this way, Qiu Chuji did not dare to rebut. The six freaks never knew the Quanzhen 7 had a martial uncle. From Ma Ye's words, they deduced that this matter was not something that Quanzhen sect was proud of. It would not be tactful to make any comment and so they refrained, but nevertheless they were curious. Wang Chu-yi listened to their dialogue but remained silent, mulling over something. Qiu Chuji glanced at Guojing and Munyan Ci. Brother Ku, you have nurtured a fine and gallant disciple. With such a son-in-law, my brother Yang will be able to rest in peace. Munyan Ci's face reddened and she stood up. Lowering her head, she walked out of the room. Seeing her stand up and take steps, a notion flashed through Wang Chu-yi's mind and he got out of bed, sending his palm straight at her shoulder. This move was swift and by the time Munyan Ci sensed it, his palm had already reached her right shoulder. He paused there for a moment, waiting for her to exercise internal energy to resist. At the moment the energy was just about to reach but not yet Wang Chu-yi yanked her shoulder. So distinguished a character was the iron-footed fairy, Jade's son Wang Chu-yi. Even though he had not recovered from his heavy injuries and his arms devoid of internal energy, he was still able to pinpoint the void in her circulation passage. With this push and pull, Munyan Ci swayed and instantly fell forward. Wang Chu-yi extended his right hand to support her right shoulder and she was upright again, beyond her control. Her lovely eyes widened with a mixture of surprise and bewilderment. Wang Chu-yi laughed and said, "Don't be frightened, Miss Mu, I was just testing your kung fu. The senior expert who taught you for 3 days, did he dress like a beggar and have just 9 fingers?" Munyan Ci said in surprise, "Eh? Yes, that's right." "Priest, how did you know?" Wang Chu-yi smiled. "This 9-fingered divine beggar, Elder Hong, goes about things in a truly mysterious manner. It's just like seeing the heavenly dragon's head but catching no hint of the tail. To have been taught personally by him is your great fortune and a cause for celebration. It was a pity he was busy and only taught me for 3 days." Wang Chu-yi let out a sigh. "You should be content. You have gained more in those 3 days than what others can teach you in 10, 20 years. Munyan Ci said, "Priest is right." After a brief pause, she continued, "Priest, do you happen to know where Elder Hong is?" Laughing, he replied, "Now you've had me stumped. I last saw him at Mount Hua over 20 years ago, and have never heard from him since." Disappointed, Munyan Ci walked slowly out of the room. Han Shaoing asked, "Priest Wang, who is this elder Hong? Wang Chu-yi smiled and seated himself on the bed. Qiu Chu-ji said, Heroine Han, have you heard of the Eastern Heretic, Western Poison, Southern Emperor, Northern Beggar and Central Divinity? Han Xiaoying replied, I've heard people say these are the 5 strongest martial artists in the world, but I don't know if it's true. Qiu Chu-ji said, it is. Kuzhani said, so this elder Hong is the Northern Beggar? Wang Chu-yi said, that's right. The Central Divinity refers to our late teacher, Reverend Wang. Upon hearing that this elder Hong was mentioned alongside the Quanzhen Seven's teacher, they were immediately filled with awe. Qiu Chu-ji turned and smiled at Guojing. This wife of yours is the disciple of the great 9-fingered divine beggar. Who would dare bully you in future? Guojing felt his cheeks burn and wanted to dispute this, but he just stammered and did not manage to say anything. Han Xiaoying asked, Priest Wang, how did you tell that she was taught by the 9-fingered divine beggar by just pushing her shoulder? Qiu Chu-ji motioned for Guojing to come over, and Guojing went to his side as instructed. Qiu Chu-ji pushed Guojing's shoulder with his palm, exerting pressure with internal energy. But Guojing had cultivated profound internal energy under Ma Ye's guidance, and also endured over 10 years of hard physical training from the 6 freaks. As a result, he had considerable internal and external strength. With this push, Qiu Chu-ji could not bring him down. Laughing, he said, good lad. And the pressure loosened. Guojing had exercised his internal energy to resist the push, and now he relaxed both outwards and inwards. Quick as lightning, Qiu Chu-ji seized this instant. Guojing's earlier energy had dissipated and his new wave of energy had yet to catch on, leaving a gap. With a light pull, Guojing fell backwards. He extended his hands and, using his fingers, propelled himself upright again. Everyone burst out laughing. Zhu Tsong said, Jinger, remember this expert move that Priest Qiu taught you? Guojing nodded in obedience. Qiu Chu-ji said, Heroine Han, when pulled by the shoulder, all martial artists in the world will fall backward if they are unable to resist. But with the unique kung fu of the 9-fingered divine beggar, one will fall forward instead. This is because his kung fu is rooted in extreme, rigid toughness. When faced with strength, it responds with greater strength. Though Miss Mu only spent 3 days under his tutelage, she has evidently grasped his martial arts philosophy. Though she was unable to withstand younger martial brother Wang's pull, she refused to succumb to the situation. Even if she had to fall, she would fall in the opposite direction of the enemy's strength. The 6 freaks thought what he said made sense, and admired Quan Zhensek's proficient knowledge. Zhu Tsong said, Priest Wang has seen the 9-fingered divine beggar display his kung fu? Wang Chu-yi said, over 20 years ago, my late teacher competed in the Mtihua tournament with the 9-fingered divine beggar, Huang Yao Shi and the other greats. Elder Hong's kung fu was truly outstanding, but he was also very gluttonous, and Mtihua was short of delicacies. Feeling extremely bored, he took sword as wine and fist as dishes and began chatting about the theories of sword and fist with my late teacher and elder Huang Yao Shi. At that time I was waiting on teacher and was very lucky indeed to have heard these brilliant theories. In fact, I learned a lot. Kuzhani said, oh, so out of the Eastern Heretic, Western Poison, Huang Yao Shi must be the so-called Eastern Heretic. Qiu Chu-ji replied, correct. He then turned to Guojing and said jovially, though elder martial brother Ma has taught you some internal energy, luckily you are not officially his disciple. If you start comparing seniority, you'll be 1 level lower than your wife. Then you'll never be able to raise your head in this life. Guojing went red. I'm not marrying her. Startled, Qiu Chu-ji said, what? I'm not marrying her. I'm not marrying her. Guojing repeated. Qiu Chu-ji's face sank and he stood up. But why? Ever doting on her disciple, Han Xiaoying saw that Guojing was in a tight spot and hurriedly explained on his behalf, we received word that Master Yang's child was a male. Thinking that the betrothal agreement was annulled, Jing'er has already gotten engaged in Mongolia. The Khan of Mongolia, Genghis Khan, has appointed him as his imperial son-in-law. Xiao Chu-jis face hardened and he glared at Guo Jing. Laughing icily, he said, "Brilliant, this girl is a princess, a precious imperial descendant. Commoners can't hold a candle to her, so you're just going to conveniently ignore the wishes of the dead. You lust for riches and betray your roots. How different are you from that scoundrel Wan Yen Kong? And what of your late father's wishes?" Panicking, Guo Jing bowed. "I have never met my father, and my mother has never mentioned anything about his wishes. Priest, please enlighten me." At this, Qiu Chu-ji lost his cold smile and his expression softened at once. "So you are really not to blame. I was too quick to jump to conclusions." He then explained everything from beginning till the end: his meeting with the Guo and Yang brothers 18 years ago at Ox Village, the slaughtering of soldiers that night, his search for the Guo and Yang families, his misunderstanding with the 7 freaks of Jiangnan and the wager that followed, etc. Now knowing the circumstances of his birth and how everything had begun, he broke down in sobs. His father died a horrible death and had yet to be avenged. He then thought of the great kindness of his 7 teachers. How could he even hope to repay them in this lifetime? Han Xiaoying said kindly, "It's very common for a man to have more than one wife. Just let the Khan know about this and marry both women. That way, all your problems will be solved. I reckon the Khan himself has even more than 100 wives." Wiping his tears, he replied, "I can't marry Princess Hua Zheng." Surprised, Han Xiaoying asked, "Why?" "I don't like her as my wife." "But haven't you always been on very good terms with her?" "I view her as a younger sister and a good friend, but I certainly don't want her as my wife." Xiao Chu-ji said happily, "Good child, you've got backbone. Khan or not, princess or not, who cares? Just obey your father and Uncle Yang, and get married with Miss Mu." Unexpectedly, Guo Jing shook his head again. "I won't marry Miss Mu either." Everyone present was bewildered, not knowing what was running through his head. But Han Xiaoying was a woman, and she paid heed to details. "You like someone else?" she asked gently. Guo Jing blushed and, after a moment or two, nodded his head. Han Baoju and Qiu Chu-ji asked sternly in unison, "Who is it?" Guo Jing opened his mouth to answer, but faltered. During the fight with Mei Chaofeng and the others in the palace the previous night, Huang Rong had the attention of Han Xiaoying. She had secretly marveled at this girl with her graceful movements and a face as delicate as those you only see in paintings. Thinking back, Huang Rong did seem very affectionate towards Guo Jing and had been looking out especially for him. Han Xiaoying asked, "It's the young girl who dressed in white, isn't it?" Guo Jing went red as he nodded. Xiao Chu-ji said impatiently, "What young or old girl in white or black?" Han Xiaoying muttered to herself, "I heard Mei Chaofeng call her little martial sister and addressed her father as teacher." Qiao Chu-ji and Kuzhani stood up at once and said together, flabbergasted, "She's Huang Yaoshi's daughter." Holding Guo Jing's hand, Han Xiaoying asked, "Jing'er, is her surname Huang?" Guo Jing answered, "Yes." To this, Han Xiaoying was speechless. Kuzhani muttered, "You want to marry Mei Chaofeng's younger martial sister?" Zhu Tsong asked, "Her father has betrothed her to you?" Guo Jing replied, "I've never met her father, nor do I know who her father is." Zhu Tsong asked again, "So you have an illicit engagement?" Not knowing what an illicit engagement meant, Guo Jing widened his eyes and did not reply. Zhu Tsong continued, "You've told her that you will definitely marry her, and she's also said that she'll definitely marry you, is that right?" Guo Jing replied, "Never said that." After a brief pause, he continued, "We don't have to say it. I can't do without her, and she can't do without me. We know this in our hearts." Having never experienced the feeling of love, Han Baoju was displeased upon hearing this and said impatiently, "What nonsense is this?" However, Han Xiaoying's mind flitted to Zhang A Sheng, "Among us 7 freaks, fifth brother's character was the most similar to Jinger. But he only loved me in secret. He always thought he wasn't good enough for me, and so he never expressed his feelings. Was it like Jinger and that girl? What with we both know it in our hearts, I can't do without her, she can't do without me. If I had let him know just a few months before he died that I actually couldn't do without him, he would have at least a few months of true happiness in his lifetime. Zhu Tsong said calmly, her father is a ruthless monster who kills without blinking, did you know that? If he found out that you got close with her daughter in secret, how could even you hope to live? Mei Chaofeng hasn't even learned 1/10 of his kung fu and she is already so formidable. If the master of Peach Blossom Isle wants to kill you, who will be able to save you? Guo Jing said softly, Renjie is so nice, I doubt her father will be a bad person. Bullshit. Han Baoju berated. Huang Yao sure is utterly evil, how could he not be a bad person? Quickly vow that you'll never see that little demoness again. Because the twin killers of the Dark Winds had killed the laughing Buddha Zhang A Sheng, the 6 freaks bore a grudge as deep as the oceans towards them and hated their teacher to the core. They all thought that the kung fu the twin killers used to kill Zhang A Sheng was taught by Huang Yao Shi. If there was no Huang Yao Shi in this world, Zhang A Sheng wouldn't have died. Guo Jing was in an extremely difficult position. On one hand was his deep gratitude towards his teachers, and on the other hand was a love both sincere and true. If he could never see Renjie ever again, how could he live on? His teacher's eyes were fixed sternly on himself and with an aching heart, dropped down to his knees, tears streaming down his cheeks. Han Baoju stepped forward and said harshly, say it. Say that you'll never see that little demoness again. Suddenly, a clear female voice shouted from outside the window, why are you forcing him like this? How shameless. Everyone was startled. That girl called, Jingij, hurry outside. Surprised and delighted to hear it was Huang Rong, Guo Jing dashed outside and saw her standing at the courtyard with his blood-sweat horse. The little red horse saw Guo Jing and let out a long neigh, raising its front hoofs. Han Baoju, Quan Jin Fa, Zhu Tsong and Chiu Chuji followed him out of the room. Guo Jing said to Han Baoju, third teacher, that's her, she's Renjie. Renjie isn't a demoness. You ugly and short fatty, why did you call me a little demoness? Huang Rong scolded. She then pointed to Zhu Tsong and said, and you, sly and sloppy scholar. Why did you say my father's a monster who kills without blinking? Not taking a little girl to heart, Zhu Tsong merely smiled. Looking at Huang Rong, he thought that her beauty was indeed peerless and none he had seen in his life could match hers. No wonder Jinger was so crazy about her. Han Baoju, however, was absolutely furious, so much so that the mustache at the edge of his lips had curled. He yelled, get out, get out. Huang Rong started clapping and sang, Shortygourd, tumbling ball, with one kick, rolls 3 times, with 2 kicks. Guo Jing exclaimed, Renjie, stop being naughty. These are my teachers. Huang Rong stuck out her tongue and made a face. Moving forward, Han Baoju struck out his arm to hit her. Huang Rong sang again, Shortygourd, tumbling ball. All of a sudden, she reached out and grabbed the cloth on Guo Jing's waist. With a hard tug, both of them had mounted the horse together. With a lift of the reins, the little red horse bolted forward and away like an arrow leaving the bow. No matter how fast Han Baoju was, how could possibly he catch up with the lightning pace of a blood-sweat horse? By the time Guo Jing had slightly settled himself, he turned his head only to see that the faces of Han Baoju and the others were already blurred. In the next instant they were reduced to little black dots. His own face was wrapped in rushing wind and his ears, enveloped in the sound of it. The little red horse continued to surge forward with amazing pace. Huang Rong held the reins in her right hand and held Guo Jing's hand with her left. Though they had parted for less than half a day, they had just only gone through an agonizing experience. Though one was inside the room and the other, outside the window, both had similar feelings of worry and anxiety, and now it felt like they had reunited after calamity. Guo Jing's heart was clouded with indecision. Escaping from his teachers like this was a huge wrong, yet when he thought that he would have to give up this girl in his arms that was dearer than his own life and never see her again, he would rather sever his head and bleed to death. Only after the little red horse had galloped more than 10 li past Yen capital did Huang Rong withdraw the reins and halt, leaping off the horse. Guo Jing followed and dismounted. The little red horse kept rubbing its head against Guo Jing's waist, displaying great affection. Guo Jing and Huang Rong held hands and gazed at each other in silence, each having a multitude of words to say but not knowing where to begin. But even in the absence of words, their hearts were linked and they had long been aware of each other's thoughts. After a long while, Huang Rong lightly released her hand and retrieved a towel from the leather sack on the horse's side. She wet the towel by the small stream and gave it to Guo Jing to wipe his face. Guo Jing was currently in a dazed state and did not receive the towel, but said suddenly, "Renjie, we have to do it." Jumping in surprise, Huang Rong said, "What is it?" "Well, head back and see my teachers." "Go back. Go back together," she said, stunned. "Yes. I want to hold your hand and tell my 6 teachers, Priest Ma and the rest." Renjie is not a demoness. Holding Huang Rong's little hand and lifting his head, he said firmly as if Kuzhani, Ma Yu and the rest were in front of him, "Teachers, you have shown me great kindness that I will never be able to repay even with my life. But, Renjie is really not a demoness, she's a very, very good girl, very, very good." In his heart he had innumerable words and phrases in defense of Huang Rong, but when the words were at his mouth, he could say nothing but very, very good. Huang Rong found it funny at first, but as Guo Jing went on she felt greatly moved. Gently, she said, "Jingji, your teachers hate me to the core. Nothing you say can make a difference. Let's not go back. I'll follow you to the secluded mountains, to an island in the sea, to someplace where they'll never find us and live there forever." Guo Jing's heart gave a start, but he said seriously, "Renjie, we must go back." "But they'll surely separate us," she wailed. "Then we'll never be able to see each other, ever again. Then we'll just not separate, till death do us apart." Huang Rong's initial misery abated with these words that weighed more than 1,000 vows and 1,000,000 promises. Suddenly she was filled with such a confidence, feeling that their 2 hearts had long been knotted stubbornly together, so stubborn that no person or force in this world could separate them. She thought to herself, "Yes, that's it. In the worst case we'll only die, surely there can't be anything worse than death." She said aloud, "Jingji, I will abide by you forever. We'll just not separate till death do us apart." Guo Jing said in delight, "I've always said you were a very, very good girl." Smiling gaily, Huang Rong retrieved a large piece of raw beef from the sack and coated it with moist earth. Gathering some dry twigs and branches, they started a fire. She said, "Let the little red horse rest for a bit. We'll set off after eating." After they had finished the beef and the little red horse had had its fill of grass, the 2 of them mounted the horse and went back the way they came. Not long after passing the placard, they arrived at the inn. Guo Jing held Huang Rong's hand and together, they stepped inside. The shopkeeper had once been recipient of Guo Jing's silver and looked joyous upon seeing his return. Hurrying forward, he welcomed Guo Jing, saying, "Good day to you, sir. The other guests have all left the city. What would you like to eat?" Guo Jing said, surprised, "They've all left. Did they leave any message?" "No, they didn't. They headed south and haven't been gone for more than 4 hours." Turning to Huang Rong, Guo Jing said, "Well, catch up with them." They left the inn and mounted the horse, heading southwards in pursuit, but eventually failed to catch sight of the 3 priests or the 6 freaks. And so, urging the little red horse, they turned back once again. The little red horse was ever spirited and lively, having gone 2 trips it still showed no signs of weariness but continued sprinting relentlessly. Along the way, they made inquiries about the 3 priests and 6 freaks but no one had seen anyone like them, and Guo Jing was thoroughly disappointed. Huang Rong said, All of them will be gathering at the Misty Rain Inn during the Mid-Autumn Festival, so you'll definitely be able to see your teachers then. It still wouldn't be too late to tell them that I'm very, very good. Mid-Autumn Festival is a whole 6 months away, he replied. Smiling cheerfully, Huang Rong said, then in these 6 months we'll have fun and be merry, wouldn't that be great? Besides being adventurous by nature, Guo Jing, like all young people, was also playful. Furthermore, he would be accompanied by the girl he loved and to this, couldn't ask for more. Applauding the idea, the pair hurried to the nearest town to spend the evening. The next day they bought a white horse. Guo Jing insisted on riding it, letting Huang Rong ride the little red horse. With rein in hand, they traveled leisurely and enjoyed themselves along the way. Sometimes they lay asleep beside each other in the wilderness, other times they shared a room in an inn. Despite their deep love for each other, they were young and innocent and did nothing licentious. Huang Rong did not think it was anything unusual. Guo Jing, however, felt that this was how things were meant to be. On this day they came to the Shiqing prefecture, which was east of Jingdong Road and controlled by the Tai Ning military. As it grew closer to noon, the weather became increasingly humid. Having ridden with haste for nearly half a day, trickles of perspiration emerged on their foreheads and backs as the bright, orange sun shone directly on them. Sand and dust from the path scattered all around them as they rode, the particles sticking on their greasy faces. The discomfort was unbearable. Let's not hurry anymore. Well, find a cool and breezy place to rest, Huang Rong suggested. Guo Jing replied, sure. Let's have a pot of tea in the town further up before doing anything else. As they spoke, their horses caught up with a sedan chair and a scrawny donkey in front. Riding the donkey was a big fatty clothed in yam-colored gauze robes, continuously fanning himself with a big white fan. The donkey limped under the weight of his 250-60 gene body, with every step proving to be a hurdle. As for the sedan, its screens were lifted for cooling purposes and within it sat a fat middle-aged woman in pink robes. Coincidentally, the two sedan bearers were also thin and frail, and both were panting heavily. Beside the sedan was a slave girl with a sunflower fan, relentlessly fanning the fat woman in the sedan. Huang Rong urged her horse forward and overtook this group of people by 70 or 80 feet. She then reined in and turned around to face the sedan. Curious, Guo Jing asked, what are you doing? I want to see how this madam looks like, came her reply. Peering into the sedan, she saw that the fat woman was 40-odd years of age. She had a gold hairpin in her hair, and sitting on the edge of her temples was a large, red velvet flower. She had a broad mouth, beady eyes, 2 flapping ears and a nose so flat it looked like it wasn't there. Her plump face was as round as a plate, with a thick layer of powder slapped on. However, streams of perspiration from her forehead had already dissolved streaks of powder to create several dikes in her face. Hearing Huang Rong's words, she raised a pair of bushy eyebrows and glowered fiercely at her. What's there to see? The fat woman said rudely. Huang Rong had intentions of creating trouble, and she couldn't have been happier now that the fat woman took the initiative to stir the rift. Halting the little red horse and blocking the way, she grinned and said, I'm admiring your slim figure, it's really nice. All of a sudden, she lifted the reins with a cry and the little red horse charged straight at the sedan. Shocked, the two sedan bearers dropped the sedan immediately and fled to the sides. The sedan toppled over and the fat woman came tumbling noisily out, landing right smack in the middle of the path. Her arms and legs flailed helplessly about, and she was unable to pick herself up. But Huang Rong had already halted the little red horse and was now clapping her hands, howling with laughter. She had intended to ride away after this prank, but the fatty on the donkey brandished his mule whip and lashed it ferociously towards her. He bellowed, where did this little witch pop up from? Lying horizontally spread across the path, an even worse slew of obscenities escaped the fat woman's mouth. Huang Rong caught the whip with her left hand and gave it a small tug, causing the fatty to tumble off his horse. Raising the whip, she lashed it towards him. The fat woman screamed loudly, "Female robber! Murder! She's blocked our way and robbed us." Unrelenting, Huang Rong pulled out her ime dagger and bent down. With a chi sound, blood splattered across the fat woman's face and she shrieked like a dying pig. Her left ear had been sliced off. This scared the living spirits out of the fatty and he immediately knelt, whimpering, "Mercy, big lady king. I have silver." Huang Rong made a face. "Who wants your silver? Who is this woman?" She's my wife." Oui, she went back to her mother's house to visit. "Both of you are fat and robust, so why can't you walk yourself? I can show mercy, but you just have to follow my orders." Yes, he clamored. "Well, obey Lady King's orders." Huang Rong burst out laughing when she heard him address herself as Lady King, thinking it was a pretty interesting title. She said, "Where are the two sedan bearers? Get inside the sedan, all three of you, together with that slave girl." Not daring to defy her, the three servants propped the fallen sedan back to balance and climbed inside. Thankfully, all three of them were thin and small-built, so it wasn't much of a squeeze. In fact, their combined mass might have even been smaller than that of the fat woman's. At present, 6 pairs of eyes, the 3 servants, Guo Jing's and the fat couples, were fixed nervously on Huang Rong, not knowing what strange ideas she might have. Huang Rong said, "You husband and wife have led a life of power and luxury, bullying the poor just because you have a little stinking money. Now that you've met the big lady king, would you like to live or die?" By this time, the fat woman had long stopped her wailing. With her left hand pressed firmly on the wound on the side of her face, she said together with her fat husband, "We want to live, we want to live. Please have mercy, Lady King." "All right," said Huang Rong. "Today, it's your turn to be the sedan bearers. Lift up the sedan." The fat woman cried, I only know how to sit in sedans, I don't know how to carry them." A dagger flew past her, grazing the tip of her nose. Huang Rong shouted, "If you don't carry the sedan, I'm going to slice off your nose." Thinking that her nose had already been sliced off, the fat woman shrieked, "Aya, the pain is killing me." Huang Rong shouted again, "Are you going to carry the sedan, or not?" The fatty quickly lifted the sedan and said, well carry it. Left with no choice, the fat woman lowered her body and placed the end of the sedan pole on her shoulder, then stood upright again. Both husband and wife were truly sturdy and robust, having eaten plenty of tonics. They strode away with the sedan on their shoulders, looking like experienced sedan bearers. Huang Rong and Guo Jing cheered in unison, "Carried well." They trailed behind the sedan on their horses for about 100 feet before Huang Rong urged her horse to sprint. "Jingjiji, let's go." Together, they galloped swiftly and after a distance, turned back to look. They couldn't help but burst out in peals of laughter at the sight. The fat couple was still walking with the sedan on their shoulders, not daring to put it down. That fat woman is both cruel and hideous, and is actually quite suitable. I originally wanted to capture her and give her to Chiu Chu-ji as a wife, but it's too bad I can't win that bullnose in a fight. Why would you give her to Priest Chiu to be his wife? Guo Jing asked, baffled. He wouldn't want it. Of course he wouldn't. But at the same time, why doesn't he understand? You said you didn't want to marry Miss Mu, but he still tried to force you to. Humph. When one day I can defeat that bullnose priest, I'll force him to take a wicked and ugly woman as his wife and let him have a taste of being forced to marry. At this, Guo Jing's smile faded and he was silent for a moment. Then he said, Renjir, Miss Mu is neither wicked or ugly. But I'll still only take you as my wife. With a lovely smile, Huang Rong said, even if you don't say it, I know. They continued their journey until the sudden sound of rushing water emerged from behind a row of trees. Huang Rong weaved her way past a big tree and gave a cry of delight. Guo Jing followed and saw that it was a clear stream, so clear that you could see the stream bed, made up of green, white, red and purple pebbles. Hanging willows graced both its banks, their branches lightly brushing the water surface, beneath which many fish swam freely. Huang Rong removed her outer robe and jumped into the water with a splash. Alarmed, Guojing went near the edge of the stream only to see both her hands raised high, grasping a green fish that was about 1 chi long. The fish wriggled desperately, struggling to escape. Huang Rong called out, "Catch!" She threw the fish towards him. Displaying his seizing method, Guojing caught the fish. But the fish was extremely slippery and slid out of his hands immediately, lurching and flipping wildly on the ground. Clapping and laughing, Huang Rong called, "Jingji, come down and swim." Having grown up in the desert, Guojing did not know how to swim and shook his head with a smile. "Come down, I'll teach you," she urged. Huang Rong looked like she was having a lot of fun in the water, so he removed his outer clothes and waded slowly down. But Huang Rong gave his leg a tug and he lost balance, falling and gulping down a few mouthfuls of water in panic. Huang Rong laughed as she helped him up, and began teaching him the technique of swimming. The essentials of the skill lay in regulating one's breathing. Since Guojing was acquainted with internal energy practice techniques and proficient with breath regulation, it took him only half a day's practice to get the hang of swimming. That night they slept by the bank of the stream, and early the next morning it was back to one teaching, one learning. Growing up on an island in the sea, Huang Rong had been proficient in aquatic skills since young. Be it literature or martial arts, there was nothing Huang Yaoshi did not excel in, yet his aquatic skills were far behind that of his daughters. Under the guidance of this brilliant instructor, Guojing spent 8 to 10 hours underwater every day. After 7 or 8 days had passed, he could swim up and down as he pleased, float and sink as he wished. On this particular day, they had been swimming for hours and still their enthusiasm seemed boundless. They defied the current and had just swum a few li upstream when they heard the sound of falling water. Turning a bend, their eyes were greeted with what looked like flying pearls and sprinkling jade. It was actually a waterfall of a few hundred feet in height, with its large bodies of water spilling down ceaselessly from the cliff peak. "Jingji, let's try and make it up to the cliff peak from the waterfall," said Huang Rong. "Okay, let's give it a try. You'd better wear your soft hedgehog armor." "No need." With a determined shout, the pair drilled their way into the waterfall. The current was extremely urgent. Forget climbing up, they couldn't even stand properly, and with a slight shift of their feet their bodies were rushed far, far away by the current. After a few unsuccessful attempts, they finally gave up in exhaustion. Feeling extremely discontented, Guojing said with rousing anger, "Renjir, well, have a good rest tonight and come again tomorrow." Huang Rong said, laughing, "Okay. You needn't get angry at the waterfall, though." Realizing he was being silly, Guojing laughed along. The next day they tried again, and this time managed to climb over 10 feet. Fortunately, both were proficient in their lightness skill, Qin Gong, and every time they were rushed down by the water, they only fell into the deep waterfall and did not hurt themselves. On the 8th day, Guojing finally managed to reach the peak. Stretching out his hand, he hauled Huang Rong up and they jumped up and down in jubilation, delirious in their triumph. Then, hand in hand, they slid down the waterfall once more. And so, having spent nearly 10 days in this fashion, Guojing's aquatic skills were no longer weak, thanks also to his deep internal energy. Though he was still far behind Huang Rong, she told him that he had already surpassed her father. Only when the waterfall ceased to interest them did they finally get back onto their horses and journey southwards. On this day, the sun had already set and the vast, cloudy sky was a dark blanket of blue when the pair arrived at the banks of Changjiang River. Guojing gazed east where the great river's waves broke forth, steadily and unfaltering. All around him was an abundant excess of nature, seemingly infinite. Water flowed into the river from upstream unceasingly, it was steadfast, and it would run for eternity without rest. With such awe-inspiring scenery before his eyes, feelings of heroism and valor stirred in his chest and he felt like his body had merged into one with the river. Guo Jing continued admiring the scenery for a fairly long while before Huang Rong suddenly spoke, "If you want to go, let's go." Guo Jing replied, "Okay." Having spent all these days together, there was no longer a need for too many words between them before they knew what each other was thinking. Huang Rong could see from the expression in his eyes that he wanted to swim across the river. Guo Jing released the white horse's reins and said, "You're of no use now, go your own way." With a pat on the back of the little red horse, they leapt into the river together. The little red horse let out a long neigh and swam in front, while Guo Jing and Huang Rong swam side by side behind it. By the time they reached the heart of the river, the little red horse was already way ahead of them. Above them, a myriad of stars sparkled in the sky, and aside from the sound of the rolling waves, all else was quiet, and it was as if they were the only two people in heaven and earth. After swimming for a while more, dark clouds suddenly started gathering in the sky and on the river, all was pitch black. Lightning and thunder followed continuously, and each roar of thunder seemed like it had struck their heads. "Renjir," Guo Jing called. "Are you afraid?" Smiling, she said, "I'm with you, I'm not afraid." The rain then started falling mercilessly, and eventually ended as abruptly as it began. When they finally reached the other side of the river, the storm had already ended and a clear moon had begun to give passage to the sun. Guo Jing gathered some dry twigs and started a fire. From her bag, Huang Rong retrieved a dry set of clothing for both of them, and they changed, hanging their wet clothes above the fire to dry. A short nap later, brightness crept slowly over the horizon. In a small peasant hut by the river, a single rooster cleared its throat and started its long crow. Huang Rong yawned and exclaimed, "I'm hungry." She sprinted towards the hut and returned within a quarter of an hour with a big fat chicken in hand. Chuckling, she said, "Let's go farther away so the owner won't see." The two of them journeyed eastwards for a few li, and the little red horse trailed behind them obediently. Huang Rong used her ime dagger to cut the rooster's stomach and proceeded to cleanse out its organs, but she did not pluck its feathers. Wetting some earth with water, she coated the chicken with mud and roasted it over fire. Some moments later, a sweet fragrance seeped through the mud. When the mud had become completely dry, it was skinned off and the chicken feathers fell off with it, exposing tender white meat and a rich, savory aroma that assaulted their nostrils. The Legend of the Condor Heroes Chapter 12. Repentance of the Haughty Dragon. Original translation by Mojo Jojo. Huang Rong was on the point of cutting up the chicken when they heard a voice behind them, "A third portion, I will take the tail portion." The two youngsters started. How had somebody been able to approach them without them realizing his being there? They turned and beheld a beggar, old, but forceful. The man had a rectangular face, a goatee beard, and vigorous but rather massive limbs. His clothes, frayed on all sides, were however very clean. He held with one hand a green cane, made from translucent bamboo like jade, and carried on his back a large red gourd. He looked so greedy and impatient, one had the impression that if his portion were not given, he was going to seize some by force. Before the two young people had time to answer, he had already sat down in front of them, without further ado. He took his water bottle and opened it, and a heady alcoholic perfume spread itself in the air. He gluttonously swallowed several mouthfuls before tightening the water bottle. To Guo Jing, "A drink, little urchin," said he, "with you." Guo Jing found the man rather impolite, but sensed distinctly that he was no ordinary individual, so he did not dare to show disrespect. "No, thank you," he said courteously, "I do not drink alcohol, but you doing so causes me no inconvenience." "And you, little girl," asked the beggar of Huang Rong, "do you drink?" Huang Rong shook her head. Suddenly, she saw that the hand which held the water gourd had only 4 fingers, the index had been severed at the root. She started and thought of the conversation between the Taoists and the odd ones, whom she had overheard behind the window of the inn the other day, concerning the divine beggar with the 9 fingers. Would this be a stroke of luck, she wondered, that we fall thus, by chance, on that elder one? Let us try to probe him a little. The eyes of the beggar were fixed on the chicken held in his hand, and he salivated with greediness. She could not stop secretly laughing. He then cut out the bird into two and the tail portion was tended to him. Captivated, the beggar seized some and took a full bite. While devouring it, he did not cease praising, "Delicious! Delicious! Even I, who am the ancestor of all the beggars, I could not improvise such a delicious beggar's chicken." Huang Rong traced a smile and tended the other piece to him. "But no," protested the beggar, "you have not eaten yet, you all." This attempt at manners was in vain, purely for form's sake, as that did not prevent him from seizing what was offered to him. In a flash, there remained nothing any more but bones. He tapped his belly then and exclaimed, "Ah, my belly! My belly! Hasn't it been a long time that you have been starved of such a good chicken?" Huang Rong burst out laughing. "By the greatest good chance, I prepared a beggar's chicken and here it has entered the majestic belly of the ancestor of the beggars. It's a true honor." The beggar burst out laughing. "Little girl, you are quite brave." He withdrew from his pocket several gilded projectiles. "Yesterday," he explained, "I saw several individuals brawling. The missiles which one of them launched shone like gold. I was the one who benefited from it. I took some of them. In fact, inside, it is cheap metal, but outside, to look good, it is genuine gold. Hold, little urchin, take them and have fun. Where necessary, you can draw some funds from them." Guo Jing shook his head. "We regard you as a friend, and when one invites a friend to eat, one does not accept gifts in payment." In doing so he honored the rules of hospitality of the Mongols. The beggar, feeling thwarted, scraped his head. Then, "I am also embarrassed. I have no trouble begging for scraps from people, but today, you provided me such a good chicken. Such a benefit, that I cannot return it, that why speak about benefit and repayment, for such a small chicken?" Guo Jing said. "And, to be honest, we stole this chicken too. We took this chicken in passing," confirmed Huang Rong. "You ate it while you passed here. Very well done." The beggar still burst of laughing. "You too," said he, "funny enough, I like you well." "Good, if you have a wish to formulate, tell it to me." Guo Jing, understanding that he proposed to help them, which again infringed the rules of hospitality, shook his head again. But Huang Rong intervened. "In fact, this beggar's chicken is really not a great thing. I have other small favorite dishes, that I would readily make for you to taste. Why won't you come with us?" "Splendid!" exclaimed the beggar, enchanted. "Splendid! What is your honorable name?" asked Guo Jing. "My name is Hong," the beggar. "And as I am the seventh in my fraternity, you can call me Qi Gong, the seventh elder." "It is indeed him," Huang Rong said. "The divine beggar with the 9 fingers. But it seems to be younger than the Taoist master Qiu. How could he be a contemporary of the master of the Chuanjin 7? Actually, my dad himself isn't old, but yet he is a peer of Qi Gong. That must be explained by the incompetence of these 7 old Taoists, who wasted their time." She always held some resentment against Zhou Chuji for his having wanted to force Guo Jing to marry Mu Nianxi. They went towards the south and arrived in a small town, where they took a room in an inn. "I'll go to the market," said Huang Rong. "You men, it's better for you to rest a little." "Isn't she your little wife?" asked Qi Gong of Guo Jing while watching her depart with a smile. The young man reddened, not daring to agree nor to disagree. Qi Gong burst of laughing, and started to drowse on a chair. More than 1.5 hours later, Huang Rong returned finally and settled in the kitchen. Guo Jing wanted to help her but the girl closed the door while laughing. Another half an hour passed. Qi Gong yawned, stretched, and inhaled deeply. "That smells jolly good," he said. "But what could that be? Well, it's odd." He stretched his neck, trying to look through the door of the kitchen. Looking at him, both impatient and greedy, Guo Jing could not stop himself from secretly laughing. Delicate aromas emerged from the kitchen, but Huang Rong remained always invisible. Qi Gong did not hold still any more. He scratched his head, rubbed his cheeks, rose, sat down, stood up, as if he were on burning coals. "I am like that," he confided to Guojing, I have this unpleasant vice of greediness, when I think of eating, I forget everything else. He tightened his right hand and showed its 4 fingers, the old man said, the index finger moves because of greediness. It was completely true. Each time I see or feel a dish that is original or exquisite, the index of my right hand cannot prevent itself from quivering. Once, because of my greediness, I ruined an extremely important business. Then, I was so much in anger against myself that, with a blow of a knife, I sliced off my index finger. Guojing started, but Qi Gong sighed, but I cut off my finger in vain, because my gluttony remained. At this time, Huang Rong entered, smiling, carrying a large wooden plate, which she poised on the table. On the plate, were 3 bowls of white rice, a cup of wine and 2 large bowls containing the principal dishes. Guojing felt a delicious aroma, extremely appetizing, escaping. In one of the large bowls were laid out the beef sticks roasts which, apart from their odor, did not seem exceptional. The other contained a clear soup the color of jade, in which floated many red cherries and 10 pink petals. On the bottom lay young fresh bamboo shoots. The association of the 3 colors, red, white and green, formed a multicolored whole that was extremely pleasant to the eye. The sense of smell was also engaged because the soup emitted a delicate scent of lotus. Huang Rong poured wine in the cup which she placed in front of Qi Gong while smiling. Qi Gong, taste my dishes and tell me what you think of them. Hong didn't need to be told twice. Without even drinking the wine, he brandished his chopsticks and seized 2 meat sticks that he engulfed voraciously. An exquisite taste filled his mouth. This was not merely beef. Whenever he chewed, different sensations struck him, sometimes an oily and juicy flavor, sometimes a succulent freshness. Scents succeeded themselves in complex and unpredictable variations, like the blows of a martial arts expert. Startled and delighted, Qi Gong examined the sticks more closely, and saw that each of them was formed by 4 small different intertwined sticks. He shut his eyes to savor the taste better. He said, there is mutton thigh on 1 stick, another of pig ears of milk, a third one of calf kidney, and the last one if you guess, said Huang Rong with a grin, you're really fantastic. She had barely finished her sentence before Qi Gong cried, deer thigh mixed with rabbit. Bravo! Applauded the girl. Well guessed. Guojing was completely stunned, these meat sticks needed so much work. He said to himself. And Qi Gong is truly astonishing to have known to distinguish the 5 different meats. There are only 5 meat types, Qi Gong went on, but the blend of pork and mutton gives a certain taste, the deer with beef another. How many variations there is in all, that, I wouldn't like to say if one does not count the order of the variations, said Huang Rong with a smile, there are some 25, corresponding to the 5 times 5 petals of the plum flower. As the meat stick resembles a flute, then this dish has a name. It is called Plum Flowers Fall to the Jade Flute Song. That in the question means that there is a placement sort to the test. Qi Gong, you passed the test, you are the champion of all the gourmets. Bravo! The beggar cried to himself. No one knew whether he applauded the name of the dish or his own skillfulness in discerning the tastes. Then he placed 2 cherries in a spoon and says while laughing, this bowl of lotus leaf soup, with those bamboo sprouts and cherries, is so pretty to look at, one regrets almost to have to eat it. He swallowed and cried, ah! Then he said to himself, astonished, eh? He took 2 more and exclaimed again, ah! The freshness of the leaf of lotus, the taste of the bamboo sprouts, sweetness of the cherries, all that, obviously, leaps to the taste buds, but what's more, the cherries, after having been pitted, had been stuck something in the cherries, says Qi Gong while hesitating, what's there? He closed his eyes again, trying to recognize the taste, this is lark's meat. He mumbled to himself. Noif, this is not partridge, this is turtle dove. Yes, that's it, this is turtle dove. He opened his eyes, saw that Huang Rong raised her thumb and was all to trust to have found, so what's the complex name of this soup with lotus leaves, bamboo sprouts, cherries and turtle dove? Elder, said Huang Rong, you haven't mentioned one more ingredient. Ah yes? Huang said, astonished. He regarded the soup again. Yes, he agreed, there are these flower petals exactly. Confirmed Huang Rong. The name of this soup, can you imagine it from these 5 ingredients? If this a riddle game, I declare I've lost. Tell me quickly, I'll give you a clue, said Huang Rong, it suffices you to think about the Book of the Odes. Ah no. Qi Gong protested, I know nothing in the books. The flower hints at a bowtie's complexion, explained Huang Rong, the cherries to her small mouth, isn't that right? Ah, this is therefore the bowtie's soup. No, said Huang Rong while shaking the head, the bamboo is a symbol of modesty, it therefore characterizes a gentleman, just as the lotus is the most eminent of the flowers. Thus, bamboo and lotus relate to a gentleman. Oh, said Qi Gong, this is therefore the gentleman in bowtie's soup. What about the turtle dove? Said Huang Rong. Indeed, all these elements meet again in the first poem of the Book of the Odes, that finishes thus, the gentleman is in good company. Thus, this soup is called the soup of good company. Qi Gong burst out laughing, since there is such a complex and strange soup, it's good that it has such a complex and strange name. Very well. Very well. You're a complex and strange little one yourself, I would like to know which complex and strange father that sired you in any case, this soup is truly exquisite, much better tasting than the soup with cherries that I ate, approximately 10 years ago, in the kitchen of the Imperial Palace. You have a pass to the Imperial kitchen? Asked Huang Rong. Tell me, and see if he'll try to prepare something that will please you just as well. Qi Gong devoured literally, and didn't have time to reply. He halted himself when he had reached the bottom of the bowls. In the Imperial kitchen, he explained, there are lots of good things of course, but nothing is worth the 2 dishes that here are, if, there is well a 5 flavored slices of mandarin duck that was delicious, but I don't know how it was prepared. And it was the emperor that invited you? Asked Guojing. Absolutely, said Qi Gong while laughing, the emperor treated me, but he didn't know that. I lived hidden on a big beam of the Imperial kitchen for 3 months, while tasting each of the dishes intended for the emperor. If I found it to my taste, I kept it for me, otherwise, I left it to him. The cooks believed that there were ghosts. This person really is excessively greedy, thought Guojing and Huang Rong to themselves, but he is also insanely audacious. Little chap, said Qi Gong while laughing, your little girlfriend is the best cook in the world, your happiness is assured. Goodness! Why didn't I meet such a woman when I was young? He seemed sincerely sorry. Huang Rong, with a hint of a smile, prepared the remainder for Guojing and for her. 1 bowl of rice was more than enough for her, while the young man put away 4 big bowls. As for the exquisite placement, it did not seem to make a difference to him. Qi Gong shook his head while sighing, like a bull chewing on peonies. What a shame! What a shame! Huang Rong put a hand in front of her mouth to prevent herself from laughing. Bulls, do they like peonies? Guojing asked himself. There are many bulls in Mongolia, but no peonies, then indeed I have never seen bulls eating peonies. But why does he keep saying what a shame? Qi Gong patted his stomach and says, good, you are both practitioners of the martial arts, I clearly saw that right away. The little one, that went to such trouble to prepare such exquisite dishes for me, certainly has bad intentions, such as, for instance, to persuade me to give you some instruction. Is that not correct? Good, I recognize that, after having so well eaten, would have scruples to leave me without giving something in return. Come with me. He took up his gourd, his bamboo cane, and went out. Guojing and Huang Rong followed until they reached outside of town. What would you want to learn? Qi Gong demanded of Guojing. Martial arts are so varied, said the young man to himself, if I want to learn something, how is he sure that he'll be able to teach it to me? While he reflected, Huang Rong had begun to speak, Qi Gong, his gongfu is inferior to mine, and so he gets angry often, because he's always trying to beat me. When do I get angry? protested Gu Jing. Huang Rong glanced at him, telling him to be quiet. For my part, said Qi Gong while laughing, I have the impression that all his movements are firm and assured, that means that it has a good basis of Nigong. How would he be inferior to you? Good, why don't you match skills a little? Huang Rong moved aside some steps and cried, My Jing, come on. Gu Jing hesitated again. If you don't show what you're capable of, said Huang Rong, how do you expect this elder to correct you? On guard. She jumps on him and attacked with a palm stroke. Gu Jing blocked the blow, but she already had changed tactics, and attacked with a kick. Well done, little one. Qi Gong said. Pretty blow. Fight seriously, advised Huang Rong in a low voice. Gu Jing itself concentrated and executed conscientiously the powerful southern mountain palm taught by Nan Shiren. Huang Rong defended herself nimbly, jumping upwards and downwards. Then suddenly, she modified his technique and executed the palm of the divine sword falling the hero, created by his father. This palm technique resembled its name, divine sword, for it was adapted from a sword technique. She shook her arms in all direction. Her opponent was encircled by the palm shadows, incapable to determine if they were feigned or real. It was as though if the wind had got up in the wood of fishings, dropping 1,000 flowers, the beauty of the gestures resided in their lightness and their aerial grace, so well that Huang Rong resembled a butterfly taking flight. As her Nigong lacked again power, its blows were not as violent and also as terrifying as they should have been. It was of little importance, for Gu Jing, stunned by the multiplicity of the shadows in front of his eyes, had lost all means to resist. In some seconds, he received 4 palm blows, on the 2 shoulders, on the chest and on the back, but he was not injured, since Huang Rong had not struck with force. She stepped back with a smile. Well done, Ronger. Gu Jing exclaimed in genuine admiration. What a beautiful palm demonstration. Your father is so powerful, said Hong in an icy voice. Why do you want me to give lessons to this simple-minded one? Huang Rong was startled. According to father, she said to herself, since he created this palm of the divine sword falling the hero, he not some again never is served himself, how the venerable seventh recognized it. Qi Gong, she demanded, you know my father? Indeed, he is the eastern heretic, and I, the northern beggar. Don't you think that we lacked occasions to match skills? He matched blows with father, Huang Rong said to herself, and managed to survive. That's really astonishing. Now I understand how the northern beggar can be ranked alongside the eastern heretic. And how did recognize you me? She demanded again. Just look at yourself in a mirror. Replied Hong. Your nose and your eyes, are they not even as those of your father? At first, I did not think about that, I felt only that your face appeared familiar to me, but next your demonstration unveiled the jar to the roses. You believe that this old beggar does not recognize the gongfu of the peach blossom isle? Even if I again never had not seen this palm, I doubted myself well that alone a crafty fellow as your dad would have been able to invent it. And the names of your 2 dishes, what were they? Plum flowers fall at the jade flute's song, and the soup of good company. It was doubtless your dad that invented them. You really can read minds, said Huang Rong while laughing. Then, according to you, my dad is very strong, isn't that right? Of course he is powerful, said Qi Gong coldly, but he is not the most powerful in all the world. Then, surely you're the most powerful in this world? Huang Rong exclaimed while applauding. Not necessarily, Qi Gong said. 20 years ago, we met all 5 of us, Eastern Heretic, Western Venom, Southern Emperor, Northern Beggar and Central Divine, at the summit of Huashan, Mount Hua, to match ourselves. The confrontation lasted 7 days and 7 nights. Finally, Central Divine revealed himself to be the most powerful, and we all gladly recognized it. Who then is this Central Divine? Asked Huang Rong. Your father never told you? No. Father said that, in the martial arts world, there are more bad things than good, and that there was no point for girls of good family to hear to speak, then it about it speaks me. And then after, he scolded me very strongly, he didn't love me anymore, so then I ran away. And he doesn't want anything to do with me. Her eyes fell, her face sad. Ah, that old monster. Qi Gong swore. What? I won't allow you to insult my father. Huang Rong exclaimed. What a pity that I was always too poor. Exclaimed Qi Gong, while laughing. No one ever wanted to marry me. Otherwise, I would have a kind girl like you, and never would I have left you indeed. Said Huang Rong while bursting out laughing. If I left, what would you do to eat? Fair enough. Qi Gong agreed with a sigh. Well, to answer your question, the central divine is Wang Chongyang, master of the Chuanjin sect. But, after his death, it's difficult to say who's the world's most powerful. The Chuanjin sect. Huang Rong said. There is a fellow called Qiu, another called Wang, and yet another named Ma. This are all of the Taoist obtuse one, but I find their gongfu rather pathetic. They fought with people, and in 2 times 3 movements did to spread themselves. Ah yes. They were doubtless disciples of Wang Chongyang. It seems that, among his 7 disciples, Qiu Chuji is the most powerful, but, it is certain that they are not even close to their martial uncle, Zhou Batong. Upon hearing this name, Huang Rong was startled. She was about to say something then stopped herself. Guo Jing, who was himself just satisfied to listen their conversation, interrupted. It's true, Master Ma said that they had a martial uncle, but he did not mention the name of this Taoist master. Zhou Batong is not a Taoist, Qi Gong replied. He is a secular person, who was personally taught by his martial brother, Wang Chongyang. I say, my simple-minded one, you see me well clumsy. This that your father-in-law, so fine and so crafty, really appreciates you. Guo Jing, who had never thought he had a father-in-law, stammered, without knowing how to reply. My father is yet to see him again, said Huang Rong, smiling. If you could be kind enough to give him some pointers, then, thanks to you, my dad will have some appreciation for him. Little rogue. Qi Gong grumbled. Who has learned not even a tenth of her father's gongfu, but who has inherited all his trickery and cleverness. I don't like your flattery and your toadying. And, also I never take disciples. Who wants a stupid one like that? To leaves you, that seem to consider it as a treasure. You plan to get me to teach your little dumb husband. Ha, this old beggar will not fall in such a trap. Huang Rong bowed her head, red to the forehead. She never had not applied to learn the martial arts. His father himself was so strong, she not nothing had learned seriously of him, why would she want to learn from Qi Gong? Only, see that the gongfu of Guo Jing was not up to the mark, that his 6 shifu considered her to be a little witch. She rejoiced at having met such a master as Qi Gong, hoping that he would accept passing on a little of his knowledge to his well-loved one. So that, in front of his masters and in front of Qiu Chuji's Taoists, Guo Jing would not have to be scared, like a mouse in front of the cats. Now, Qi Gong was very greedy and always grinning, but he was not stupid, and he had seen through her act all along. The old beggar, muttering to himself, left without a backwards glance. The 2 young people stood silently for a long moment. Ronger, Guo Jing finally said, this elder has a rather original character. Huang Rong heard a light rustle in the foliage, above their head, and realized that Qi Gong had done a big turn before returning, discreetly, to the top of the tree. He's a really kind person, she said then. And his gongfu is much stronger than my father's. He hasn't shown his skills. Guo Jing wondered aloud, how do you know that? My dad told me so. What exactly did he say? He said that, in today's world, there was only one person who could beat him, and that was the divine 9-fingered beggar, Hong Qi Gong. Unfortunately, as this elder is always by mounts and by his worth, he has seldom had the occasion to see him and exchange pointers. In fact, after he had moved away, Qi Gong had deployed his incomparable Qinggong and had returned to the top of the tree, high above the heads of the young people. He wanted to hear their conversation, and to assure himself that they had not been sent by Huang Yaoshi, French translation, Huang the alchemist, to steal his skills. The words of Huang Rong filled him with pride, so, he said to himself, Huang Yaoshi never wanted to accept my superiority, but deep within himself, he admires me nonetheless. How could he have guessed that it was all pure and simple invention from the girl? I didn't learn great things from my father, Huang Rong went on, but that's my fault. I enjoyed having fun too much, and never wanted to apply myself. Now, having had the fortune to meet Elder Hong, if he had wanted to give me some lesson, that would have been again better than with my father. What a shame I offended him, without wanting to. And she herself started to sob. At first, she pretended, and Guo Jing tried to console her with softness, then she thought about the death of her mother, the intransigence of her father, and started to truly weep. Qi Gong, atop his tree, in was all returned one I heard father say, continued Huang Rong while sobbing, that Elder Hong had an exceptional skill, of incomparable power, of which even Wang Chongyang was afraid. It's called how was it called? I can't remember anyway, I had it on the tip of my tongue all the time, I wanted to beg him to teach it you, it's called indeed, she not some knew nothing, and talked big progressively. Hearing her hesitate, searching without finding, Qi Gong could not hold back, and cried, while jumping to the foot of the tree, that is called the Dragon Mastering 18 Palms. Guo Jing and Huang Rong bounded up in surprise, one surprise was real, the others was feigned. Qi Gong, Huang Rong cried, how did you get up in the tree? By flying? Yes, that's it, the Dragon Mastering 18 Palms. Exactly. How could I have forgotten it? Father often told me that the gongfu that he admired most in the world was the Dragon Mastering 18 Palms. Qi Gong was delighted, then your dad knows what the truth is. I believe that, after the death of Wang Chongyang, he considered himself to be the most powerful in the world. He turned towards Guo Jing, indeed, your gongfu isn't inferior to that of your little friend. The problem is that your palm technique is not at all up to the mark. Good, granddaughter, you return to the inn. Huang Rong realized that he was going to give a lesson to Guo Jing, and she went away, all satisfied. Qi Gong addressed Guo Jing solemnly, you will kneel down and promise me, without my permission, you do not must transmit my gongfu to no one else, even to your crafty little woman. Guo Jing was greatly embarrassed, if Ronger insists that I teach her, he said to himself, how could I refuse? Qi Gong, he says then, I do not want any more to learn, so what if she is stronger than me and why? Asked Qi Gong. If she wants me to teach her, I cannot refuse without offending her, and I cannot accept without offending you simple-minded though you are, said Qi Gong while laughing, you have a good heart and you speak straight. That is good. Very well, I will teach you a stroke called resisting the dragon means regret, author's interpretation original French translation is the inflexible dragon repents. I would imagine that Huang Yaoshi has enough pride that he want, although he would crave to, copy my superior skills. In any case, our schools are completely different, I cannot learn his gongfu, he cannot learn mine at that, he bent his left knee, pivoted and straightened his arm, made a circle with the upright hand and pushed outwards with the other. His palm touched a great pine and crack, its trunk broke. Guo Jing stood petrified, shocked by the power contained in this blow. This tree cannot move, said Qi Gong, if it was a human, it would obviously try to avoid the blow. The difficulty of this technique, is precisely to strike so that your opponent cannot, no matter what, avoid it. So well that once you land your blow, crack, the enemy will collapse like this pine. He repeated the demonstration twice, explaining in detail how to concentrate and project the internal energy. It was only one stroke, but the lesson took more than an hour. Guo Jing was not clever, but he had a good basis in Nigong. And to learn a move such as this, made with simple movements but having unequaled power, suited him perfectly. He trained conscientiously and, at the end of 2 hours, had grasped the majority of this technique in that little imp's technique, said Qi Gong, there are many more feints than real attacks. If you try to follow her, she will run around you like you were a donkey and you will always fall, since you never will be able to be as quick as her. You will think that, after all these feints, the next blow will be real, but no, it will be a feint. And the blow following after, you will believe that it is a feint, but no, she will strike a real blow, and you will be in trouble. Guo Jing nodded his head in agreement. Thus, to fight her, the clever way is to completely put the thought of whether it is a feint or not out of your mind. When she attacks you with a palm blow, whether it is a feint or not, return it with a blow of opposing the dragon means regret. Against of the power of your attack, she will be forced to withdraw and defend herself, so well that all her tricks falls to water. And after that? Asked Guo Jing. What do you mean, and after that? Qi Gong replied, his face suddenly darkening. You great idiot, do you think she is able to withstand this blow that I taught you? But if she can't withstand it, said Guo Jing, very worried, won't she be injured? Qi Gong shook his head and sighed. If, in such a blow one seeks only to send out the force and not to keep it, if one cannot somehow control its lightness or its power, firmness or softness, how can one consider himself a master of these unique 18 dragon mastering palms? Guo Jing was eager to consent, but he had taken an inner decision, as I haven't learned to control my force perfectly, I won't fight with Rong'er. You don't believe me? Said Qi Gong. In that case, try it. Guo Jing took up position, imitating his senior's posture, picked a pine with a particularly slender trunk and he struck it a violent blow. The pine was a little shaken but not at all itself broken. You big idiot, Qi Gong said, why are you shaking this tree for? To catch squirrels? Or to drop pine cones? Guo Jing, red with shame, laughed with an air of denial, not knowing what to reply. I already repeated it for you, said Qi Gong, it is necessary to put the opponent in a position such that it cannot back up or get away. Your blow just now had enough force, but all it needed was for the pine to shake itself a little for it to escape the full force. It is necessary that you learn to approach and strike in such a way that the tree cannot budge, in order to be able to break it at one go. This was, for Guo Jing, an illumination. Then, he cried joyously, it's necessary for the force to be particularly swift, delivered in such a way that the opponent has no time to defend himself. Qi Gong shot him a black look, absolutely. That goes without saying. You sweated blood for such a long time, and you only now understand this truth. One really can say that you aren't clever. For this stroke, known as resisting the dragon means regret, its essence is not found in the word resisting but rather in the word regret. If one concentrated only on pure violence, brute power, a little forces in the muscles would suffice. But then, how could this technique be admired by Huang Yaoshi? As the old saying goes, the inflexible dragon itself repent, the surplus will not last a long time. This is the reason that if there has transmission, there must be retention. When you send out a force of 10, it is necessary again to preserve within yourself a force of 20. The day where you will know to appreciate the full meaning of the concept regrets, then you will be able to consider that you have understood 30% of this stroke. Just as a fine old wine, that has had time to season, at first taste, it is not strong, but afterwards that it releases its full heady flavor, that explains the concept regret. Guo Jing didn't understand anything about these matters, but he tried to memorize them, in order for him to calmly reflect upon them later. To learn the martial arts, he always had adopted the same method, that which others may assimilate in a morning, I will devote 10 days. Then he concentrated on the study of the palm technique. At first, the pine balanced itself to each of the blows that it received. Towards the end, these became more and more powerful, but the tree moved less and less. He realized that he had progressed and rejoiced somewhat. The face of his palm had become red and swollen, but he did not treat it, and continued to train with determination, never relaxing. Qi Gong, who had initially laughed at his persistence, had stretched himself on the ground and snored calmly. Little by little, Guo Jing felt more comfortable, he attained a mastery of his energy, to carry the blow and to keep it. He brought up his breath into his dantian, advanced his palm violently, withdrawing his force immediately, so well that the tree did not move at all. Delighted, the young man repeated in the same way while concentrating his force on the edge of his palm. He heard a creak, and the small pine broke apart. "Bravo!" cried Huang Rong, who had seen the scene from a distance. She approached slowly, carrying a heavy shopping basket. Before even opening his eyes, Qi Gong had smelt the delicious aroma of the food that she brought. "That feels good. That feels good," he cried while jumping to his feet. He seized the basket from the girl's hands and opened the lid. He beheld a dish of roasted frog's thighs, a very fat duck suited to the 8 treasures, and a big bowl of white and immaculate money noodles. With joyful cries, he pounced on the foods, not drying up any praises on this that it devoured to beautiful teeth. But, as his mouth was full, one couldn't understand anything he said. In an instant, the bowls containing the frog thighs and the duck were emptied. Realizing that Guo Jing again had not eaten, the old beggar felt a little ashamed of his gluttony. "Go on, eat up," he says, "these noodles aren't bad," and as he felt really bothered, he added, "They are even better than the duck." Huang Rong laughed and says, "Qi Gong, you haven't yet tasted my best dishes." Surprised and delighted, the old beggar eagerly asked, "What dishes? What dishes?" "You can't name them all," replied Huang Rong. "For example, returned cabbage in the wok, steamed tofu, hard eggs, roasted meat." As a well-informed gourmet, Qi Gong knew well that it was in the most simple dishes that the true masters really showed their talents. The same applied to martial arts, wondrous execution of the most simple techniques, that was the hallmark of the great masters. These words of Huang Rong delighted him, therefore, so well that his face itself was almost imploring. "Good, good," he says. "I always said that you were a brave little girl. Do you want me to buy you cabbage and tofu? Please." "It's not worth your while," said Huang Rong while laughing. "And then, what you will buy will not suit me necessarily." "Fair enough," said Qi Gong. "None other than you can choose your ingredients just now," Huang Rong said again. "I saw him break the trunk of a pine, he's already more powerful than me." "Not at all," Qi Gong protested, shaking his head. "He isn't up to standard at all. It's necessary that the point the trunk breaks be perfectly neat. Look, it's all twisted, like a saw's teeth." "What pathetic gongfu. And then this pine is as slender as a stick, no, as slender as a toothpick. This kid isn't up to the mark at all." "But if he attacks me with this palm," objected Huang Rong, "I will not be able to defend myself." "This is all your fault. If he bullies me later, how will I do?" Qi Gong, who wanted to get back into her good books, did not want to keep annoying her, even though he clearly saw that she was being duplicitous. "So what, according to you, must I do? Teach me a skill with which I can beat him. After that, I'll cook for you." "Very well, we're agreed," said Qi Gong. "He learned only a single blow, it's easy to beat him. I will teach you a fist technique called wandering strides." No sooner had he finished speaking that he rose to his feet to demonstrate. He jumped to right and to the left, with grace and nimbleness, while his big sleeves flew away. Huang Rong not some lost a crumb and silently memorized every movement. When the old man had finished the complete chain, she had already half learned it. After it him given all the supplementary indications, it didn't take 2 hours for the girl to execute perfectly the 36 movements of the wandering strides. At last, she executed the skill at the same time as Qi Gong. They themselves tin-rent coast to coast and sprang in concert, the one to right, the other to the left, twirling as a jade swallow and a great eagle gliding in the skies. At the end of the 36 movements, they landed on their feet at the same time, regarding each other, and burst into laughter, while Guo Jing applauded vigorously. "This little one is 100 more intelligent times than you," says Qi Gong to Guo Jing. "So many movements and variations," marveled the latter while scratching his head. "How did she learn so quickly? And how does she manage not to forget? Me, when I remember second movement, I've already forgot the first one." Qi Gong burst out laughing. "Indeed, you absolutely cannot learn this wandering strides. Even if you memorize the steps, you are incapable, in the practice, to produce the spirit of striding. Executed so painstakingly and clumsily, this fist technique would become a real chore. You've got a point, conceded Guo Jing while laughing. This wandering strides, Qi Gong said, is a gongfu that I practiced in my youth. I have brought it out again to match the direction of the original gongfu of the little one. Indeed, it doesn't correspond to the martial arts that I use currently. Thus, I myself haven't used it once during the last 10 years. He wanted to mean that the wandering strides was a lot less powerful than the 18 dragon mastering palms. Huang Rong was delighted. Qi Gong, if I beat him again, he'll surely be unhappy, so teach him again some blows. She herself had no real intention to learn, it was only a pretext to push the old beggar to give more lessons to her lover. If she really had wanted to obtain martial arts, she had at her disposal a great master in the person of her father, of which she never all could have learned. This dumb kid, said Qi Gong, he hasn't even fully digested the single blow that I learned for him. Who two kisses poorly embraces. It suffices that you prepare me a lot of dishes, and I will grant all your wishes. Very well, said Huang Rong, smiling. Then I leave for the market. Qi Gong laughed heartily and himself returned to the hostelry, leaving Guo Jing alone in the pine wood, where he returned to training with determination, late into the night. That night, Huang Rong indeed prepared a cabbage dish and a plateful of tofu for Qi Gong. She had carefully selected the most tender cabbage heart and leaves, than she had done to return with hen grease and filaments of duck leg. But the plateful of tofu was really extraordinary. She had cut a ham in two, then dug 24 small spherical cavities, in which ones had placed balls of tofu, before closing the ham and beginning to steam it. At the end of cooking, the whole flavor of the ham had passed into the tofu, while the ham himself was left out. After tasting of this dish, Qi Gong evidently was conquered. This steamed tofu had an equally inspired name of poetry tang and was called Full Moon Night on the 24 Bridges. If the girl had not had at his disposal the family technique called the orchid schemes the point, her 10 nimble and delicate fingers would not have been in a position to cut 24 small balls in the fragile mass of the tofu. To do that demanded as much delicacy as to engrave characters on a grain of rice, or to sculpture a boat in a nutshell. It would have been easy to cut pieces of tofu in cube, but where had one seen square full moons? After the dinner, each went to go to bed. Qi Gong was astonished to see Guo Jing and Huang Rong going to separate rooms. Huh? Aren't you husband and wife? Why don't you sleep in the same room? Huang Rong, that had not stopped joking with him without reserve, felt all embarrassed. Her cheeks blushing, she looked upset. Elder, if you continue to talk nonsense, I won't cook for you tomorrow. What's this? Qi Gong was astonished. What did I talk nonsense? After an instant's reflection, he realized, I'm old and senile, indeed, he said while laughing. You're clearly dressed as a girl, and not as a wife. You are yourself therefore promised to each other secretly, without the consent of the parents or a matchmaker, or the wedding ceremony. Don't worry, I will be your go-between. If your dad does not accept, he'll provoke a duel and well fight, my goodness. For 7 days and 7 nights if we have to, until he yields. Huang Rong was precisely worried about this matter, she feared that her father would not like Guo Jing. The words of the old beggar filled her with joy and she returned to her room, her face radiant. The next day, Guo Jing went back to the pinewood at dawn. He practiced to about 20 rounds with much sweat, but rejoiced at the progress he accomplished, when he suddenly heard a voice speaking behind the trees. Shifu, says a voice, we must have traveled more than 30 li this time, isn't that right? Indeed, replied another voice, you've achieved some progress in endurance. This voice seemed very familiar to Guo Jing, who then saw 4 individuals appear, of which the first one had white hair and ruddy complexion. It was none other than his number 1 enemy, Liang Zaiwang, the 1000-year ginseng. He pesta internally and took to his heels. But Liang Zaiwang already had recognized him. Where do you think you're going? he cried while thrusting himself forward in pursuit. The 3 other men were his disciples. See their Shifu running after an enemy, they themselves split up in order to surround the young man. I need to get out of the pinewood and get back to the inn in order to be safe, said Guo Jing to himself, while running even faster. The first disciple of Liang Zaiwang barred the way and shouted, while crossing the 2 palms, "Little peasant, kneel." He attacked with a technique of Qinna taught by his master and sought to seize Guo Jing to the chest. The young man folded his left leg lightly, the straight arm turned in, made a circle with his right palm and struck powerfully outward. It was precisely the blow that it had just learned. Resisting the dragon means regret. His opponent feels the sudden power, and attempted to dodge it, but it was so powerful that it broke his arm, throwing him a distance of 6 or 7 feet, and made him lose consciousness. Guo Jing, that never would have believed that his blow was going to be so strong, Demura forbids, before resuming his race. Surprised and irritated, Liang Zaiwang jumped in front of him. Guo Jing had just left the pines when he found the immortal one in front of him. Very frightened, he himself got in position and launched once more his resisting the dragon means regret. Liang Zaiwang did not know this blow but, in front of its power, knew that he could not handle it. He had to roll to earth to avoid it. Guo Jing took the opportunity to flee. When Liang Zaiwang itself recovered, the young man had reached the front of the inn and screamed, "Ronger, disaster! Heres the evil one that wants to drink my blood!" Huang Rong poked her head out the window. "How did this old monster get here?" she asked herself. "That's good, I'll try out on him this new wandering strides that I have just learned." "My love," she cried. "Don't be scared of this old crust. Begin the fight, I'll come to help you, well teach him a good lesson." "Rong doesn't know the power of this old monster," said Guo Jing to himself, "that's why she speaks so lightly." But Liang Zaiwang already jumped on him. In front of the violence of the attack, the young man had no other option but to launch once more his resisting the dragon means regret. Liang Zaiwang twisted and dodged several feet to the side, but his straight arm was almost touched by the breath of the palm, that left a burning and painful track. The immortal one, frightened inside, was amazed that this kid, in the space of some months, had progressed so much. "This must be," he said, "due to the absorption of the precious blood of the snake." This thought the MIT outside him and he jumped to the attack. Guo Jing defended himself again with the same blow. Conscious that he could not oppose it, Liang Zaiwang retreated, but, seeing that the young man did not have at his disposal other such fearful blows to press his advantage, his fear lessened. "Little idiot," he cried, "do you know only that one blow?" Guo Jing tumbled right into his trap. "Even this one blow," he replied, "you still won't be able to avoid it." And he advanced, launching once again his resisting the dragon means regret. Liang Zaiwang dodged and jumped behind Guo Jing to attack it. He turned and attempted to attack again same manner, but his opponent was itself, once more, slipped behind him. Thus, the young man, that knew only to attack in front, was completely perturbed and did not arrive any more to face. Seeing him on the verge of losing, Huang Rong cried, "My love, let me take care of him." She sprang forward and interposed herself between the 2 fighters, attacking Liang Zaiwang with palms and kicks, who returned the attack. Guo Jing retreated 2 steps to watch them. Huang Rong had well learned this wonderful technique that was the wandering strides, but, besides the fact that she had obtained it too recently to truly master it, Liang Zaiwang was in fact a lot stronger one than she. Thus, without the protection given by her soft armor, she already would have received several blows and certainly would have been injured long ago. Before even to have deployed the 36 movements of the strides, she was located already in bad posture. The disciples of Liang Zaiwang, surrounding their elder injured brother, observed the fight and, see their Shifu was winning, shouted out, the better to encourage him. Guo Jing prepared himself to assist Huang Rong when all of a sudden Qi Gong was heard to shout, from behind the window, "His next blow is called the nasty dog blocks the road." Very surprised, Huang Rong lives that Liang Zaiwang, the legs firmly spread in the rider stance, the stretched fists horizontally, indeed taking the stance of the terrible tiger blocks the road. She couldn't prevent herself from laughing internally. Qi Gong changed the name of this blow. But how was he able to guess that this would be that one? She heard then the old beggar shout again, and his next blow is the stinking snake inhales water. She realized that it was a matter of the green dragon inhales water, for which one lengthened the fist forward, this that unveiled a rift to the back, in the back. Venerable Seventh had at pains finished to speak that she already had slipped herself behind Liang Zaiwang. He attacked effectively with green dragon inhales water, but as the girl, warned in advance, had the advantage and attacked from the back, he made himself safe only because of his exceptional technical mastery, that allowed him to change position right in the middle of a movement, and to fly himself further away. He landed on the tips of his toes, surprised and furious at once. Who is the powerful master that hides in the shack? He cried towards the window. Why don't you show yourself? But there was only silence behind the window. Liang Zaiwang lost himself in wonderment. How could this person succeed in predicting my blows? Fortified by the support of a great master, Huang Rong now feared nothing. She regained the initiative and launched herself to the attack. Liang Zaiwang resorted to killer blows so that the girl herself was forced to give up the upper hand. Don't fear anything. Qi Gong cried then. He will do as a monkey with a rotten bottom climbs to the tree. Huang Rong burst out laughing, leva the fists and attacked downwards. Liang Zaiwang effectively had sketched a phenomenal gorilla climbs to the tree, and had, after to have jumped in the air and attacked downwards. But Huang Rong had preceded him, then if he continued to jump, that meant that he simply was going to offer the head to the falling fists. He had to change his technique immediately if, in a fight, the opponent knew in advance all your blows, it would not take long for him to overcome you. The immortal one, fortunately for him, was a lot stronger one than Huang Rong, and this allowed himself to extricate himself from a bad situation at the last moment. Suddenly, he jumped back and shouted, if you persist not to show yourself, I won't hesitate to be ruthless towards this girl. Changing his tactics, he rained down his blows like hail in a storm, so much so that Huang Rong absolutely could not adorn, and that Qi Gong had not the time to call out his blows. Seeing his loved one in danger, reduced to dodging right and left, Guo Jing leapt forward and sent out once more his resisting the dragon means regret. Liang Zaiwang jumped back. My love, said Huang Rong, give him again 3 blows. She turned and went back into the inn. Guo Jing took position, awaiting the approach of Liang Zaiwang and, no matter what technique the immortal employed, he returned it with a resisting the dragon means regret. His opponent not some could but, furious and entertained at once, where on earth, he asked, did this dumb little fellow learn this strange blow? And why does he know only that one? But even if he knew only one blow, the dumb little fellow held it in respect and it there could not nothing. All 2 restaurant therefore immobilized on their position. Silly fellow! Liang Zaiwang cried then. You'd better watch out. He jumps on his young opponent, who turned to his many times tested formula. Now Liang changed direction squarely flight and sudden struck out 3 acupoint piercing bones, that sped towards the young man in 3 different directions. Guo Jing hurriedly dodged, Liang Zaiwang took advantage to thrust himself forward with the speed of light, and seized him by the nape of his neck. Very frightened, the young man struck an elbow blow at the chest of his opponent but, to his great astonishment, he felt the impression that his elbow had sunk itself in a soft mass, like cotton. Liang Zaiwang prepared himself to deal a fatal blow when he heard Huang Rong scream, old monster. Look here. Knowing that she was very crafty, he decided not to take any risk. He struck Guo Jing upon the Jianjing point, so that he was unable to move, before turning his head. He saw then the girl advancing slowly, and anxiously saw that in her hand was a bamboo stick, its green as clear as jade, which froze him in terror. Hong, he stammered, stunned. Grand Master Hong. So, why haven't you released him? Threatened Huang Rong. At the time, when he had heard someone calling out his blows before he even carried them out, Liang Zaiwang already was very surprised, but he had not thought that it could be Qi Gong. Now, at the appearance of the green bamboo stick, he realized that the voice behind the window was indeed that of the person that he dreaded most in the world. Terrified, he quickly freed Guo Jing. Brandishing the stick, Huang Rong approached him and said severely, "Qi Gong wants to ask you how, while he deigned to speak, you dare again to do evil here? What impudence!" Liang Zaiwang tumbled to his knees. "Your servant did not know that Grand Master Hong was there," he stuttered. "Even if I had courage, I never would have dared to offend Grand Master Hong." "This fellow is, nonetheless, very powerful," Huang Rong said to herself, astonished. "How is it that he is so terrified of just the mention of Qi Gong's name? And why does he call him Grand Master Hong?" But she didn't allow any of her thoughts to appear and assumed a threatening air. "And which punishment do you deserve? I beg you to please say some words in my favor with Grand Master Hong. Said him that Liang Zaiwang recognizes his great sins and that he implores Grand Master Hong to spare his life. To say a word in your favor, why not? But several words, this would be really too much to ask. In the future, you mustn't cause trouble to both of us." "Your servant offended you in his ignorance," said Liang Zaiwang. "Are you taken of not to hold some for me harshness? In the future, indeed, I will not dare any more to do." Huang Rong, very proud of herself, smiled and re-entered the inn, hand in hand with Guo Jing. They found Qi Gong sitting in front of a well-laid table, a knife in the left hand, chopsticks in his right hand, in the process of treating himself. "Qi Gong," said Huang Rong while laughing. "He's on his knees and doesn't dare to move even a hair. Give him a hiding to unwind you, he certainly won't dare to defend himself." By the window, Guo Jing saw Liang Zaiwang kneeling petrified, with his 3 disciples behind him, also kneeling, all 4 looking miserable. He felt pity for them and said, "Qi Gong, why not forgive them?" "Little good for nothing without character," Qi Gong reprimanded. "Someone comes here to trouble you, you aren't capable of defending yourself, you accept the placement and you want to forgive to your enemy. To what that resembles, I ask you?" Guo Jing wasn't sure how to reply. "I'll take care of him," said Huang Rong while laughing. She took up the bamboo stick and went out of the inn. Liang Zaiwang remained kneeling respectfully, his face full of fear. "Qi Gong said that you persist to do evil," thundered Huang Rong, "and that was absolutely necessary to cut your throat today. Fortunately, my dear Jing has a good heart, he did not stop pleading your cause, so much so that Qi Gong, finally, agreed to spare you." She wielded the stick and struck him a blow on the buttocks while screaming, "You go in." Liang Zaiwang addressed himself to the window, "Grand Master Hong. I want to see you, to thank you for sparing my life." Only silence greeted his plea. Liang Zaiwang did not dare to rise, and continued to kneel humbly. Shortly after, Guo Jing came out and waved his hand. "Qi Gong is asleep," he said in a low voice. "Do not disturb him." Then Liang Zaiwang got up, shot a hate-filled look at the 2 young people, and left, along with his disciples. Huang Rong, heart full of joy, re-entered in the inn. She saw Qi Gong laying on the table while snoring. She touched him on the shoulder to awaken him. "Qi Gong," she cried. "Your magic precious stick has a wonderful strength, now you not some done nothing, why would you give it to me?" Qi Gong raised his head, yawned and said, "You about it speak with your comfort." He says while laughing, "That is the work instrument of your old man. A beggar without a dog-beating stick, what would that look like?" Huang Rong continued to tap it while simpering, "You have such powerful gongfu. Those wicked ones flee just from hearing your name, to what serves you again to have this stick? You rotten imp," said Qi Gong while laughing. "Quickly prepare me some dishes, they'll explain it for you presently." Huang Rong obeys and quickly went into the kitchen to prepare 3 small dishes. Right hand holding a wine cup, left hand squeezing the bone of a ham that he gnawed slowly, Qi Gong began, "The proverb says, that resembles itself assembles itself. The Faux Richards to the have form a clan, the outlaws of the highway who rob the passers-by form a clan, us others that freely pass our lives begging food leftovers, let us form also a clan. I understand, exclaimed Huang Rong while clapping her hands. That old Liang called you Grand Master Hong, are you thus the chief of the beggars? Precisely. Us beggars, one we walk over, one launches the dogs on us, if one did not group together oneself in a band, how could we survive? The ordinary citizens, in the north of the country, are for the moment under the authority of the Jin, in the south, they are under the authority of the Song Emperor, but every beggar in the country whether they be in the south or the north, interrupted Huang Rong, are placed under your authority. Yes. Qi Gong agreed with a smile. This bamboo stick and this gourd have been from generation to generation, since the end of the Tang dynasty until today, in other words, for several centuries ago, between the hands of the Grand Master of the beggar clan. This is as the jade seal of the little emperor, or the seal of now Mandarin Chinese. Just as well you didn't give it to me, said Huang Rong, sticking out her tongue. Why not? If every little beggar in the country came to find me, for me to sort out their affairs, that would be a catastrophe. You have good reason, Qi Gong sighed. As I am of a lax and lazy nature, the weight of Grandmaster of the beggar clan is really too heavy for my shoulders. But I can't find a person to whom I can entrust it. Then I have well to do with, so that's why old Liang fears you so much. If all the beggars of the country came to give trouble to him, he would be in big trouble. If each one dropped a louse in his collar, that would trouble him until the end of his days. Qi Gong and Guo Jing burst out laughing. No, the old beggar said at last, not just for that, he's also scared of me. What is that? Nearly 20 years ago, he was committing an evil deed when I fell upon him. What evil deed? That old monster, said Qi Gong hesitantly, believed a section of the adage gather the yin to nourish the young. He had obtained for himself several virgins, of which he violated their bodies, supposedly to obtain immortality. What's that, to violate the body? Asked Huang Rong. The girl, whose mother had died in childbirth, had been taught by her father. After the treachery and escape of Chen Xianfeng and of Mei Chaofeng, Huang Yaoshi, furious, had crippled his other disciples and they had all fled. No others remained on Peach Blossom Island than some mute servants. No one had therefore spoke to the girl of the things that happened between men and women. Since that she had met Guo Jing, she felt a joy and an unspeakable softness in his company, a melancholy and an unbearable solitudes when she was separated of him even for an instant. She believed that to be husband and wife meant nothing more than never to part from each other. That was why for so long she had considered Guo Jing as her husband, without knowing the nature of conjugal relations. Her question therefore put Qi Gong in great difficulty. To violate the body of the virgins, the girl insisted, this is to kill them? No, Qi Gong responded, when a woman undergoes such outrages, this is sometimes more painful than the death itself. The proverb says, to be dishonored is grave, to die of hunger is nothing. That says well what I want to say. Huang Rong did not understand. Not yet. Does that mean to cut the ears or the nose with a knife? Pooh! Said Qi Gong, bothered, not at all. Little imp, you better ask your mother when you get back home. My mother is dead. Said the beggar. Then you will understand after your wedding night with our silly young fellow. Huang Rong reddened, understanding at last that it was a matter of shameful things. She said softly, if you do not want to explain, so worse therefore, you fell on the old monster in the process of committing this evil deed, then itself is it past then? Qi Gong, relieved to see that she did not put any more embarrassing questions, continued, well, I intervened, that's right. I caught this rascal, I gave him a good thrashing and pulled out all his hair. After, I obliged it to bring back these girls at their place and to promise solemnly that he would not recommence ever again. If I resumed it to do that, he would regret ever having been born. It would seem that, for all these years, he never broke his promise. That's the reason why I spared him today. He said then, goodness, did his hair grow back? Oh yes. said Huang Rong while bursting out laughing. Pull out all the hair of the head, that would have been really funny. All three finished the meal. Qi Gong, Huang Rong then said, now, even if you wanted to give me this bamboo stick, I wouldn't want it. But we cannot anyway to remain close to you all our lives. Now, what if we come across this Liang fellow, and he says to us, well, little brat, last time, you sheltered yourself under the name of Grand Master Hong and you hit me with his bamboo stick, today I'm going to avenge myself, I will pull out you all your hair. That will we do then? When my Jing fought with him, his one and only blow, resisting the dragon means regret, that is of course powerful, but that means little all the same, no. I am sure that Liang said in his heart, Grandmaster Hong has Gongfu of an infinite power, but when it begins teaching to a disciple, this is really not that terrible. I know well, said Qi Gong, that you hurl all these stupidities, provoking and threatening, so that I'll sign off all my skills to you too. Well, so long that you get ready some good dishes for me, I won't disappoint you. Huang Rong, delighted, took Qi Gong by the hand to go in the pine wood. Qi Gong imparted then to Guo Jing the second blow of the 18 dragon mastering palms, called Flying Dragon in the heavens. In this blow, it was necessary to jump in the air and strike from the top down, an extremely powerful attack. Guo Jing took 3 days to assimilate it. During these 3 days, Qi Gong took the snack occasion to about 10 more delicious placement than the others. Huang Rong, for its part, asked nothing from him for herself, provided that he consented to teach her loved one, she was more than enough satisfied. In the space of a month, Qi Gong had taught to Guo Jing 15 of the 18 dragon mastering palms, from resisting the dragon means regret to sighting the dragon in the field. These 18 dragon mastering palms were Qi Gong's ultimate skills. He had originally learned them from his Shifu, instrumental invented himself. The number of blows of course was limited, but each of them was full of exceptional power. At the time of the first Huashan tournament, when the 5 supreme masters had measured themselves, these 18 palms were not completely up to the mark, but they had already given rise to respect and general admiration. Thereafter, Qi Gong often had expressed his regrets, if he had concentrated all his efforts to perfect this technique some years earlier, the title of first in the martial world might not have been fallen to the grandmaster of the Chuanjin sect, Wang Chongyang, but to himself. At first, Qi Gong had no intention to pass on more than 2 or 3 of these 18 palms to Guo Jing, which would already have far sufficed for him to defend himself. But Huang Rong was really an unparalleled cook. Every day she prepared new dishes of exceptional taste, never repeating herself, and the old beggar could not resolve himself to leave. So, day after day, he ended up teaching the 15 blows. Guo Jing did not understand quickly, but the little that he learned, he retained, and repeated day and night, working with determination, so well that he achieved a good mastery of the 15 blows, lacking no more in power than time and practice alone could give to him. Thus, in a little more of a month, his Gongfu had achieved such progress that he was no longer the same person. That morning, after breakfast, Qi Gong said, while sighing, "My children, we've been together for more of a month, it's time we took leave of each other." "Ah, but no," protested Huang Rong. "I have many more small dishes for your taste. There is not endless banquets, but there is an infinity of dishes I never have, of all my life, taught anybody for more than 3 days. This time, I've done that for more than 30 days. If this continues, it'll be a catastrophe." "How's that?" "Well, you will strip me of all that I know. You've started a good work, why not go to the end? Teach him therefore the 18 palms, that would be an accomplishment." "Pooh, that would be an accomplishment for you too, but not for me." Huang Rong, full of worry, wondered what stratagem she could invent to get Qi Gong to teach the 3 remaining blows to Guo Jing, but the old beggar did not give her the time. Hitching his gourd over the back again, he left without speaking further. Guo Jing chased after him, but Qi Gong went so quickly that he had disappeared in a wink. The young man raced to the pines and cried, "Qi Gong, Qi Gong." Huang Rong had followed him and joined her cries to his. Sudden, a shadow arose from the pines. It was Qi Gong, who addressed them angrily, that do you have, dirty kids, to stick me to the truss? If you want me to teach you more, this is absolutely impossible. You have already taught us too much, said Guojing. I am more than satisfied, how could I wish to want more? It's only that I did not thank you once again for your kindness. He knelt then and kowtowed, striking the ground with his forehead, several times. Qi Gong paled. Stop, he cried, that which I taught you, is nothing other than a suitable payment for the small dishes that she prepared for me. There has never been a relationship of master and disciple between us. At that, he knelt also and himself kowtowed in front of Guojing. Stunned, he attempted to kowtow again, but Qi Gong extended a hand and touched on a point under the armpit of the young man, who remained petrified, legs half bent. The beggar released him only after to have prostrated itself 4 times in front of him. Remember, you, he cautioned, never mention that you kowtowed to me and that you are my disciple. Understanding that he had a stubborn character, Guojing didn't attempt to contradict him. Qi Gong, sighed Huang Rong, you were so good for us, now we must part. I had the intention to prepare you again small dishes, when we would review ourselves, but unfortunately I fear that this be not any more possible. And why not? Qi Gong asked. Many people want to do evil to us. Leaving aside that old monster immortal ginseng, there are many more evildoers. One day, we will end up dying at their hands. What is death? Qi Gong said with a smile. Everyone must die one day. Of course, replied Huang Rong while shaking the head, it's not a big deal to die, but I'm scared that they would capture me and, learning that I received your teaching and that I cooked for you, they would force me to do them all these flat vouchers that I prepared you. This would be a stain on your reputation. Qi Gong knew well that the girl was trying to trick more skills out of him, but, at the thought that someone might force her to cook, while himself could not taste these succulent dishes, he couldn't prevent himself from feeling great anger. Who are these villains that scare you? He demanded. There is, replied Huang Rong, a certain old monster of the Yellow River, Sha Tongtian. He eats in such a disgusting way. What a shame it would be for him to have my delicious dishes. There's no need to fear Sha Tongtian, said Qi Gong while shaking his head. In 1 or 2 years, this dummy Guojing will be stronger than him. There's nothing to fear. Huang Rong mentioned again the Tibetan monk Ling Ji and Peng Lianhu. To which Qi Gong replied again, nothing to fear. But when Huang Rong mentioned the young master of White Camel Peak, Ouyang Ku, Qi Gong seemed taken aback. He questioned her on the techniques and moves of this new opponent, before nodding his head, that's indeed him. In front of the seriousness of his face, the girl Sinkita herself, he's very powerful, isn't that right? There's nothing to fear from Ouyang Ku, said Qi Gong. It's his uncle, the old venom, that is fearsome. The old venom? But no matter how fearsome, he cannot be stronger than you, isn't that right? Qi Gong didn't reply. He thought for a while, before he stated, at the time, we were equals. But that was 20 years ago. For those 20 years, he's surely trained harder than me, who's lazy and gluttonous. But to beat this old beggar, nonetheless, won't be easy. Then he certainly can't beat you. We will see, said Qi Gong, shaking his head. Good, since the nephew of the old venom, Ouyang Feng, is after your head, we must be careful. I will eat of your cooking for 15 days. But let's make one thing clear, if, during these 15 days, you present the same dish to me twice, I'll get up and say goodbye. Huang Rong was delighted. She was decided to give the measure of all sound talent, thus, not only she never repeated the same dish, but she proposed even infinite variations in the accompaniment in noodles and rice, in different takings to every meals, fried doughnuts to the frying pan, steamed stuffed dough boulettes, ravioli to the vapor, flat noodles in broth, Cantonese rice, soft rice, rice cake slimy, rice, tofu, etc. Qi Gong, for his part, himself took pains to teach the 2 young people the art to adapt itself to all the fight positions, to react and to better defend themselves. Only, He never taught the 3 blows lacking in the 18 dragon mastering palms. Guo Jing deepened of course his mastery of the 15 blows, but he increased equally in the power of all the martial arts he had learned with the Jiangnan Odd 6. Qi Gong had, before the age of 35, practiced a very diversified gongfu, learning innumerable fist techniques and of palm, among which ones he deliberately chose bizarre types for Huang Rong, but it was just as a joke. These techniques were beautiful to look at, but their real effectiveness in battle were far inferior to the 15 palms, simple and direct. Huang Rong herself looked only to have fun, without really to invest herself in this apprenticeship. As dawn arose the next day, Guo Jing was already in the forest practicing the first move of the 18 dragon subduing palms, the proud dragon shows remorse. He began to sweat heavily after 20 minutes of drilling but felt encouraged by his progress. Then he heard voices approaching him. "Master, we walked over 30 miles this time, right?" One voice said. "Yes, your endurance has improved slightly," the other voice said. The spoken dialects sounded familiar to Guo Jing. Soon, 4 people came into view, led by a young man with white hair. He was none other than Guo Jing's greatest foe, Liang Ziwang, the immortal ginseng fairy. Silently cursing, Guo Jing turned to run away, but Liang Ziwang already recognized him. "Where can you run?" he said as he and his disciples began their pursuit. They broke up into 3 groups to catch Guo Jing. "If I can get out of the forest and make it back to the inn, he'll be safe," Guo Jing thought as he started running faster. Liang Ziwang's top disciple intercepted Guo Jing, crossed his palms and shouted, "Little thief, kneel to me." Using a powerful technique taught by his master, the disciple tried to grab Guo Jing's chest. As he shouted back, Guo Jing slightly crouched, bent his right arm and made a circle with his right palm, beginning, for the first time outside of practice, the proud dragon shows remorse. The top disciple felt the powerful force approach, so he changed his attack and grabbed at Guo Jing's arm, hoping that would stop the palm. Instead, he lost consciousness as his arm broke and his body was thrown 6 to 7 feet away. Guo Jing couldn't imagine he possessed so much power. He stared in shock before starting to run again. Startled and angry, the immortal ginseng fairy jumped out of the forest. When Guo Jing finally emerged from the trees, he found Liang Ziwang standing in front of him. He immediately crouched, bent his arm and made a circle with his palm, executing the proud dragon shows remorse once more. Although Liang Ziwang did not recognize the move, he threw himself to the ground to escape its pure, powerful force. Guo Jing took his chance and ran. When Liang Ziwang began his pursuit again, Guo Jing had already reached the inn. "Huang Rong! Huang Rong!" Guo Jing yelled. "That evil man is here to drink my blood." When Huang Rong came out of the inn, she saw that it really was Liang Ziwang. "How did this old, strange man get here?" she thought. "Well, this is a good chance to test out my wandering strides kung fu." "Brother Jing, don't be afraid of this strange, old man," she said. "You start the fight, and he'll come help you. Well, make him suffer." Rong doesn't understand how powerful this strange, old man is, Guo Jing thought. That's why she's so relaxed. He attacked. Recalling what happened before, Liang Ziwang recognized the force being thrown at him as the proud dragon shows remorse, so he twisted his body out of the way. But the palm slightly brushed across his right arm, burning him painfully. Guo Jing's unimaginable improvement in just a month convinced Liang Ziwang that the blood of the venomous snake really did bestow miraculous powers. He was filled with even more anger as he attacked again. Guo Jing once again used the proud dragon shows remorse. Liang Ziwang saw he could not stop the fierce attack. But then he observed Guo Jing never followed up the stance with another, accompanying strike. His fear quickly dwindled. "You little idiot," he said. "Is that the only move you know?" "You can't resist my only move," Guo Jing said without thinking. Then he once again used the proud dragon shows remorse. But Liang Ziwang jumped out of the way and landed behind Guo Jing. Guo Jing turned on a dime and threw the palm again, but Liang Ziwen leapt behind him once more. After 3 more rounds, Guo Jing felt tired and confused. Seeing him about to lose, Huang Rong said, "Brother Jing, let me fight." Huang Rong leapt into the middle of the fight as Guo Jing once again unleashed the proud dragon shows remorse. Liang Ziwen leapt away from both attackers. In the meantime, Guo Jing retreated 2 steps to watch Huang Rong fight the immortal ginseng fairy. Although Huang Rong learned the mysterious wandering strides, she had just absorbed the knowledge and therefore did not possess absolute mastery. Against Liang Ziwen, whose skill level was far superior, she held her own because she was wearing the soft hedgehog armor, which protected her from injury. Nevertheless, before she could complete all 36 moves of the wandering stride style, Liang Ziwen forced her into a bad position. His 2 junior disciples, supporting their injured elder disciple brother, saw their master on the verge of victory and cheered him on. Guo Jing prepared himself to help Huang Rong with an immediate strike, but Hong Qigong's voice emanated from the window. "His next move is the vicious dog blocks the way," he said. Surprised, Huang Rong noticed Liang Ziwen's legs were spread in the horse stance with both his fists forming the evil tiger blocks the road. She couldn't help but giggle at how Hong Qigong changed the name of the evil tiger blocks the road to the vicious dog blocks the way. Then she wondered about how he managed to predict the stance. "Here comes the smelly snake drinks the water," Hong Qigong said. Huang Rong knew he meant the black dragon drinks the water, a fierce frontal attack that exposed the back. By the time Hong Qigong finished speaking, Huang Rong had circled around Liang Ziwen, putting him in the position of defender instead of attacker. But with his profound abilities, he managed to escape from danger by changing mid-movement and flying away. When he landed on his feet, he angrily shouted at the window, "Why won't the venerable master come out?" He received no response. "How can this person predict my stances?" he thought. Knowing that she possessed a powerful master on her side, Huang Rong fearlessly took the initiative and attacked. Liang Ziwen responded with a ferocious blow. Huang Rong knew she was in danger when she felt the powerful force approach. "Do not fear," Hong Qigong said. "He will use the little monkey with the rotten bottom climbs the trees." Huang Rong giggled as she saw Liang Ziwen lift his fists and strike downwards with tremendous strength. He was indeed preparing for the ape climbs the trees. He jumped up into the air to strike Huang Rong, but she positioned her fist in such a way that if Liang Ziwen continued his jump, his head would be hit by her first. He had to change immediately. When an opponent approaches an enemy who has predicted what his next move will be and cannot change, then he will suffer a great defeat. Luckily for Liang Ziwen, his level of accomplishment in the martial arts was so much higher than Huang Rong's that he could quickly escape from his precarious position. With another move broken apart, Liang Ziwen jumped away from the fight and shouted at the window, "If you don't show yourself, brother, then it's no wonder that I won't be merciful to this girl." Liang Ziwen then attacked with stances that quickly flowed into one another like the pouring rain in a violent storm, a new blow starting before the prior one finished. Huang Rong was pushed back by the flood as Hong Qizong could no longer shout out the moves early enough time for her to react. Not being able to bear watching Huang Rong in a state of confusion as she dodged frantically, Guo Jing once again unleashed the proud dragon shows remorse and forced Liang Ziwen to end his deluge and jump away. "Brother Jing, attack him again 3 more times," Huang Rong said as she went back into the inn. Guo Jing simply waited for Liang Ziwen to attack and, without any logic, returned all of the immortal ginseng fairy stances with the proud dragon shows remorse. Both angry and amused, Liang Ziwen thought, "I don't know where this dumb kid learned this move, but no matter what I do, he uses it." Although Guo Jing only knew this one move, Liang Ziwen couldn't tell for certain if Guo Jing actually knew more. The 2 men stood a few meters apart, motionless and rigid. "Little fool, here I come," Liang Ziwen said as he suddenly jumped into the air and attacked. Guo Jing threw out his palm. Unexpectedly, Liang Ziwen twisted mid-air, raising his right hand to release 3 separate attacks to the top, the middle and bottom of the body. Guo Jing quickly dodged, but Liang Ziwang took advantage of the situation and grabbed Guo Jing's throat with a hand as fast lightning. Startled, Guo Jing elbowed Liang Ziwang, but he felt like he just hit a wad of cotton. Liang Ziwang prepared to deliver a killing blow, when he heard Huang Rong shout, "Old man, look at what I have." Aware of her cunning, Liang Ziwang grasped Guo Jing tightly before turning around to see Huang Rong approaching with a bamboo stick, greener than the finest jade. "Hong Master Hong," he said shakily. "And yet you still don't release him?" Huang Rong said. When Liang Ziwang first heard the voice from the window predict his movies, he never expected it would be Hong Qitsong, but once the bamboo stick appeared, he remembered the timbre of the voice and the dialect. He realized it was the man he feared the most, so he immediately released Guo Jing. With both her hands holding the bamboo stick, Huang Rong said, "Qitsong wants to know why you dared to cause trouble around here." Liang Ziwang knelt and said, "This nobody really didn't know Master Hong was here. Even with all the courage in the world, I wouldn't have come if I knew Master Hong was here." Huang Rong thought to herself secretly, this person is so highly skilled, yet is scared out of his wits when he hears Qi Gong's name. And why does he address Qi Gong as Leader Hong? However, Huang Rong maintained a neutral expression and said, "How do you plead guilty?" Liang Ziwang answered, "Lady, please put in a few good words for me, tell Leader Hong that I know my wrongdoings and plead for him to spare my life." Huang Rong answered, "I can put in a good word for you, but to put in a few good words is tough. You must never try to find trouble with both of us again." Liang Ziwang answered, "Humble one here was ignorant in the past and offended lady and sir, please forgive me. I wouldn't dream of doing it again." Huang Rong was pleased and smiled. She pulled Guo Jing's arm and led him back into the hut. They saw 4 big dishes in front of Hong Qi Gong, whose left hand held a wine cup and right hand, a pair of chopsticks, and was enjoying his meal. Huang Rong laughed, "Qi Gong, he's quietly kneeling there and doesn't even dare move a bit." Hong Qi Gong answered, "You can beat him up to let loose your anger and hell not fight back." Guo Jing looked out of the window and saw Liang Ziwang kneeling straightly and 3 of his disciples behind him were doing the same. He thought it a pitiful sight, didn't bear to do it and said, "Qi Gong, just spare him." Qi Gong scolded, "Useless bum, people beat you up and you do nothing to resist. I saved you and yet you ask me to spare them. What is the meaning of this?" Guo Jing remained silent. Huang Rong laughed, "I'll beat him then." She took the bamboo stick and walked out of the hut. Seeing a frightened Liang Ziwang kneeling in an upright position, she scolded, "Qi Gong says you go round creating havoc and was going to deal with you today. Luckily my brother Jing is kind enough to plead for Qi Gong to spare your life." Speaking, she raised the bamboo stick high and brought it slapping down onto his butt. She then said, "You can leave." Liang Ziwang spoke through the window, "Leader Hong, a million thanks for sparing my life." There was no response from the hut and Liang Ziwang did not dare move. After a while, Guo Jing came out and waved his arms, "Qi Gong is asleep, don't disturb him." Liang Ziwang then stood up, glared at Huang Rong and Guo Jing before leaving with his disciples. Huang Rong was delighted. She walked into the hut and saw Qi Gong leaning on the table. She immediately pulled his arm and said, Qi Gong, your precious stick is so powerful. Since you don't use it, will you not give it to me?" Hong Qi Gong raised from the table, stretched and laughed, "You are so highly skilled, people only have to hear your voice and they'll be afraid, what use has this stick to you?" He smiled, "Silly lass, hurry and prepare some nice dishes for me and I'll slowly tell you the story." Huang Rong obeyed and went to prepare 3 dishes. Hong Qi Gong lifted a wine cup with his left hand and took a drumstick with his right hand and slowly savored it before saying, "There are different species of animals and plants and there are different groups of people. There are those who love wealth, there are those who rob and there are those like me who beg for scraps of leftover food." Huang Rong clapped her hands and said, I know already. That Liang creature called you Leader Hong, so you must be the leader of the beggar sect." Hong Qi Gong answered, "Yes. We people who beg for food are often bullied by people and bitten by dogs. If we do not unite as one, how on earth do we survive? The north is controlled by the genes and the south is controlled by the Song Emperor, but all the beggars on this earth Huang Rong cut in, be it north or south, are all under you. Hong Qi-gong smiled and nodded before continuing, yes. This stick and wine bottle has been the trademark of the beggar sect leader, ever since a few hundred years ago, even before the start of the Tang dynasty. It's like the golden seal of the emperors. Huang Rong stuck out her tongue and said, luckily you didn't give it to me. Hong Qi-gong asked, why? Huang Rong said, imagine how troublesome it would be if all the little beggars of the world come and find me and ask me to solve their problems. Hong Qi-gong sighed, yes, you are right. I'm lazy by nature, so it is troublesome to be the leader of the beggars, but they couldn't find a suitable candidate, so I had to accept the responsibility. Huang Rong said, that's why that Liang creature was so afraid of you, since it'll be terrible if all the beggars in the world come finding him. If every beggar picks a flea from their body and puts it on his head, imagine how itchy hell be. Hong Qi-gong and Guo Jing burst out laughing, and after a while, Hong Qi-gong said, he's afraid of me not because of that. Huang Rong asked hurriedly, then why is he afraid of you? Hong Qi-gong said, about 20 years ago, he did an evil thing which was discovered by me. Huang Rong asked, what was it? Hong Qi-gong said, this old creature believed some superstitious nonsense and kidnapped many virgins and violated them, believing that it'll help him attain immortality. Huang Rong asked, how do you violate a virgin? Since her mother died after a difficult labor, Huang Rong was brought up by her father. After Chen Xianfeng and Mei Chaofeng betrayed Huang Yao Shi and eloped, the latter under a moment's fury, severed the limbs of his other disciples and chased them out of the island. Only a few mute servants were left on Peach Blossom Island. Huang Rong had never known anything about the relationships between man and woman. Ever since she had been together with Guo Jing, she always felt an unexplainable happiness and sweetness in her heart. She would feel lonely and sad whenever Guo Jing was not with her. Therefore, she thought that as long as she and Guo Jing were always together, they will be like husband and wife, and thus, Huang Rong always thought Guo Jing to be her husband. But she didn't know anything about the sensual relations a couple had on the night of their wedding. Her question thus placed Hong Qi-gong in an awkward position. Huang Rong asked again, to violate them, is it to kill them? Hong Qi-gong said, no. When a girl receives violation of this sort, it is even worse than death. As the saying goes, to lose one's honor is a grave issue as compared to just starving to death. Huang Rong still did not understand and asked, is it to use a knife to chop off their ears and nose? Hong Qi-gong laughed but scolded, Peh. It's not that either. Silly lass, go home and ask your mother. Huang Rong answered, my mother's long dead. Hong Qi-gong let out an ah and said, you'll understand when you go through your marriage night with this dumb boy. Huang Rong reddened and pouted, it's all right if you don't want to tell me. She then realized that it's a touchy subject and asked, what happened after you found out what that Liang creature was doing? Hong Qi-gong saw that she wasn't probing into that matter anymore and thus asserted his stern tone again and sighed, then I naturally had to do something. I caught that fella and beat him up. I pulled off all his white hair and forced him to return those girls to their homes. After that, I forced him to swear that he would not do such stuff again, and if I caught him doing it, he'll meet a fate worse than death. I heard that he didn't create trouble these couple of years and therefore spared his life today. Damn it, has his hair grown back? Huang Rong laughed and said, it has grown back. But imagine how terribly painful it was for him to have all his hair torn out. After the three finished eating, Huang Rong said, Qi-gong, now even if you give me that stick, I wouldn't dare take it. But we cannot be together with you forever, right? If we see that Liang creature again in the future and he says, all right you little rascal, you used leader's Hong stick to hit me in the past, now it's time for my revenge. He'll pull out all your hair. Then what are we to do? Before, when Brother Jing fought with that old creature, He could only display the proud dragon shows remorse stance, which though is powerful, though is not spectacular enough, right? That old creature must be thinking, Leader Hong's skills are so impressive, but his disciple is however just an average performer. Hong Qigong laughed, you are just scaring and provoking me into teaching both of you more skills. Alright, you both don't have to worry as long as you cook more nice dishes for me. Huang Rong was delighted and dragged Qigong into the forest. Hong Qigong passed the second stance of the 18 subduing dragon palms, called the flying dragon in the sky, to Guojing. The stance falls in mid-air and is a powerful one, which attacks one below from high above. Guojing only mastered it after 3 days. In the 3 days, Hong Qigong was able to taste more of Huang Rong's delicious cooking. She did not pester him to teach her any more skills, she was more than happy as long as he concentrated on teaching Guojing. In a month's time, Hong Qigong finally was able to pass 15 stances of the 18 subduing dragon palms to Guojing, from the very first proud dragon shows remorse to the dragon battles in the wild. The 18 subduing dragon palms was Hong Qigong's specialty. Half of it was due to his teacher's guidance and the other half was his own experimental effort. Although the number of stunts were limited, each stunt carried with it immense force. During the last Hua Shan tournament with Wang Chongyang and Huang Yaoshi etc., Hong Qigong had not fully mastered the skill, and yet Wang Chongyang and the rest were still in awe of it. Hong Qigong often lamented later on that if he had fully mastered the skill earlier, he would have gotten the number 1 title instead of Wang Chongyang, leader of the Quanzhen sect. He was actually only willing to teach Guojing 2 or 3 stances, which would be sufficient for the latter to protect himself. But who would have guessed that Huang Rong possessed such wonderful culinary skills and was able to whip up interesting and delicious dishes every day such that he could not bear to leave. As the days went by, he had actually passed 15 stances to Guojing. Although Guojing is not intelligent by nature, every time he learns a new stunt or advice, he would spend the whole time practicing and examining it, such that at the end of 1 month, he had mastered the 15 stances perfectly, and would have improved even more if time had permitted it. His skills were totally different and tons more powerful compared to a month ago. This morning, after Hong Qigong had his breakfast, he sighed, "You two babies, we 3 have accompanied each other for more than a month, thus it's time we parted now." Huang Rong answered, "Ah, no way, I still have so much more dishes I haven't cooked for Senior Yu." Hong Qigong answered, "There is no one banquet which doesn't end on earth, but yet, there are so much food which one cannot fully taste. Old beggar here has never taught anyone more skills for more than 3 days, and yet, this time I end up teaching someone for more than 30 days. It would really be terrible if I continue." Huang Rong asked, "Why?" Hong Qigong answered, "Very soon, all my skills will be learnt by you too." Huang Rong answered, "Since you've started, why not pass the whole set of 18 subduing dragon palms to him? It'll be a success then, no?" Hong Qigong sneered, "Yes, it'll be an accomplishment for you too, but not for me." Before Huang Rong could devise a scheme to make Hong Qitsong pass on the remaining 3 moves of the 18 dragon subduing palms to Guojing, the beggar had already picked up his gourd and walked away without saying another word. Guojing quickly pursued Hong Qitsong, but the beggar was so fast that he was already out of sight. Guojing continued to chase after the beggar into the forest, all the while shouting, "Master Hong! Master Hong!" Huang Rong ran into the forest and shouted after Hong Qitsong too. At the very edge of the forest, they perceived the shape of a man. It was Hong Qitsong, approaching them once more. "What, you 2 stinky children want to entangle me, make me teach you more," he scolded. "Master, you've already taught this junior so much, how would I dare to ask you for more?" Guojing said. "I just wanted to thank you." He promptly knelt down and kowtowed. "Stop!" Hong Qitsong shouted as his face colored. "I taught you only in exchange for the magnificent dishes the girl made. There is no master-disciple relationship between us." He then knelt down to Guojing. Shocked, Guojing attempted to kowtow back as per social custom, but Hong Chitsong hit his acupuncture point, which left him without movement. Hong Chitsong knelt 4 more times to Guo Jing before releasing the younger man's acupuncture point. "This way, your bowing to me won't make you my disciple," Hong Chitsong said. Guo Jing understood Hong Qikong's strange conduct and decided not to press the matter. But Huang Rong sighed. "Master Hong, you have treated us so well that I am sorry to see you leave us," she said. I fear I just wanted to make you so more small dishes for you to enjoy, so that in the future, we would have no one to fear." "Who do you fear?" Hong Chitsong said. "I am afraid we won't be able to deal with the immortal ginseng fairy," Huang Rong said. "I fear that we will die at his hands." "Death follows death," Hong Chitsong laughed. "Who doesn't die?" "I don't fear death," Huang Rong reasoned. "I fear being captured and it being made known that I followed your teachings and made you food. They might compel me to make for them the same dishes I made for you, the dishes I learned from the Jade Flute family on Plum Blossom Island, including the 24 bridges on a moonlit night. Wouldn't you be embarrassed if others kept eating these?" Hong Chitsong knew Huang Rong was just trying to get him to teach them more kung fu. But when he thought about others eating her sumptuous dishes, he couldn't bear the thought. "Who are these people?" he said. "There is the Yellow River Ghost, Sha Tong Tian, who might eat my dishes," Huang Rong said. "He would spoil all my little dishes." Hong Chitsong shook his head and said, "What can Sha Tong Tian do? In another 1 to 2 years, Guo Jing can surpass him if he practices." Huang Rong then suggested the Tibetan monk Ling Ji and Peng Lianhu. "Their techniques are like farts." Hong Chitsong said. "What can they do?" Then Huang Rong mentioned the master of White Camel Mountain, Ouyang Ku. Shuddering, Hong Chitsong asked about the styles employed by Ouyang Ku. After hearing Huang Rong's description, he said, "Yes, it's him." Huang Rong noticed Hong Qikong's serious expression. "This Ouyang Ku is very powerful," she said. "What can this Ouyang Ku do but fart?" Hong Chitsong said. "No, it is his uncle, the old poison, who is very strong." "The old poison?" Huang Rong said. "He might be strong to others but surely not to you." Hong Chitsong didn't answer and looked as if he were deeply contemplating the matter. "We weren't too far apart over 20 years ago," he said finally. "But in the 20 years since then, he must have made great progress in his skills compared to me, given that he isn't lazy or gluttonous like me." Hong Chitsong laughed. "That isn't to say he would find me easy to deal with." "He can't possibly defeat you," Huang Rong said. Hong Chitsong shook his head. "That remains to be seen," he said. "Fine, old poison's nephew will certainly be difficult for you to deal with, but he's not that big of a problem. I will stay with you for another half-month, and you will make me 2 dishes every day. But if you repeat 1 dish, I will immediately leave you." After getting her heart's desire, Huang Rong proceeded to make a number of different dishes with skillful variations, including pot stickers, various dumplings, fried rice, Lunar New Year cakes, steamed rolls and rice noodles. Hong Chitsong taught them the essence of fighting by reacting to the enemy and changing the defense of the body. He did not teach the last 3 moves of the 18 dragon subduing palms. Nevertheless, Guo Jing's understanding of the first 15 palms solidified under Hong Qikong's continued tutelage, as did the skills he learned from the 6 freaks of Jiangnan. His improvement was not negligible. In over 35 years of training in the martial arts, Hong Chitsong had learned a lot of diverse techniques. He passed on some of these strange fist techniques to Huang Rong. Although the skills possessed many strange variations, the techniques were inferior to the simple power of the first 15 palms of the 18 dragon subduing palms. Furthermore, Huang Rong only learned them to amuse herself. Guo Jing was practicing his palms one evening, when Huang Rong climbed a tree to gather bamboo shoots and plums for an unconventional dish called the 3 Friends of Winter, which tastes of 3 distinct flavors. Hong Chitsong couldn't stop himself from drooling. He then suddenly bent into a thicket of grass and fished out a 2-foot-long blue snake. "Snake!" Huang Rong shouted. With his left hand, Hong Qitsong lightly pushed Huang Rong on her shoulder, forcing her a few feet away. The thick patch of grass rustled again, revealing more snakes. Hong Qitsong struck each snake with the doggy-beating stick on the center of its head. The blow immediately killed them. Huang Rong shouted as her face colored. 2 snakes didn't flee from Hong Qitsong. They climbed the tree and bit Huang Rong. Hong Qitsong knew the blue snakes, although small, possessed a highly venomous poison without compare. He immediately wanted to cure Huang Rong, but suddenly a large horde of blue snakes materialized. He grabbed Huang Rong by her waistband and took Guo Jing's hand before running back to the inn. There, he knelt to examine Huang Rong and discovered her complexion to be normal. "How?" he said. "It's not a problem," Huang Rong laughed. Fear struck Guo Jing when he saw the 2 snakes bite Huang Rong. He reached down to pull them off of her body. Hong Qitsong told Guo Jing to be careful. As Guo Jing prepared himself to remove the snakes, he noticed blood dripping from their heads. They were already dead. Hong Qitsong understood. "Your father gave you his soft hedgehog armor." When the snakes bit Huang Rong, they were immediately killed by the spikes on her armor, which pierced their heads. Guo Jing went to pull the other snake off of Huang Rong when more snakes emerged from the forest. Hong Qitsong placed a yellow herb in his mouth and chewed. By this time, over 1,000 snakes had emerged from the forest. Many more were out of the sight of the heroes. "Master Hong, let's get out of here," Guo Jing said. Hong Qitsong didn't answer. Instead, he unstopped his gourd and took a large swig from it. He mixed the yellow herb with the wine, which he spit from left to right, creating an arc in front of the 3. When one blue snake attempted to cross the medicated wine, it immediately keeled over. None of the other blue snakes dared to cross the wine afterwards. Indeed, the ones in the front attempted to retreat, but more snakes were emerging from the forest. Both groups crashed into one another, causing a great deal of chaos. Huang Rong clapped her hands and shouted in pleasure. The forest suddenly emitted a strange noise before 3 men dressed in white emerged from it. They used a pole to shepherd the snakes as if they were oxen. Huang Rong found this all amusing. But then she suddenly felt like vomiting. Hong Qitsong struck at a snake with his doggy-beating stick. He then took the snake and used 2 fingers to extract its gallbladder. "Quickly swallow this," he said to Huang Rong. "Don't bite or chew them, or you will feel pain." After swallowing the gallbladders, Huang Rong's chest immediately felt at ease. "Brother Jing, do you feel dizzy?" Huang Rong said. Guo Jing shook his head. Because he drank the blood of the giant snake, Guo Jing had become impervious to over 100 poisons. The snakes also felt fear whenever they smelled the scent of the blood on Guo Jing. When they emerged from the forest, they were really after just Hong Qitsong and Huang Rong. "Master Hong, these snakes were raised by people," Huang Rong said. Hong Qitsong nodded and angrily glared at the 3 men in white. The 3 men were also angry after they saw Hong Qitsong feed the gallbladder to Huang Rong. They reorganized the snake line. "You 3 bastards!" one of them shouted. "Are you tired of living?" "No, you must be the 3 bastards who are tired of living," Huang Rong shouted back. Hong Qitsong clapped Huang Rong on the shoulders in approval. The 3 men became even angrier. The sallow-cheeked, middle-aged man standing in the middle thrust the long pole at Huang Rong with a surprising amount of force. Hong Qitsong pressed the doggy-beating stick against the pole, which immediately stopped. Startled, the man pulled on the pole with both of his hands. Hong Qitsong shook the doggy-beating stick and shouted, "Be gone." The man stumbled and flipped over, landing right in the middle of all the deadly snakes. He had luckily eaten a herb earlier, so the snakes were unwilling to bite him. Shocked, the other 2 men took a step back. "How?" they said. Indeed, The other man had fallen so hard that he crushed 10 snakes and felt sore all over. One of his companions, a fair-skinned man, held out the pole to the sallow-cheeked man to support him. They were reluctant to fight again. "Who dares to stop our snakes with that herb?" the sallow-cheeked man said. Laughing, Hong Chitsong paid no attention to them. "Who are you to send out so many poisonous snakes to injure people?" Huang Rong replied. The three men looked at one another, trying to figure out how to respond, and another man dressed in white appeared at the edge of the forest. He walked through a narrow path between the snakes while fanning himself. Both Guo Jing and Huang Rong recognized him as Ouyang Ku, the master of White Camel Mountain, whose presence amongst their ranks caused the snakes to disperse. The three men welcomed their master and told him of Hong Qikong's amazing ability and the situation that had just transpired. Ouyang Ku was surprised. Then he nodded. "These three brothers were ignorant and affronted seniors," he said. "They apologize." Then he turned to Huang Rong and smiled. "The lady is here," he said. "I am at your service." Huang Rong turned her attention to Hong Chitsong. "Master Hong, you should take care of this bad egg," she said. Hong Chitsong nodded and said to Ouyang Ku, "How can you lawlessly herd these snakes through the country in broad daylight? You obviously intend to use these snakes for reckless acts. Who do you intend to use them on?" "These snakes have traveled a long distance," Ouyang Ku said. "They can't feed themselves in the conventional manner." "How many people have you hurt?" Hong Chitsong said. "We've herded the snakes through the country," Ouyang Ku said. "Not many people have gotten hurt." Hong Chitsong glared at the other man. "Not wounded many people," he said. "Your family name is Ouyang, is it not?" "That's correct," Ouyang Ku said. "The lady must have told you." "And what is the venerable one's name?" "This man's rank is a generation above yours," Huang Rong said. "If he told you, he'd scare you to death." But Ouyang Ku didn't get angry. He laughed instead and cast a sidelong glance at her. "You are the son of Ouyang Feng, aren't you?" Hong Chitsong said. Ouyang Ku didn't respond, but the three snake herders shouted in anger, "Old man, how dare you use the given name of our master?" "I say what others do not," Hong Chitsong said with a smile. The three snake herders continued to yell at Hong Chitsong, when the beggar, who was on the ground with the doggy-beating stick, suddenly appeared in sky like a large bird. He struck down 3 times so quickly that the three men had no time to react. Before their bodies hit the ground, Hong Chitsong had already jumped into the air again. Good move. Huang Rong said. "Why haven't you taught it to me yet, Master Hong?" The three men could not make a sound because Hong Chitsong hit them on the tiny muscle near the chin that connects to the jaw. Startled, Ouyang Ku said to Hong Chitsong, "Senior knows my uncle." "You are Ouyang Feng's nephew," Hong Chitsong said. "It's been over 20 years since I've seen the old poison. Is he still not dead?" Ouyang Ku grew angry, but he knew the level of Hong Qikong's wugong was very high. And since he knew his uncle, he must also be a senior figure of enormous ability. "Uncle has often said that he would never die before any of his friends," Ouyang Ku said. "So he dares not go to heaven before you." Hong Chitsong looked skyward and laughed. "Good. You turn my words around and insult me," he said. "Now, why did you bring all these treasures?" he said, indicating the snakes. "I have spent all my life in the West," Ouyang Ku said. "This is the first time I have ventured south of the Yellow River. The journey is lonely and solitary, so I thought I'd bring these snakes for some fun." "That's a lie," Huang Rong said. "How can your journey be lonely and solitary with so many of your wives and concubines to accompany you?" Ouyang Ku snapped open his fan and looked over it at Huang Rong. Laughing, he recited, "My distant heart held no one within, but today I have met its princess." Huang Rong made a funny face at Ouyang Ku and laughed. "I don't need your compliments, just as much as I don't need you to miss me," she said. Ouyang Ku was speechless. He was enthralled by the goddess-like Huang Rong and her pleasant expression. Your uncle rules the western region tyrannically, so obviously no one has disciplined you, Hong Qitsong shouted. So you've come into central China with the same idea of doing as you pleased. Well, today, I will give your uncle face and leave you alone. Get out of my sight right now. Ouyang Ku stopped himself from spitting out hateful words. Knowing himself to be no match for Hong Qitsong, he began to retreat obediently, though his heart was full of distaste. Junior wishes Senior a new year, free of any awful misfortune, he said. If you should have any trouble, please come to the White Camel Mountain. Hong Qitsong laughed. Little punk, you dare challenge me to a duel. If I come, it has nothing to do with an agreement. Your uncle isn't afraid of me, and I'm not afraid of your uncle. 20 years before yesterday, in the early morning, a group of us fought one another and found ourselves to be evenly matched. We need not fight ever again. His face abruptly changed. You are still here in front of me instead of being far away. Hong Qitsong shouted. Ouyang Ku was startled again. I've only learned 30% of Uncle's Wugong, he thought. This man here doesn't seem to be lying. I'll accept this loss of face for now and get back at him later. Ouyang Ku didn't respond, and the three men, with their chins still in pain, made no sound. Casting a glance at Huang Rong, Ouyang Ku turned and walked back into the forest. The three men then made strange noises to order the snakes, but because of the injury to their chins, their voices at their loudest only came out as a weak rasp. Like a wave, the snakes moved back into the forest, leaving a trail of gleaming slime across the ground. Master Hong, do you know where these snakes come from? Huang Rong said. Were they raised? Hong Qitsong gave no response. He took a swig from his gourd, used his sleeve to wipe off the sweat from his brow and let out a sigh of relief. How dangerous! How dangerous! He said. How so? Both Guojing and Huang Rong asked. Those poisonous snakes were only temporarily blocked by my efforts, Hong Qitsong said. They would have soon been able to come over. With so many snakes, they would have been like a flood. How would we be able to stop them? Luckily, those people were inexperienced and didn't realize my ruse since I scared them so much. If the old poison had come, you two kids would have been in a terrible position, he added. We wouldn't stay wed run away, Huang Rong said. This senior wouldn't be scared, but you two kids would run away, Hong Qitsong laughed. But how would you flee if the old poison sent out one of his palms? Is that man's uncle really that powerful? Huang Rong said. Hong Qitsong laughed. Not powerful. Eastern heretic, Western poison, Northern beggar, Southern emperor and Central divinity. Your father is the Eastern heretic, and Ouyang Feng is the Western poison. The #1 martial artist, Wang Zhenren, passed away. The remaining 4 of us, who fought against one another in 8 pairs, were found to be equal. Is your father not fierce? He added. Is my own ability negligible? Huang Rong had secretly pondered these points before and was not able to put the pieces together. My father is a good person, so why is he called heretical and evil? I don't like his nickname. Privately, your father probably likes his nickname, Hong Qitsong said with a laugh. That man possesses a strange spirit. He follows his own unorthodox way. Is that not perverse? I am convinced that the proper ancestry of all orthodox Wugong is through Quan Zhen's teachings. You've learned Quan Zhen's Nigong, haven't you? He said to Guojing. Ma, you taught me at length for over 2 years, Guojing said. Indeed you didn't learn that in any short span of time, Hong Qitsong said. Otherwise, how would you be able to learn my 18 dragon subduing palms if you didn't possess a good Nei Gong basis? Who is Southern Emperor? Huang Rong said. Southern Emperor is indeed a king, Hong Qitsong said. Guojing and Huang Rong were surprised. Do you mean the Emperor of the Song? Huang Rong said. Hong Chitsong erupted in laughter. That kid emperor is only strong enough to eat from a golden rice bowl. If there are two, he wouldn't be able to pick it up. Southern emperor is not the Song emperor. No, this southern emperor possesses very powerful kung fu. Between the three of us, your father and I were slightly inferior. But the southern fire overcoming the western gold. Indeed, the old poison, Ouyang Feng, was able to overcome his star. Guo Jing and Huang Rong wanted Hong Chitsong to finish his story, but the beggar was lost in thought and fell into silence. They didn't press him. Hong Chitsong looked skyward. His eyebrows creased as if were pondering some sort of difficult problem. He walked back into the inn alone. Suddenly, Huang Rong and Guo Jing heard the sound of tearing. As Hong Chitsong passed through the gate into the inn, a rivet got caught on his sleeve and tore a large hole into it. Huang Rong gasped in surprise. But Hong Chitsong didn't notice. He kept walking as if he were in a daze. "I'll mend it for you," Huang Rong said. Huang Rong went to the proprietress of the inn and borrowed a needle and thread. Then she fixed the hole in Hong Qikong's sleeve. Hong Chitsong shook himself from his reverie when he saw Huang Rong with the needle in her hand. He abruptly snatched the needle and ran outside the gate. Curious, Guo Jing and Huang Rong followed, only to see Hong Chitsong throw the gleaming needle out. Huang Rong watched the needle arc and pierced a grasshopper. She shouted in delight. "This will do," Hong Chitsong said, looking satisfied. "This style will do nicely." Guo Jing and Huang Rong waited for Hong Chitsong to continue. Ouyang Feng, the old poison, loves to raise poisonous snakes and poisonous insects, Hong Chitsong said. Coming up with a way to deal with all those blue snakes is not an easy thing. He paused before continuing. "When I saw that younger Ouyang and found him to be no good, and knowing his uncle who opposes everyone, I realized that you two needed some way to disperse the snakes since I might not always be around to save you." Huang Rong clapped her hands. "You would use the needles for the snakes to the ground." Hong Chitsong smiled at Huang Rong. "This girl is so clever," he said. "You say one sentence, and she already knows the next one. You don't want to use the yellow herb anymore." Huang Rong said. "You just spit it out with the wine and the poisonous snakes will refuse to cross it." "That will only work for so long," Hong Chitsong said. "I have to practice this dance blossoms rain from the sky, which would use this needle. The snakes will approach in the future, and I will throw out these needles, hitting each snake, one by one. After I get enough needles, I will go kill all those snakes in about a fortnight." Both Guo Jing and Huang Rong laughed. "I'll go get you your needles," Huang Rong said, before immediately heading off in the direction of the town market. Hong Chitsong sighed in admiration. "Jinger, why don't you have her split her intelligence and cleverness apart and give one half to you?" "Split apart her intelligence and cleverness?" Guo Jing said. "You can't split those apart." Huang Rong returned from the market around the next meal time. She removed from a food basket 2 packages of sewing needles, and, while smiling, said, "I searched all over the town to buy these needles, but all the men seem to let the women talk amongst each other till they die." "How did you get them?" Guo Jing said. "I yelled at them." Huang Rong said. "I told them they were all useless. It's impossible to not be able to buy needles in a town." Hong Chitsong burst into laughter. "You are indeed very clever. Luckily, I have not married and it will spare me from having the torment of daughters," he said. Come, we need to practice kung fu. You 2 kids won't get another opportunity to learn from this old man." Laughing, Huang Rong followed him out. "I don't want to learn Master Hong," Guo Jing said. "Why?" Hong Chitsong said. "Senior has already taught me so much kung fu that I haven't practiced enough," Guo Jing said. Hong Chitsong understood, Guo Jing refused to be greedy. The beggar had said he would no longer teach any more wugong to Guo Jing, but the recent emergency situation made teaching more techniques imperative. Nevertheless, if Guo Jing allowed Hong Qitsong to teach him again, it would appear to be opportunistic. Nodding, Hong Qitsong pulled Huang Rong by the hand and said, "We practice." Once alone, Guo Jing went out and practiced the first 15 palms of the 18 dragon subduing palms, thereby increasing his understanding. Huang Rong studied blossoms rain from the sky for 10 days. She learned how to throw 10 needles to simultaneously hit a person's vital areas, but could not master hitting the vital points of multiple targets at once. One day, Hong Qitsong and Huang Rong were out practicing with the needles. The beggar threw them all at once. The needles fell to the ground in 2 groups each 10 feet across. Satisfied, he looked skyward and fell into contemplation. But his thinking was dull, so he said aloud, "Old poison, why did you train all these snakes?" With his wugong already at such a powerful state, he can handle almost anyone near him, Huang Rong said. So what would the snakes do? Hong Qitsong slapped his head. Of course. He said. It's to deal with the Eastern Heretic and the Southern Emperor. Both the beggars and Quan Zhen are numerous in manpower, and the Southern Emperor is an actual king with many bodyguards and soldiers protecting him. Your father is a cultivated intellect possessing many strange and powerful skills, which can help him face multiple enemies alone. When the old poison fights alone, no one in his generation can completely face him. But if his enemy brings a companion and so on, then the old poison facing them alone is in a terrible position. Therefore, the old poison has raised the snakes to help him, Huang Rong said. Hong Qitsong sighed. Us beggars often catch snakes and raise them for the purpose of food, he said. We've been able to do this for about 17 to 18 snakes. We sometimes even release them into fields at night to catch frogs. But the whole process isn't easy at all. Now, the old poison has actually had the time to catch innumerable amounts of snakes. Huang the old poison has spent a great deal of time on this, which means he must be planning something. He is certainly planning something, Huang Rong said. But luckily for us, his nephew revealed the snakes. Hong Qitsong slapped his head. Of course, this Ouyang kid revealed with the secret with his frivolousness, he said. But what does the old poison know about what others have? These thousands of snakes could not have come from the western region. They must have been collected from the mountains in the east. And though that Ouyang kid betrayed a part of the plan, he might not have completely revealed the whole scheme in which he plays a part. That's not a good thing, Huang Rong said. Luckily, this style prepares us in advance to take care of those snakes when we observe them, as opposed to having to deal with them while fighting with the old poison himself. Hong Qitsong hesitated. But suppose he wraps me up and prevents me from throwing the needles, he said. How would I deal with those thousands of snakes? Huang Rong thought for a while. Just run away, she said. Bah! Hong Qitsong said with a smile. What kind of method is turning around and running away? Suddenly, Huang Rong exclaimed, I got it. I just thought of a good plan. Joyful, Hong Qitsong said, what kind of plan is this? Just keep the 2 of us by your side, she said. Should we meet the old poison, you will fight him and Brother Jing will deal with his nephew. I will simply use the sewing needles to kill all the snakes. The problem is Brother Jing doesn't know 3 of the strikes in the 18 dragon subduing palms and might not be able to deal with those grinning bastards. Hong Qitsong stared. You are the grinning bastard, he said. You just want to cheat me into teaching your Brother Jing the last 3 palms. Regarding Guo Jing's moral conduct, I would teach him all 18 palms without any hesitation. But when did this boy become my disciple? He is so dull that if I took him as a disciple, I would be giving people the right to laugh at me. Huang Rong laughed. I'm going to buy some groceries, she said, knowing that would make it harder for Hong Qitsong to leave. She went to the market and purchased many different kinds of vegetables and meats while making sure she bought ingredients with sufficiently unique tastes. With the groceries held in her left hand and her right practicing the blossoms rain from the sky technique, she leisurely strolled back to the inn. Suddenly, she heard the sound of a bell loudly approaching. In the distance, she saw a lone, female rider dressed in white approaching the inn very quickly. Huang Rong saw it was young Taixin's daughter, Mu Nianci, whom Guo Jing's relatives wanted him to marry. Huang Rong's heart turned sour, and as Mu Nianci got closer, she refused to make a sound. What's so good about this girl? She thought. Brother Jing's 6 masters and that ox-nosed priest of the Chuanjian sect all want him to marry her. After more thinking, Huang Rong grew angry. Let me go fight her and relieve some of my frustration, she thought. But when Huang Rong went to place the groceries in the inn, she found Mu Nianci already sitting at a table. An anxious-looking innkeeper asked Mu Nianci what she wanted to eat and drink. Bring me a bowl of noodles and some beef, Mu Nianci said. The innkeeper quickly left to fill the order. How is simple beef any good to eat? Huang Rong said. Mu Nianci looked at Huang Rong. At first she couldn't recognize her, but then she remembered it was the girl who so suddenly left with Guo Jing. She exhaled. Little sister is here too. She said. Please sit with me. Did that smelly scholar, the fat dwarf, or the other ones come too? Huang Rong said. No, Mu Nianci said. I came alone. They are all off together. Huang Rong at first feared running into Qiu Chuji, but she felt joy after learning Mu Nianci was there by herself. At first blinded by the possibility of the Taoist's presence, Huang Rong now examined Mu Nianci closely and noticed her small boots, dress and her hair entwined with a white flower, signifying that she was in mourning. And though she had lost weight and wore a sad expression, Mu Nianci remained elegantly beautiful as opposed to pitiable. Huang Rong then noticed a dagger worn at Mu Nianci's waist. This is the dagger exchanged by Brother Jing's parents with her parents to mark their marriage, Huang Rong thought. Unable to bear the thought, Huang Rong shouted, Little sister, may I take a look at that dagger? The dagger was indeed the one Bao Shirua gave away just before dying. It was recovered after she and young Tiexin killed themselves and served as a keepsake of the 2 adoptive parents. Mu Nianci looked at Huang Rong and noticed her strange expression, but before she could do anything, Huang Rong had already reached out, taken hold of the dagger and casually removed it. She looked at the weapon and noticed the 2 characters Guo Jing carved into its hilt. This belongs to Brother Jing, she thought bitterly. Why does she get to have it? She removed the weapon from its scabbard. A cold air immediately emanated from the weapon. Good dagger. Huang Rong said. She put the dagger back into the scabbard and placed it within her shirt. I'm going to go give this to Brother Jing, she said. Stricken, Mu Nianci said, What? The 2 characters engraved on the hilt proves the rightful owner of this dagger, Huang Rong said. I'm going to give it to him. Mu Nianci cried out angrily, This is the only possession I have from my adoptive parents. How can you take it? Quickly give it back to me. She stood up and walked towards Huang Rong. If you have a problem, come and get it. Huang Rong shouted as she ran out of the inn. Huang Rong knew Hong Chizong was asleep in the forest, and Guo Jing was up in the mountains practicing his palms. She ran to the left. Mu Nianci pursued anxiously, fearing Huang Rong would ride the red horse. She continued to chase until she heard a loud noise, which she followed. Huang Rong had taken a bend to a clearing surrounded by tall, locust trees. She stopped there and laughed. You've won, she said. You're the better horse. Now let us match against one another to see who gets the bride's dagger. Mu Nianci's cheeks reddened. Don't joke, little sister, she said. When I see this dagger, I see my adoptive father. Why did you take it away? Huang Rong's brow dropped. Who is your sister? She shouted. She immediately jumped at Mu Nianci with her palm extended. Mu Nianci tried to dodge, but Huang Rong used the falling blossom sword palm. Employing the many and mysterious variations in the style, Huang Rong hit Mu Nianci twice in the ribs, causing a lot of pain. Angry, Mu Nianzi turned to the left before also returning her own palm stroke, which was a violent strike. "This is the Wandering Stride's fist," Huang Rong shouted. "How is this possible?" Mu Nianzi was surprised upon hearing Huang Rong shout. This was the style Hong Qitsong passed on to me alone, she thought. How could she know about it? Mu Nianzi watched as Huang Rong retracted her left palm and attacked with her right as a fist. After 3 moves, Mu Nianzi recognized the style to be none other than the Wandering Strides. Surprised, she jumped back. "Stop!" she shouted. "Who taught you this style?" "I just figured it out myself," Huang Rong said with a smile. "What's so special about this rough and crude kung fu?" So saying, she attacked again with the Wandering Strides, employing its 2 central moves, alms bowl at the door and seeing a benefactor, in a continuous attack. Mu Nianzi became even more bewildered after avoiding another move, traveling the seas without worry. "You know Senior Hong Qitsong?" she said. "He and I are old friends," Huang Rong said with a smile. "You can use this style. I'll use the kung fu I know, and then we'll see who'll win." With a menacing chortle, Huang Rong immediately attacked. She did not use the Wandering Stride style. Instead, she employed the martial arts taught to her by her father to get the better of Mu Nianzi, whose skills were taught to her by Hong Qitsong. How could Mu Nianzi block? Mu Nianzi tried to flee but she couldn't. She watched a palm rise like a sword slashing across with a roaring wind. Feeling the spear-like force, Mu Nianzi twisted her body to the side to dodge, but then felt pain in her neck as Huang Rong successfully hit her with brushing the orchid blossoms from the road. The palm had struck the neck vertebrae precisely where the blood vessels regulate the body, hands and feet. After being hit, Mu Nianzi's hands and feet immediately turned numb and weak. Huang Rong then stepped forward and pressed an acupoint on Mu Nianzi's waist. Mu Nianzi immediately fell over. Huang Rong took out the dagger and laughed, before slashing at Mu Nianzi's cheeks with 10 different strikes. None of them hit, they were only 1 inch away from striking flesh. Mu Nianzi closed her eyes, expecting death, but to her surprise, she felt a cool air near her cheeks that didn't hurt. When she opened her eyes, she only saw the dagger coming towards her eyes, only to see it stop next to her face. "If you're going to kill me, she yelled in anger. "Why all the play and theatrics? You are not my enemy, nor do I hate you," Huang Rong said. "Why would I kill you? You just have to swear 1 oath, and I'll release you." Although they were indeed not enemies, Mu Nianzi refused to consider even giving an oath. "Lady, you threaten to kill me because you want me to swear an oath," she shouted. "You must be dreaming." Huang Rong sighed with admiration. "It would be a real pity to kill this beautiful lady of marriageable age," she said. Mu Nianzi closed her eyes and waited for death, but she heard not a sound. After a moment, Huang Rong gently said, "Brother Jing and I have already shared our hearts. If you proceed to marry him, there is no way he would give you the same." Mu Nianzi opened her eyes. "What did you say?" she asked. "I know you want promise not to marry him," Huang Rong said. "Who is it that you like?" Mu Nianzi said in confusion. "Who is it you think I want to marry?" "Brother Jing, Gua Jing," Huang Rong said. "Oh him," Mu Nianzi said. "What do you want me to swear?" "I want you to swear a heavy oath that you will not marry him," Huang Rong said. Mu Nianzi giggled. "You put a dagger to my throat when I already cannot marry him," she said. "Is it true?" Huang Rong asked joyfully. "How can this be? Although my adoptive father betrothed me to brother Gua Jing, honestly," she said before lowering her voice. "Honestly, adoptive father, despite all his wisdom, neglected to prevent me from giving my heat to someone else. I've made such a bad mistake about you," Huang Rong said ecstatically before immediately releasing Mu Nianzi's acupoints and massaging her numb hands and feet. "Elder sister, who have you matched yourself with?" Mu Nianzi blushed before cooing, "You've seen this person before." Huang Rong tilted her head and thought for a moment. "I've seen him before," she said. "What kind of person around this town is worthy of ascending to elder sister's level?" Mu Nianzi laughed. "In this world, this man is unrivaled by everyone except for you, brother Jing," she said. "Elder sister, is he crazy since he hasn't married you?" Huang Rong said with a smile. "Is brother Jing crazy?" Mu Nianzi said. "His character is honest, and his heart is chivalrous. I admire him very much. He treated my father and me very well that day when he helped us at the risk of his own life, which I am very grateful for. This grade of man is very small in the world." Worried, Huang Rong pressed, "Did you say that you couldn't marry him just so I wouldn't put this dagger against your throat?" Mu Nianzi noticed how Huang Rong pressed the issue and concluded the imprudence she exhibited before wasn't far off. She grasped Huang Rong's hands and slowly spoke, "Little sister, your heart is already set on brother Jing. Finding another man his equal will be difficult even with all the thousands of men in the world, right?" "Yes, I do believe it's very unlikely to find another his equal," Huang Rong said. "If brother Jing heard your praises of him, his heart would be filled with joy," Mu Nianzi said. "During the contest my father set up in Beijing, a man defeated me." Huang Rong understood. "I know now," she said. "The person in your heart is the little prince, Wanyan Kong." "Yes, it is the young prince," Mu Nianzi said. "He is the one my heart wants. He's a good person underneath. I can make him stop being rotten." Though she spoke softly, Mu Nianzi's expression was very firm. Huang Rong nodded her head when she suddenly realized she felt the same way about Guo Jing as what Mu Nianzi said in such simple words. They grasped each other's hands and sat side by side below the locust trees with the sensation of shared feelings. Huang Rong thought for a moment. Then she gave the dagger back to Mu Nianzi. "Elder sister, let me return this to you," Huang Rong said. Mu Nianzi did not take it. "Keep it, this is your brother Jing's possession," she said. "His name is carved there on the hilt. With it every day," she paused. "If I should carry it every day, it wouldn't be very good." Huang Rong lovingly took the dagger and stowed it near her bosom. "Elder sister, you are truly good," she said. After receiving the valuable dagger, Huang Rong was momentarily distracted from her thoughts. "Elder sister, what business has drawn you to the south alone?" Huang Rong asked. "Maybe little sister can help you." Mu Nianzi blushed and lowered her head. "I don't have any pressing matters at hand," she said. "In that case, I will take you to see Master Hong," Huang Rong said. Mu Nianzi felt joy. "Master Hong is here," she said. Huang Rong nodded before grasping Mu Nianzi's hand and pulling her up. Suddenly, she heard a sound among the branches above. A piece of bark fell to the ground. In the distance, they could see one person's shadow jumping happily from locust tree to locust tree. After a while, they could tell it was Hong Qizong. Huang Rong picked up the bark and saw characters carved onto its surface with a needle. "Two dolls like this are very good," she read. "But if Ronger deliberately causes trouble again, then Qizong will hit your eldest child on the ear." The bark was not signed at the bottom. Instead, a gourd was carved in its place. Huang Rong knew Qizong carved the bark and couldn't help blushing. She knew Qizong had observed the whole fight and knew all about the particulars of the oath she wanted Mu Nianzi to swear. Both people had entered the locust grove and did not even notice Hong Qizong. The pair walked hand in hand back to the inn. Guo Jing, who was sitting inside after he finished practicing, was shocked to see Mu Nianzi. He quickly said, "Sister Mu, did you see my masters? Your respective masters and I left the capital together and went south to Shandong," she said. "We split up there, and I have not seen them since. Are my masters well?" Guo Jing said. "Be at ease, brother Guo," Mu Nianzi said with a smile. They are not angry with you. Guo Jing was indeed very worried, fearing his masters were very angry at him. He rose and fiddled with some tea and food as his simple mind was lost in thought. Mu Nianzi turned to Huang Rong and asked how they met Hong Qizong. Huang Rong told the tale alone. Little sister, you are so blessed, Mu Nianzi said with a sigh. You spent so much time with Master Hong that you lived like a little family. But I only wanted to see him, and he is not here. He was looking after you, Huang Rong said comfortingly. He would have revealed his true ability if I tried to injure you. If I had hurt you, how could he have not acted? Mu Nianzi nodded in acceptance. Guo Jing thought this was strange. Ronger, why would you want to injure Sister Mu? He asked. I cannot say, Huang Rong said quickly. Mu Nianzi smiled. She feared I would, she said without finishing. Although she spoke of the matter, she felt shy about the subject. Huang Rong reached out and tickled Mu Nianzi's armpit. You dare to speak of it? Huang Rong said with a smile. Mu Nianzi stuck her tongue out and then shook her head. How would I dare? She said. Don't you want me to swear an oath? Huang Rong spluttered as she recalled trying to force Mu Nianzi into swearing to not marry Guo Jing. Both her cheeks turned a bright red. Upon seeing their shared emotions, Guo Jing felt great happiness. After eating, the three went into the middle of the forest and strolled as they idled away their day. Huang Rong asked Mu Nianzi how she received instruction from Hong Qizong. It happened when I was very young, Mu Nianzi said. I followed father to a river in the Hunan province. We stopped at an inn, and while I played at the entrance, I saw two beggars lying on the ground, bleeding profusely. No one was willing to help them because the sight of the beggars' internal organs disgusted them. Huang Rong made the connection. Oh, so you showed compassion. She said. You tended their injuries. I too could not do much for their injury, Mu Nianzi said. But I pitied them and took them father's room where I cleaned their wounds and bandaged them. When my father returned, he said I did the right thing, and then sighed and said how his former wife was kind-hearted as well. Then my father gave the two beggars some money to help them with their injuries. They thanked him and left. After several months, we went to Xinyang, where we ran into those two beggars again, who had already recovered from their wounds. They took me to a temple, where I first met Hong Qizong. After praising me, he taught me the wandering strides form, which took 3 days. On the 4th day, when I returned to the temple, the master had already gone. Huang Rong said, Master Qigong doesn't allow us to teach his skills to others. But if you, my sister, would like to learn my father's skills, I could spend the next few days teaching you some of them. When she found out that Mu Nianzi did not want to marry Guo Jing, a burden was lifted from her heart, and then she felt that she was a really nice person, so she wanted to make her a gift. Mu Nianzi said, Many thanks, but at present I have some urgent matter to attend to. In future I would ask you even without you suggesting it. Huang Rong wanted to ask her what was it, but one look at her face and Huang Rong knew she did not want to talk about it and thought, from her shyness, it seems like she's made up her mind. If she doesn't want to mention it, it's all right. Mu Nianzi left the inn around noon in a hurry and only returned after dusk. Huang Rong noticed the joyful expression on her face but pretended that she paid no attention. After their meal, the two ladies retired and Huang Rong saw her cheek resting on her palm and her heart seemed full of emotions, so she pretended to sleep. After a while, she saw her reach into her bundle and took something out, kissed it lightly and looked at it fondly. Huang Rong looked over her back and saw that it was a piece of finely embroidered handkerchief. Suddenly Mu Nianzi jerked around and the handkerchief fluttered. Huang Rong was shocked and immediately shut her eyes while her heart pounded. She only heard the slight breeze in the room and carefully lifted her eyelid. She saw Mu Nianzi pacing around the room executing moves randomly. She said to herself, Hey, that's the handkerchief she snatched from that young prince during their sparring match the other day. She saw Mu Nianzi smiling to herself, and felt that she was reminiscing of that day's events as she was imitating Wan Yankang's movements and actions. She did that for some time before walking near her bedside. Huang Rong closed her eyes tightly as she knew Mu Nianzi must have been looking in her direction. After a brief moment, she sighed, "You're really beautiful." She suddenly turned around and opened the door and walked out. Huang Rong became curious and gave pursuit, and then utilized her qinggong to follow her. Her qinggong was better than Mu Nianzi's, but she kept her distance behind to evade detection. She saw her jump onto a roof and glance around. Mu Nianzi then jumped to a larger building on the south. Huang Rong had been visiting the place daily to buy groceries, and knew that this was a rich man's house, so she thought, most likely she'd run out of money, so she came here to get some. Huang Rong saw that the door was brightly painted and there were 2 large lanterns suspended at the door inscribed with the words, "The Great Jin Kingdom's Envoy," and there were 4 Jin soldiers guarding the door. She had passed this door numerous times but had never seen this before, so she thought, she wants to rob the Great Jin's bounty. That's great, after she's done I can also help myself. She then followed Mu Nianzi to the back courtyard and saw her hid around at every other corner, so she followed suit. They saw the candlelight coming from the kitchen and there was a man's shadow there pacing about the room. Mu Nianzi cautiously walked over and gazed at this shadow. After some time, the shadow was still pacing around while Mu Nianzi was staring at him motionlessly. Huang Rong became impatient and thought, Sister Mu is hesitating, why doesn't she just barge in and immobilize him? She went around the other side and thought, it'll help her by immobilizing him and hiding in one corner to surprise him. Just as she was about to enter through a window, she suddenly heard the door open and a man went in, saying, reporting, "Sir, the Southern Imperial Court will send a special envoy here the day after tomorrow." The man nodded and the messenger left. Huang Rong thought, so the guy inside is a Jin nobleman. Sister Mu must have some good reason for coming here and not for burglary. I shouldn't interfere. She dipped her finger in her mouth and poked a hole in the window panel and peeped in. She was surprised, it was none other than the young Prince Wan Yankang. In his hand was some black object, and when illuminated by the candlelight, Huang Rong saw that it was a head of a rusty spear. Huang Rong did not know that this spear was his father Yang Taixin's property and only felt that it had something to do with Mu Nianzi, so she laughed to herself, the two of you are really acting in concert, don't tell me you're really inseparable. She uncontrollably let out a laugh. Wan Yankang was startled and quickly extinguished the candle, exclaiming, "Who's that?" Huang Rong took this chance to sneak behind Mu Nianzi and swiftly sealed her acupoints, rendering her immobilized. Huang Rong laughed, "Don't be afraid, I'm just letting you meet your sweetheart." Wan Yankang opened the door and was about to run out when he heard a girl giggling, "Your sweetheart is here, catch." Wan Yankang exclaimed, "What?" A body landed in his arms, and the girl who spoke was swiftly over the wall laughing, "Sister, how can you thank me?" As the laughing faded, the girl in his arms struggled to get down. Wan Yankang was shocked beyond words and immediately stepped back, asking, "Who's this?" Mu Nianzi said softly, "Do you still remember me?" He felt her voice was familiar and stammered, You're Miss Mu." She replied, "Yes." He asked, "Who came with you?" She said, "It was a mischievous friend, I didn't know she followed me." He stepped in and relit the candle, saying, "Come in." Mu Nianzi bowed her head and entered, sitting on a chair silently but with a deafening heartbeat. Wan Yankang saw that she was blushing profusely. He said soothingly, "Why are you here to find me at this time?" She did not reply. He thought of his parents' deaths and said softly, "Since your father is dead, you can stay with me and I will regard you as my sister." Mu Nianzi replied, "He's my foster father." Wan Yankang was surprised and thought, "She's telling me we're not related by blood." He took her hand in his and smiled. Mu Nianzi's face reddened drastically and her head bowed lower. Wan Yankang's heart was on fire and he hugged her, whispering into her ear, "This is the third time I'm hugging you. The first was during our sparring match, the second was just outside and now there's no one else around." Mu Niancy said and felt extremely sweet inside, which happened for the first time in her life. Wan Yen Kong smelt her fragrance and felt her slender body and decided that it was all surreal. After a while he asked, "How did you find me?" Mu Niancy said, "I'd been following you. Every night I stare at your shadow, but I didn't dare." Wan Yen Kong realized that her feelings were deep and was very touched, so he kissed her forehead. In the heat of passion he hugged her tightly and kissed her for a long time. Mu Niancy whispered, "I'm an orphan, don't abandon me." Wan Yen Kong embraced her and stroked her hair, saying, "Don't worry. You'll always be mine and they'll always be yours, okay?" Mu Niancy felt great joy in her heart and looked into Wan Yen Kang's eyes, and nodded. Wan Yen Kong saw that she was blushing profusely and did not care anymore. He blew out the candle flame and carried her to the bed and tried to undress her. Mu Niancy was somewhat intoxicated, but when he touched her, she hastily pushed him away and said, "No, we can't do this." Wan Yen Kong hugged her and said, "I will definitely marry you. If my heart changes I shall die a horrible death." She placed her hand over his mouth and said, "Okay, I believe you." He then said, "Then allow me." "Mu," she pleaded. No. Wan Yen Kong was really aroused and tried to undo her clothes. She struck out with half her maximum force. Wan Yen Kong did not expected her to use her martial arts at this moment and he was shoved away. Mu Niancy jumped down and snatched the spearhead and pointed it towards herself, saying, "If you force me I shall die in front of you." Wan Yen Kang's passion immediately turned to ice and said, "All right, let's talk about this, don't do that." Mu Niancy said, "Though I'm a poor girl who wanders through Jianghu, I have my dignity and self-respect. If you truly love me, please respect me. I have no other wish in life but to be with you. In future if I marry you I'd of course obey you. But today if you try to violate me, I'd rather die." Though she said this softly, she never hesitated. He silently admired and respected her, saying, "Don't be angry, it's my fault." He got off the bed and relit the candle. Mu Niancy heard that he knew his mistake and said, "I'll wait for you at my foster father's home in the Ox family village. You can send the matchmaker anytime." She paused and said, "If you never show up, I'll just wait for my whole life." Wan Yen Kong was really touched and quickly said, "Don't worry, when my official business is complete, I'll come immediately. In this life I shall never change my mind." Mu Niancy smiled shyly and left. Wan Yen Kong shouted, "Don't leave, let's chat for a while more." Mu Niancy waved and left. Wan Yen Kong stood there and stared at her departing shadow and felt like it was but a dream. She did leave a few strands of hair behind during their struggle, which he placed in his pouch. When he first sparred with her, he did not think much about it, but he did not expect her to follow him here and stare at his shadow every night, and yet she severely cherished her chastity, deeply earning his respect. He smiled and sighed.